Rosa Eliant, a beautiful and powerful empress with fame and fortune, died tragically because of a love she could not hold on to. After death, she unexpectedly woke up in her younger days, carrying all the painful memories and regrets of her past life. Realizing this is a second chance, Beyond is determined to change her destiny and not let the tragedy of the past repeat itself. On this journey, she must face tangled emotions, old memories, and a complex relationship with Prince Sirius. Each new choice opens a different path, where Beyond gradually rewrites the play of her life with a new ending. Join Lisa Manhwa on the emotional journey of this captivating story. The story begins with a beautiful name, Beyond Rosa Eliant. Born as the legitimate daughter of a marquis family, she was always the center of everything. Even standing at the top, she always thought it was natural that the whole world, the entire world, was at her feet. But it turned out, it was all just her illusion. The stage lights shone directly on a girl, a foolish woman. Despair and helplessness were evident. Why did she crave love? Why did she greedily take things that did not belong to her? The girl looked up, a forced smile mixed with tears. Even though she had everything, why was she still longing? Below the stage, a figure silently watched the performance. That person's lips slightly curved up. Those who do not love me, just get rid of him. At this time, the performer's smile was no longer as strong as before. The person below suddenly widened their eyes when the next line was spoken, don't forget. The girl on stage lowered her tired eyes, blood trickling from her mouth. A shard of glass covered in blood fell, clearly reflecting the face of the person standing under the stage. I am you. The scene changed, and a mansion gradually appeared. Outside the window, warm sunlight filled the space. In the quiet space of the room, the girl raised her hand to shield the sunlight pouring in. Her voice sounded softly, it is my room. She sat up, her heart filled with mixed thoughts, both familiar and a little strange. Her feet slowly slipped into slippers. She turned her head, her eyes swept across the familiar room, still the room in her memory. The warm sunlight still quietly shone through the window frame. Jia stood still, her eyes reflecting a deep gaze into the mirror. A definite thought rang in her heart, yes, I know this space very well. That faint smile appeared once again, Beyond Rosa Eliant. Beyond Rosa Eliant placed her hand on Jia's cheek, reminding, don't forget, I am you, Li Jia. Faced with the reality before her, Jia became confused. Am I now Beyond who died and was reborn, or am I Li Jia, someone who just wanted to escape a boring life? Her mind was still hazy, or am I the young Beyond who saw the future? Jia reached out and touched the mirror. Maybe everything is just a dream, but I am sure of one thing. Her thoughts were endless. I was once Beyond Rosa Eliant, a person who died in resentment. I was also Li Jia, someone who lived a quiet life and quietly passed away. And now I am Beyond standing in front of this mirror. She stood silently thinking, two memories in the same body, it is really strange. Suddenly, a servant entered, her tone a bit panicked. Oh my god. Marie's face clearly showed fear. I did not know you were awake, milady. Immediately after, she bowed deeply, speaking respectfully, I will prepare the washing water right away. Jia glanced at Marie, silently concluding, she left before I could even say anything. She must be very flustered. Then she slowly walked away. That is right, thinking about my personality before, such a reaction is. Jia secretly thought about the strict rules she had set for herself. The washing water must be at the right temperature, the dresses and jewelry for today must also be prepared. Everything must be perfect before I wake up. If there is even a slight deviation, I will be grumpy all day. A moment later, while she was still thinking, Marie brought the basin of water. At least until yesterday, I was still like that. She trembled, pleading, please forgive me, milady. Jia asked softly, what is your name? The question made Marie even more frightened, stammering, yes. She repeated the question in a cold voice, I asked for your name. Jia's eyes indifferently looked at Marie. She seemed not to expect that she would ask. At this time, she quietly observed Marie, looking at her rough hands and tan skin. It seems she is just a low-level maid. So why is not it a palace maid but a maid serving me? Marie answered in a hesitant voice, it is Marie, milady. Hearing that, Jia asked softly, okay, Marie, why are you here? Then she continued in an even tone, causing Marie to become even more worried, I am originally the only legitimate daughter of the Marquis' mansion. How dare a maid who only does chores like you? Serve me, Marie stammered, that was because of the nanny. Marie immediately knelt down, kowtowing to beg for forgiveness, I was wrong, please spare my life, milady. Seeing the scene, Jia was a little confused in her heart, consider yourself lucky. Just one day later and you would not have had a life to meet me. She asked. What about the nanny, did she tell you to come here? Marie was stunned, slowly raised her head, yes, that is right, milady. Jia continued to interrogate, why did the nanny bring you here? She spoke reflexively, I also. Meeting Jia's sharp eyes, Marie knew she had misspoke, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She did not make it difficult for Marie, gently letting her leave, okay, you can go out. Hearing that, she was slightly stunned, but Jia's next words made Marie blush with shame, how can you serve me looking like this? But then, Jia suddenly realized the unintended meaning hidden in her words. I guess she thinks I am saying she is a clumsy maid so I do not want to be served by her. Right, not exactly. Her voice softened, go out and drink water, suppress your hiccups. Her voice did not change, still even, you might suffocate. Hearing Jia's concern, Marie almost could not believe her ears, took a sip of water, bowed, and swallowed the water back up her throat from below. But Marie still sat there, hiccuping continuously. A sigh escaped, Jia thought tiredly, she does not understand if I speak softly. Then, annoyance was evident in her voice, quickly go out and call another palace maiden right now. Seeing her anger, Marie quickly ran out, quickly. When she left, Marie was still upset, is she crazy, seriously, lucky for her that she did not meet me yesterday, or she would be done for. After that, the other palace maids were allowed to enter the room. Come in. At this time, Jia began to suspect everything, but the nanny definitely knows my personality. We will prepare for you milady right away, so why would she send a maid with no experience? Then she suddenly realized, no, it was not a random choice to send her here. Jia remembered the troubles around her, probably in a situation so urgent that they did not realize Mari was a maid. Jia quickly asked a palace maid, "Where's the nanny?" The palace maid immediately replied, "She is in the madam's room." After hearing that, she walked forward, her heart still filled with thoughts. It is rare for the nanny to openly go to the Marquis madam's room like this. The palace maid next to her called out in confusion, "Milady." She said awkwardly, "Milady, where are you going?" But Jia continued to walk, not bothering to answer. If it were the old Beyond, she would definitely have vented her anger on the maids. Jia suddenly remembered the nanny's sincere care. The only person who cared for and took care of Beyond was the nanny. With Beyond's selfish personality, she could not stand the fact that the nanny prioritized the countess more than her. In the hallway, she continued to walk with many doubts, but why? The more she thought, the more confused Jia felt. Now, all of this just made her feel that it was really silly and pointless. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and the two worried palace maids quickly called out, "Milady." Jia ignored the call, continued to walk, her face unchanged. "I knew it would be like this, madam." Jia frowned, and shouted unhappily at the two palace maids behind her, "Open the door." They said worriedly, "Milady, now is not a good time." Looking at their appearance, she felt annoyed in her heart. I knew about the tragic future, so I should have lived well to change it. Annoyance was evident in Jia's eyes, but from the beginning, I never had such thoughts. Oh well, there is no need to try too hard now. She pushed a palace maid aside with force. Immediately after, Jia kicked the door open. I suddenly want to see the Marquis madam so much. The chaotic scene inside immediately appeared before her eyes. Amidst everyone's gaze, Jia slowly walked in. Looking at the scene before her, Jia showed a clear expression of boredom. I thought it was something. It turns out everyone is gathered here. At this time, the man with blue hair quickly left and said, "If there is nothing else, I will be going." Immediately, the woman with red hair angrily shouted, "Don't go." She lost control, constantly screaming. Jia's eyes followed the man, thinking in her heart, he left without even looking back once. Then she looked at the woman who was going crazy and realized, now that I look closely, the countess's appearance right now is really similar to Beyond back then, who died in resentment. The legitimate daughter of the count's mansion was famous as a great merchant. At the age of 18, she married Marquis Eliant and became the Marchioness. The story of her falling in love with Marquis Eliant and pursuing him for many years is still a hot topic of discussion in high society. Because she wanted to get the Marquis's love, she spared no expense in money and manpower. However, the Marquis was an extremely cold person. Not only did the Marquis never show affection, but he also extremely avoided touching her. No one knows why he treated his wife like that, so there is also a rumor that he accepted this marriage only because of the huge dowry she brought. Over time, her desire became more and more intense. She tried her best to conceive an heir, hoping to get his love. But even if it was a child she gave birth to herself, a girl could not become an heir, which was meaningless. Suddenly, Madame Eliant turned to Jia and shouted, "It is all your fault, if only I had given birth to a son." Hearing that, the corner of her lips slightly twitched, but even if the baby was born a son, would anything change? Jia remembered the cold back of the man and understood, the Marquis does not care about her because I am a daughter. He simply does not care about Madame, who is her. The more she looked at her, the more tired she felt. Even if I explained this, a crazy Madame would never understand. She completely lost control, hugging her head and screaming, "Ah, it is all your fault, it is all your fault." Suddenly, Madame Eliant rushed towards Jia. Die, disappear from this world." Fortunately, the nanny managed to hold her back in time. "Madame, please calm down." But Madame Eliant struggled and accidentally elbowed the nanny in the chest. She broke free from the nanny's arms and fiercely rushed straight towards Jia. Jia quickly dodged to the side. She wondered, is she really going to kill me? Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Jia lifted her foot, telling herself, I have to run first. Then she ran forward with all her strength. When she got outside, Jia slammed the door shut. She acted like that because she also understood that even if it was her, she could not deal with a crazy woman alone. The guard at the door saw Jia like that and called out worriedly, "Milady." Madame Eliant on the other side kept screaming. Jia turned around with a cold face and said, "Don't just stand there, hold her back." The guard hesitated, that. Jia looked down at the sword hanging on his waist and ordered, "Take that and hook it into the doorknob, block her." The guard hurriedly did as he was told, yes. It did not take long for him to complete the request. Madame Eliant on the other side kept screaming, making the guard and the maids turn pale with fear. Only Jia calmly considered the situation, even scratching her nails on the door. No matter how much I rummage through my memories, Madame has never lost control to this extent. She sighed, making a guess, it must be because of the Marquis. Thinking, Jia turned around and smiled warmly, her voice full of sweetness, "Everyone has worked hard." After saying that, she turned away abruptly, causing the maids to not react in time. When they realized it, Jia had already walked a distance, causing them to panic and chase after her, calling out, "Milady." Meanwhile, Jia was immersed in thought. In this life, I have never seen the Marquis in Madame's room. In fact, he even arranged guards in both his office and his residence, so that Madame could not come at will. Suddenly she stopped. Jia was full of doubt. Really, how was I born? She began to analyze, my appearance is definitely like Madame's, but my face has no characteristics like the Marquis. Even when I look at my paternal or maternal family, or relatives, I do not see anyone with hair as blonde as mine. Thinking of this, Jia's eyes drooped, showing a fleeting sadness. She struggled, am I really the Marquis's biological daughter? Looking at the sunlight shining through the window frame, she believed that no matter how obsessed the Marquis's madam was with the Marquis, I do not think she would cheat. While her mind was in chaos, Jia unconsciously spoke aloud, should I go ask now, causing the maid behind her to be confused, yes. She suddenly approached a room with many guards guarding it, causing the maid to be startled, milady, that place. But Jia still moved forward with the thought, whether I am a biological daughter or not, what is important now? Anyway, life has failed once, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. The guard saw Jia and asked politely, is there anything you need here, milady? She just opened her mouth and was stunned, flusteredly shaking her head and correcting herself, Marquis, oh no, I came to visit my father, is he inside? The guard heard that and hesitated. He is here, but... Suddenly Jia shouted, then get out of the way. Then she flung the door open. Inside the room, Marquis Eliant was working, and the butler was making tea, both startled by the noise. Realizing that the atmosphere in the room was falling into silence, the butler spoke up politely, milady, you have arrived. In contrast to him, Marquis Eliant did not have the slightest movement, and did not have the slightest humanity. Looking at him like that, Jia really did not understand. What reason did the Marquis madam love this man? The butler saw that she was silent and came over to ask, would you like some tea, milady? Jia replied coldly, no need. She stepped in front of Marquis Eliant. Then, to the horror of the butler, the guard, and the servants outside the door, she loudly asked, am I your biological daughter? Even Marquis Eliant stopped writing after hearing that. He finally spoke up, what? Jia did not think much, and answered quickly, just understand it literally. Marquis Eliant asked decisively, is it important? Jia lowered her head, her voice softly, no. Hearing that, Marquis Eliant frowned slightly, if you are joking, go play somewhere else. Jia hesitated for a moment before daring to open her mouth, her voice very soft, it is not a big deal to me. She took a deep breath, her voice still low, but if I want to stand in the highest position, then this is a problem that needs to be solved. Marquis Eliant looked up, his gaze sharp, do you want to become the empress? People inside and outside the door were shocked when they heard this, some even made noises, causing Jia to think uncomfortably, I should have closed the door when I came in. Before Marquis Eliant's probing gaze, Jia said clearly, I am just relying on what I want. Can I do it? Marquis Eliant looked straight into her eyes, and said calmly, indeed, they are meaningless words. Jia's face darkened, her voice choked, the rumors about bloodlines can become a fatal weakness. In her previous life, when she actually became empress, the issue of lineage always made Jia's position unstable. In part, it was because the Marquis had never mentioned this issue once. That attitude helped prevent the issue from becoming a public topic of discussion, but... Thanks to him, Jia had to endure the rumors in society, like invisible blades stabbing her. Remembering those things clearly, Jia made a decision, then I need to be even clearer now. Thinking this, Jia said firmly, I am not stupid enough to bring my own weaknesses into the fire. She lowered her voice, so, please answer me. Jia repeated the question once again, am I the biological daughter of the Marquis Eliant's mansion? Marquis Eliant's face was as cold as ice. He had no emotion. Without any concern, he bluntly assessed this as a question not worth answering. Seeing that the situation was a bit unstable, the butler hurriedly slammed the door shut, while Jia fell into contemplation, not worth answering. The corner of her lips slightly curved up, now I understand. She finally realized that the Marquis was not keeping silent, in this matter alone, he always told the truth. Because he had never doubted that she was not his biological daughter, so whether to affirm or deny, he felt it was not necessary to answer. Jia lowered her face, countless thoughts flooded her mind, originally, he is a man of few words, and he does not often show emotions, so both I and everyone else speculated and doubted him according to our own ideas. Jia finally woke up, it turns out that the thing that has tormented me for so long is just an illusion created by my own self-doubt. After being immersed in thought for a long time, Jia was pulled back to reality by the unpleasant words, if you were just planning to come here and talk nonsense. Then get out, of Marquis Eliant, Jia thought silently, after talking, I understand. Jia smiled happily and contentedly, there is no more doubt, I am indeed this person's daughter. Seeing that bright smile, Marquis Eliant was slightly surprised. He was silent, and began to consider if she was sick or not. Jia also realized, am I smiling a bit too strangely? When her eyes met Marquis Eliant's eyes, he immediately looked down and pretended to be working. That action made Jia feel, so he also knows how to express emotions. She stepped forward, her voice sweet, Father, let me ask you, can I become the empress? Then Jia asked innocently, among the unmarried young ladies in this empire, how many do not dream of becoming empress? After saying that, Jia remembered her previous life again, I also wanted to stand righteously next to that person. I thought that if I became empress, that person and I would live happily ever after. Like in fairy tales. But that fairy tale was very tragic. Even though I have been reborn, but now, while I still have the memories of an unhappy empress, do I still want to step into that position? Should I just live according to the script that has been arranged? She pursed her lips, pondering, what is it that I really want at this moment? Marquis Eliant asked coldly, what do you mean by that? Hearing that question, Jia fell into the void again, I was once sure that I wanted to become empress, but the position of empress is not something I can achieve only with my own wishes. It is a position dominated by countless overlapping interests and calculations. She had long understood that, to put it another way, even if I do not want to, it is not a position that I can avoid. Jia clenched her skirt tightly, has my opinion ever been important? Marquis Eliant choked when he heard that, you. Suddenly a sound came to Jia's ears, causing her to be surprised. What, who just came in again? Is it Marquis Madam chasing me here? It turned out to be the butler. His face turned green as he ran in. Jia immediately felt something was wrong. Butler, but he is not the type of person to rudely barge in like that, nor is he a person who easily loses control like this. Marquis Eliant asked calmly, "What is the matter?" The butler gasped for breath, bowed deeply, "Please forgive me." Marquis Eliant could not keep his composure anymore. He widened his eyes in horror as the butler stammered, "Madam." He stood up abruptly. Jia was stunned for a moment and then remembered something, thinking silently, "Ah, I remember now." She was dumbfounded, thinking about it. This is not the first time I have seen the butler lose his composure. That day was exactly the same as this morning. When Jia woke up, she did not see the chief maid beside her. She heard that she was called urgently to Marquis Madam's place, causing Jia to be extremely annoyed. And in a moment of losing her temper, she slapped the terrified maid in the face as she stammered to explain everything. But that was still not enough to appease Jia. So she just grabbed something in her hand and threw it. But even if Jia did that, no one came to stop her. It was not until much later that the butler came to Jia, with a panicked appearance like now. A person as calm as him is now hasty and hurried, just like now. He seems to not know how to start. Jia's head did not understand. Why did I forget that thing? I clearly knew what he was about to say. As she knew in advance, the butler's next sentence was, "Madam has died." One morning at the majestic castle. Jia put on a jet black evening gown. She looked up at the sky. The weather today to hold a funeral is beautifully strange. The body of Marquis Madam will be cremated according to the correct rituals, and then buried in the Eliant family tomb. The cremation will only take place when everyone has left, leaving only the relatives of the deceased. Everyone can only see her body until the cremation ceremony begins. The guests present were constantly talking in low voices. "Oh my god, what is going on? How did Marquis Madam pass away?" They whispered to each other. "Anyway, there will be a farewell greeting and blessing ceremony later. We will probably find out how she died then." Marquis Eliant did not react at all. He stood blankly, letting the public opinion stir. The Marquis did not say much, so she probably did not die of illness, did she? If it was an illness, they would have announced it in advance. Some people even said indifferently, "Anyway, I am curious. I wonder how they will do the makeup for someone who was once as beautiful as the Marquise Madam. I want to see the body quickly." Jia showed her displeasure, thinking to herself, "How rude. Do they think the funeral is an exhibition among the people here? How many are truly grieving over her death?" Suddenly she noticed something from Marquis Eliant. He held the sprig of flowers tightly in his hand, not taking his eyes off the coffin. The people outside are still discussing. It seems they are about to open the coffin. I wonder what she will look like. Marquis Eliant gently placed the sprig of flowers on top of the coffin. Seeing this, the guests judged again. They have not even opened the coffin lid yet. Are they humiliating the Marquise Madam to the point of breaking the funeral ritual? Seeing Marquis Eliant turn his back and leave, they sneered. Not a word of blessing for the afterlife. He really is a man without any emotions. The guests confidently confirmed. It seems the rumors are true. Indeed, the Marquis never. Jia agreed when she heard this. That is right. I also think so. Because she, just like these people, could not understand the Marquis's attitude. Putting the sprig of flowers in her hand down, Jia confessed, "There were times when I also misunderstood him." She was calmly thinking about those things when a sentence came. "So Miss Eliant is really as rumored." "Shoo, be careful, keep your voice down," causing Jia to turn red with anger. "I heard everything." In fact, in her previous life, Jia did not know anything. She could not stand the Marquis's cold attitude, the whispered discussions, and the pitying eyes of others. Angry to the point of being unable to control herself, and then leaving right in the middle of the funeral, the Marquis did not hold Jia's hand. Even now, if she got up and left again, he would not do anything. She told herself, but at this time, perhaps because I understand the reason the Marquis acted like that, I do not want to do that anymore. Moreover, Jia knew clearly that the Marquise Madam had committed suicide. In just the moment the maids took their eyes off her, she jumped down from the window of her room. Madame Eliant's room was on the 3rd floor. If it was the world that Li Jia lived in, then the 3rd floor was not too high, but in the Marquis's residence, the height between the floors was very high. There are few funerals where the body is not brought out for everyone to see. The exceptions are only when the person died from an epidemic, or the body was so damaged that it could not be shown to others. Even in such cases, if the body cannot be made public, the family must announce in advance to ask for everyone's understanding, but suicide is taboo in the empire. People who take their own lives will not receive a farewell greeting, nor will anyone bless them in the afterlife. Looking at the blue sky, Jia realized the love of Marquis Eliant was expressed through the fact that the Marquis had ordered the matter to be kept secret. So the cause of death of Marquis Madam will never be revealed to the outside world. Even herself before did not know the truth, until the nanny told her. And she knew that matter would also be buried forever because, from now on, the cause of her death will forever be recorded as illness. Faced with the judging eyes of the guests, Jia had no emotion, so, just like the Marquis, she gently placed the sprig of flowers on the coffin lid. Bowing her head and deciding, I should also keep the full etiquette with Marquis Madam. Even if everyone suspects her purity, and even if she never treated Jia like her own daughter. While Jia was still pondering, suddenly someone came, causing Marquis Eliant to flinch. That man was 4 times taller than Jia. Jia looked up, carefully observing this person. After a long time, she realized, this person, the great merchant, Count Pisian. Jia stepped aside, thinking to herself, he is my maternal grandfather and also the father of Marquis Madam. Of course, he will be present at the funeral. I unconsciously forgot about that. Count Pisian's hand trembled as he placed the sprig of flowers on the coffin. He painfully stroked that coffin as if he was stroking his daughter. Sadness flashed in Count Pisian's eyes. Jia wondered, raising a daughter with all her heart, and then having to see her off. I wonder how heartbroken he must be. She clenched her fingers, witnessing this scene firsthand. I also feel uncomfortable. After a long time, Count Pisian propped himself up. His face suddenly darkened, his eyes widened. Then he suddenly fell backward. Jia could not help but be stunned. She raised her hand, screaming in her heart, dangerous. Just then, a man came and supported Count Pisian. It turned out to be Ivan. He asked caringly, "Are you alright, Count?" Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, someone supported the Count. Looking from behind, she wondered, but who is it? Looking at how the Count treated him intimately, it seems he is someone he trusts. Jia tried to see Ivan's face clearly. But just then Ivan glanced at her. Jia also realized something was wrong, thinking to herself, wait, why does it feel like he is staring at me like this? Jia kept agonizing, or am I just imagining it? But Ivan fixed his eyes on her once more, making her even more certain, it is not an illusion, he really is glaring at me. What is this? Are you trying to cause trouble? Do you think I will give in to you? You know how to glare at others, then I also know how to glare back. Suddenly Ivan turned away abruptly, causing Jia to be surprised. I thought he was going to say something, but he just left. Realizing that her attitude just now was a bit strange, Jia lowered her head in embarrassment. Did I get angry for nothing? I am so embarrassed. She raised her eyes to probe, but looking at Ivan, Jia was suspicious again. Why does that face look so familiar? The funeral of Marquis Madame lasted for 3 days, and on the last day, at the crematorium, where only family members and blood relatives are allowed to enter. It was time for Marquis Madame's body to be put into the crematorium. Her coffin was finally submerged in a sea of fire. Jia felt heavy in her heart. There were times when I also longed to be loved by that person. She remembered the past. I tried to be well-behaved, and also acted like a little boy, but nothing pleased her. Because, Marquis Madame only looked towards the Marquis. She frowned, wondering, if I was like the Marquis, even a little bit, would she care about me? Jia pursed her lips. Even if I want to say it, I won't get an answer now. She began to consider the present. Marquis Madame has passed away, so the Marquis will probably be more openly accepting of proposals, because his only child is a daughter who cannot inherit the family. Suddenly she remembered her previous life. Wait, until I died, the Marquis had never taken a concubine. Jia unconsciously glanced at Marquis Eliant, so maybe he does not hate Marquis Madame as much as I thought. I hope so. Then she realized, perhaps I am just trying to find some faint comfort with the person I once loved. At least not hate me. Suddenly Marquis Eliant came over to hand the urn to Jia and said, "Take it." Jia said nothing, silently watched him cut a handful of his hair. Then cut a handful of her hair again. As he cut, he said, "You probably know." Marquis Eliant dropped the 2 handfuls of hair into the urn. This is the last ritual. People put a strand of hair from the direct bloodline into it, meaning that the relationship will continue even after death. Jia nodded slightly. I know. Marquis Eliant closed the lid of the urn. Is that so? If so, then that is good. The 2 of them walked out of the crematorium together, but Jia wondered, shouldn't we put Count Pisian's hair in it too? It seems the shock on the first day was too great. A woman came over. Looks like I am not too late, am I? It was Anasha. She put her hand on his shoulder and explained, because I am not a direct bloodline, I can't go inside, I can only wait here. Jia did not recognize her at first, this person. Anasha continued, I was worried that I was late or not. While she was talking to Marquis Eliant, Jia finished rummaging through her memories. Ah, I remember now. Because I only met her a few times, I almost forgot. Anasha is Marquis Pisian's madam. She is the concubine of Count Pisian. Legally, she is my maternal grandmother, but I have never really thought of it that way. Because for Jia, this was the first time she had seen Madame Pisian at such a close distance. Before, because she ran away from the funeral on the first day, she never had the chance to meet this person. But, originally, she was a commoner, and had no blood relationship with her, so there was no reason to meet her. Anasha suddenly took something out of her pocket. This, I want to send to you. She took out a handful of Pisian's hair. I think he would be sad if he woke up, so I accidentally made this impolite action. Marquis Eliant carefully took it. He gently dropped it into the urn. Anasha was grateful. I do not know how to thank you. Marquis Eliant replied calmly, I am just doing what needs to be done. Then he led Jia away. Suddenly Anasha called, Milady. She was full of longing. Can I meet that person? That person has been looking forward to meeting you. Jia said nothing, thinking to herself, she said that person is looking forward to meeting me. The person Jia thought of was Count Pisian. Throughout the year, the number of times he was in the capital could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, since Marquis Madame went crazy, he did not even bother to come close. She asked directly, then why do you want to see me? Anasha then explained, you are his only bloodline. Jia lowered her head, mumbling, the only bloodline. According to her memory, after Marquis Madame passed away, not long after, the Count could not bear the shock and left the world. Although Jia was also left a part of the inheritance. Because of the huge assets that Madame Pisian inherited, people began to suspect that a woman from a commoner background like her had killed the Count for money. The nanny urged Jia to accuse Madame Pisian every day, just because she did not want to hear people scold her for killing, so she easily made a false statement, causing Madame Pisian to fall into a disadvantageous position, and because of that, she lost the child in her womb during the interrogation. Jia has always blamed herself. The child is no longer there. It is entirely my fault. Thinking in her heart, Jia said loudly, now I am not the only bloodline anymore. Anasha frowned slightly, pursing her lips angrily, causing Jia to be suspicious. Did she feel insulted? She turned her body. I just hope everyone accepts it as the truth, although it is not very like me, but the child in the womb, I really hope that it can survive. Anasha said softly, it seems that you have misunderstood something. The only one who carries his bloodline is you. Jia interrupted, then. She pointed directly at Anasha's belly. That child is not that the bloodline of the Pisian Count's family. Anasha was almost petrified by the question. That child is not that the bloodline of the PCN Count's family. Her eyes were full of tears. She shouted, "Milady, your words are too much." Jia also realized that she was wrong, so she coughed lightly, thinking silently, if I remember correctly from my memory at that time, the Count will die in 2 months. And Madame PCN will have a miscarriage during the interview, so she probably does not know she is pregnant now. She kindly reminded, being too excited is not good for the baby. Anasha could not stand it anymore, and shouted, "Milady." Jia bowed politely, "Whether you believe me or not, that is your right, but if you do not want to lose the child, then Madame should take good care of herself." Jia turned around, her cold voice reaching Anasha's ears. "It is best if Madame also tells the Count, of course, if that child really carries the Count's blood." She clenched her hand, Her shoulders trembled, choking, "Not the Count, but your maternal grandfather." Jia stopped, and a thought appeared in her mind, what is going on now? Is the issue of bloodline that I brought up even more offensive now? A mocking thought arose in Jia's heart, and she got angry at me just because of the way I called him Count. She replied coldly, "How I address him is my freedom, Madame PCN." Anasha gritted her teeth tightly. She looked up, trying to restrain herself, and asked, why do you always treat him like that?" Jia asked back, "You people, here, does Madame PCN mean me and Marquis Madame?" Anasha immediately snapped, "Marquis Madame, isn't that person?" She lowered her voice as if talking to herself, "To me now, family is no different from strangers." Jia recalled that before she died in Beyond's body, her biological parents were her whole world, so she only knew how to crave attention from them. She recalled those precious days, but when she lived as Li Jia, she felt what was called parental love for the first time, and she realized one thing, just having the same bloodline does not necessarily mean a family. Jia decisively turned around, "That is enough meddling for today, we have been delayed quite a bit." Jia maintained her cold demeanor and walked towards the carriage. Anasha shouted loudly from behind, "He is your maternal grandfather." She asked in an urgent tone mixed with despair, "Do you really have no intention of meeting him?" Jia did not respond at all and quietly left. The nanny's sobbing voice rang out, My milady is so pitiful." She covered her face and knelt on the ground. "Madame is so heartless, leaving milady to live alone like this. What will she do?" Jia thought to herself, when Marquis Madame was alive. "I also ate and lived well on my own. The nanny is acting as if the sky is falling." She sighed silently. How tiring. What is the nanny thinking? Acting like this in front of a child who is in mourning. The maid beside her comforted her. "Nanny, do not cry anymore. If you keep this up, you will collapse too." Another maid encouraged, "Everyone must persevere. If even the nanny collapses, what will our milady do?" Jia sighed deeply with a weary expression and plopped down on the chair. "It is getting more and more ridiculous." The nanny sobbed, "I have to persevere. I have to try. Our milady is so pitiful." She leaned back on the chair with a weary face. "Outsiders will probably think I am dead or something." Jia narrowed her eyes. I am so sleepy. I can probably sleep a little now." Suddenly she was awakened by the noise. "No, get out of the way. I have to meet her." She frowned unhappily. "I was about to fall asleep. What is with all the noise?" Anasha snapped, "Get out of the way." The nanny was still adamant in stopping her. "Milady does not want to meet you." She said unhappily, "I said I wanted to hear her say it in person." She was still stopping her. "If you continue like this, I will call the knights." Jia was annoyed. It seems she is going to argue to the end." Anasha frowned, her voice resolute. "Personally, I am milady's maternal grandmother. Surely that is enough to qualify me to meet her." The nanny retorted, "Someone like you, how could you?" Jia interrupted, "What is going on?" She hurriedly turned her head and saw her approaching. "Milady." The nanny hurriedly concealed, "It is nothing, milady is probably tired, please go back and rest." Jia ignored her and asked Anasha directly, "We have met quite a lot today, have not we, Madame PCN?" She said politely, "Don't stand there, come inside." The nanny was startled. "Milady, that woman." She frowned, her eyes sharply warning, "That woman, who are you talking about?" She retreated in a panic, stammering, "Milady." Jia thought in her heart, 8 years. She recalled her time before, I was empress for 8 years. If I wanted to maintain my pride in that position. Jia turned to look at the nanny with complicated eyes, but to the nanny, this is the first time I have shown such a face. She must be very surprised. She coldly threatened, "If you are not going to stand quietly, then get out." She sniffled, "Milady, how can you treat me like this?" Jia completely ignored those complaints and turned to say to the 2 maids beside her, "Hey, you two." She bluntly ordered, "Take the nanny out." The nanny panicked, "Milady." Jia looked straight at the 2 maids in a cold voice. "Do you want to be dragged out together?" She stammered, unable to believe the truth that was happening before her eyes. "Milady, how can you?" Jia did not care about those words anymore and went to Anasha, who was standing there all this time. "Please sit down, Madame PCN." The 2 of them entered the living room and sat down. Anasha looked at Jia with hesitant eyes. She picked up the hot teacup and took the initiative to speak to break the silence. "Isn't it because you, madam, have something to say?" She replied with a meaningful remark, "You are not what the rumors say, milady." Jia continued to ask, "Isn't what you want to say something else?" Anasha's eyes suddenly turned sharp. "She's your nanny, right?" Anasha said in a low voice, "If I said I wanted to accuse her of insulting a noble, what would you do, milady?" Jia frowned and looked at her. "It seems this matter can't be resolved smoothly. Knowing it would be like this, I would have taken strong action from the start." Jia put the teacup down on the table. "I do not have the habit of beating around the bush, just say what you want, Madame PCN." Anasha lowered her voice and pleaded, "Please, I am begging you, just once, please meet him." Jia sighed wearily, "I did not expect to drag the nanny into this." She thought to herself, now that it has come to this, it is hard to refuse. The next morning, as promised, she was present at the residence of Count Pisian, and Na Sha's voice rang out. He is currently staying in the guest villa. She led Jia diligently. After fainting, he did not wake up until not long after the funeral. Na Sha's eyes drooped. She gently pushed open the door. The first person he looked for when he opened his eyes was you, milady. Stepping into the room filled with sunlight, Count Pisian was sitting there with a radiant face. You have come. He stretched out his thin, trembling hands. Come here, come a little closer. Jia walked while thinking. Seeing this appearance, I understand. She silently affirmed in her heart, Madame Pisian did not kill the Count. From the beginning, she did not need to kill him. Jia came closer so that he could take her hand. In the Count's eyes, there was no longer any reluctance to leave this life. Count Pisian asked her in a weak voice, Are you okay? Jia thought to herself, Is there any reason for me not to be okay? She suddenly remembered Madame Eliant. I and Marquis Madame are not even as good as strangers. Before, at least I could resent her. Thoughts full of anguish suddenly arose in Jia's heart. What about now? Only a little compassion between women. I was also crazy in love, just like Marquis Madame to the point of destroying my own life. Only pity, that is all. She sank deeply into those endless thoughts. Both of us were too blind in love. Just because of that thing called love, I was blind to that person, and then made stupid mistakes. Jia recalled the painful old memories. So what about now? Can I not engage in that reckless action this time? She clenched her skirt, her hand trembling. Or, if I meet him again, will I continue? Count Pisian suddenly reached out and hugged her tightly. I am sorry. He cried and sobbed. No matter how painful it is, you should not turn a blind eye. It is not your fault at all. Count Pisian slowly loosened his arms. It is all this old man's fault, so my dear granddaughter, do not cry anymore. Jia was stunned. What are you saying? I am not crying. He raised his finger and gently wiped away the tears on her cheek. Count Pisian looked at Jia with pity, unable to speak, but crying so much. Don't cry anymore, my dear granddaughter. Count Pisian and Na Sha said goodbye to Jia. I will be back soon. His eyes were full of warmth and infinite gentleness. My good granddaughter, I will say it again, this is not abandoning you. Count Pisian touched Jia's cheek lightly. So, do not think that you are alone. He said softly, I am just leaving for a moment. It is just for you. A few days after the Count left, the nanny said excitedly, Milady, what kind of dress do you want to choose? Jia felt extremely tired, thinking in her heart, I should not have let her off so easily, right? Maybe it was less annoying when I was still grumpy about the thing with Madame Pisian. A garrulous nanny, so annoying. She put her hand up to rub her forehead. Anyway, she is still the one who raised me in name. I can't just ignore her as if I am not involved. The nanny came closer and reminded, Milady, you must focus. Stepping into the palace is more cautious than people think. She continued, normally, other young ladies are only allowed to set foot in the palace after completing their coming-of-age ceremony. Yet you received an invitation while you are still so young. You are truly a special person. The nanny sighed with regret, yet there is not a dress that pleases my eyes. If we had more time, I would really want to have a few new dresses made. She carefully brought a dress in front of her. Among these, perhaps this one looks the most decent, right? The nanny asked Jia for her opinion. Milady, how about this? She spared no praise. Indeed, you really suit sky blue. She frowned and touched the dress. The nanny continued to ramble. Please try it on, milady. Jia remembered Irene's image, the clear blue like a cloudless sky. She immediately objected. I do not want to wear it. She was flustered. Are you not satisfied? Haven't you always liked sky blue? Jia coldly threw the dress on the floor. I do not like this color. Choose another one. The nanny looked at her in confusion and left. Then, let me find another dress to replace it. Jia stood there with an annoyed expression, her eyes looking down at the blue dress lying on the ground. Sky blue, the color that I once liked. She gritted her teeth. A jumble of emotions surged in her heart. It is a color that I both love and hate. Jia raised her hand to hug her head. I can't take it anymore. After crying in front of the Count, she could no longer control her emotions. She stomped on the blue dress as a way to vent her anger. I have not even met him again, and my mind is already so messed up. Jia was silent. Just thinking about meeting again is already terrifying. Fear crept into every cell. What if I fall in love with him again? What should I do? Just like the first time, when I was swept away by those eyes without resisting. Jia recalled the past, asking herself, will he still be so beautiful that he dazzles people? She held the invitation. The nanny's voice rang out again. Milady, are you not feeling well? Jia slowly turned to look at her, her eyes having regained their calm. She gently put the letter down and replied in an even tone, No, I am fine. The nanny brought another dress. We do not have much time left if we still have to do hair and makeup. Please change quickly, milady. She explained in surprise. Good heavens. The nanny could not help but sigh in admiration. You are so breathtakingly beautiful. In this empire, I am afraid no one can compare to you. She stood silently looking in the mirror. I used to think I was the most beautiful person in the world. Her eyes suddenly darkened. It is not that I think I am ugly, but to say I am the most beautiful in the empire, that is not the case. Jia unconsciously thought of Irene and Sirius laughing happily, because I once knew the woman who was praised as the most beautiful woman in the entire empire. She remembered the moment she watched them from afar, the vibrant blue hair, as clear as the morning sun. Jia thought to herself, I am talking about the most beautiful and lovely treasure of the empire. She once again sank into the stream of memories. The reason announced for receiving the invitation from the palace was because the emperor wanted to comfort the marquis's daughter who had lost her mother. Jia bitterly realized the harsh truth, but those who understand the situation know that the real reason is not there at all. She remembered the complex power structure in the harem. The emperor has an empress, 2 noble consorts, and countless concubines by his side. The number of children born under the harem has long exceeded single digits. Jia calculated, among them, there are a total of 6 princes, and among the 6 princes, only 2 are considered promising candidates for the throne. She pondered, one is the crown prince, the eldest son of the first noble consort, and the other is the 6th prince, the son of the late empress who passed away more than 10 years ago. Jia thought to herself, as soon as the 6th prince, the son of the empress, was born, the emperor made him the crown prince. But unfortunately, also in that year, the empress, the crown prince's mother, passed away. The matter continued, and the successor to the empress was a young lady from a baronet family without power. However, because she could not establish a new balance of power, Jia pondered, the noble faction has poured all their strength into supporting the first prince, the son of the first noble consort. The first prince is 16 years older than the crown prince. So in many ways, that is a clear disadvantage for the crown prince. However, the emperor chose to stand by the crown prince. She emphasized her important but dangerous position, and the first starting point is me. Jia slowly stepped onto the luxurious carriage. The Eliant Marquis family has maintained neutrality for generations. It is a sweet fruit that both the emperor's faction and the noble faction covet. However, regardless of the schemes of any noble or the efforts of the emperor, no one could shake the Marquis, and then, the emperor shifted his target to me. She sat opposite Marquis Eliant. Entering the palace was never just a simple comfort. The emperor needs an excuse to bring me into the palace, and the death of Marquis Madame is too perfect of an excuse. Jia looked out the window. The imperial carriage, which only the royal family or those recognized by the emperor are allowed to ride, everyone clearly understands what that implies. She pondered, once again, I am caught up in the vortex of fate. Jia unconsciously clenched her hands. If I meet him again, what will I do? He is in the palace, and just thinking about meeting again is already scaring me. Her eyes suddenly darkened. No, what I am really afraid of is that I will change when facing him. Jia asked herself, am I sober enough to endure Beyond's intense love for him, without losing myself? Marquis Eliant suddenly spoke, interrupting her wandering thoughts. Are you also like the others, hoping to become the empress? Jia looked at him with a little surprise. I did not expect you to speak first. In her first life, when she entered the palace, her father did not even say a word to her. She asked him back in a voice containing suspicion. Does my opinion matter? Marquis Eliant replied, if I intended to ignore your opinion, I would not have asked from the start. Jia still could not dispel the doubt in her heart. Why are you suddenly asking about my thoughts? You have never done that before. He only replied with a short sentence, because this is your matter. She felt very puzzled. What is it? Why is it suddenly like this? Back then, was not she regarded as having nothing to do with it? Jia thought to herself, even when I became the crown princess, and then the empress, I never asked myself that. Moreover, she decided to ask directly, what if I do not want to become the empress? Marquis Eliant looked down slightly. You do not want to become the empress. Jia mustered up the courage to ask again, if I said, I do not want to become that person, would that be possible? She sank into thought again. In the emperor's heart, he must have long decided that I will become the crown princess, unless there is a major flaw. Otherwise my ending will still be to step into that position. Jia said nothing. He will not choose me for love, but for the power behind me. He will choose me for that reason. She thought about her choice. Even if my heart is not directed towards that, the emperor is forced to choose me as the crown princess, because at this time, I am afraid there is no one more suitable for the crown prince than me. Jia spoke softly. If I say that I have no interest in the position of empress, can all of this end? Marquis Eliant shook his legs slightly. That is difficult. She frowned unhappily. I knew it. Jia replied bluntly, since you said it is difficult, then why did you ask? He did not reply to that reproach, but only quietly looked out the window. The servant announced, we have arrived. Jia looked outside with a very complicated mood. Could it be, we have arrived at the palace? The two of them got out of the carriage together. Marquis Eliant reached out his hand to help her get down. Indeed it is difficult. He lowered his voice, just enough for her to hear, but it is not beyond possibility. She was stunned when she heard those words. What does that mean? Jia slowly placed her small hand in Marquis Eliant's big palm. He said it is not beyond possibility. Is he going to follow my wishes? Or does he have other intentions? She slowly walked. Jia looked up at him. I can't guess what you are thinking. The clear voice of the guard standing at the door rang out. Your Majesty, Marquis Eliant has arrived. In response was the Emperor's powerful voice. Let him in. The large door slowly opened. Jia lowered her head to look at the floor. So I have returned to this place once again. The two of them entered together, the familiar palace, inside the familiar audience chamber. Jia pursed her lips. In just a moment, I will meet him again in this very place. Jia and Marquis Eliant bowed at the same time. Your daughter, the eldest daughter of the Eliant mansion, Vian Rosa Eliant. Your servant, Gabriel Kruder Eliant. Your servant pays respects to the son of the empire. The emperor exclaimed in admiration. Ha! He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, she is the prime minister's daughter, so alike that it is impossible to mistake. Jia was stunned, and secretly looked at him. At that time, did not the emperor also laugh heartily like this? No, at that time his majesty only laughed when I was so flustered that I could not say hello. The emperor seemed very excited. Marquis, why have not you shown me your beloved daughter until now? Marquis Eliant replied concisely. I am very honored. He reached out his big hand towards her. Come closer and let me see. Jia glanced at Marquis Eliant. He nodded in response. She gently approached the emperor, who stroked his beard smugly. All right, how old is the girl this year? Jia replied calmly. I will be 11 years old soon. The emperor was even happier after hearing this. How perfect, it could not be more suitable. She was silent, knowing that the emperor craved the conditions that she carried. Jia quietly looked at the emperor who was showing great enthusiasm in front of her. But why do I feel that his majesty values me even more than the last time? Clearly, I only greeted him. The voice of the servant rang out. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, she shuddered. The Emperor looked over. All right, let him in. Jia felt her heart filled with worry. He is here. The steady footsteps gradually came closer. Will I still love him to the point of destroying myself, as I once did, or this time, will everything no longer move my heart? Sirius entered with a bright smile, bowing. Your son pays respects to father. Jia turned around, her hand holding her skirt tightly. He looks much younger than the last image I remembered. Perhaps because he is only 14 years old now, that is not surprising. She silently remarked, whether it was then or now, that face is still breathtakingly beautiful. Jia gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, bowing, the eldest daughter of the Eliant mansion, beyond Rosa Eliant. She bowed slightly. Your daughter pays respects to the little son of the Empire. Sirius paused for a moment when he saw Jia. His Majesty called softly, Crown Prince, come here and let me see. He could not help but laugh with satisfaction. Haha, indeed. His Majesty looked at Sirius and Jia standing next to each other. Indeed, they are a well-matched couple. He turned to ask Marquis Eliant's opinion. Isn't that so, Prime Minister? He was silent. His Majesty seemed unable to wait for an answer, so he turned to ask the Chief Manager. What is the Chief Manager's opinion? He replied politely, reporting to your Majesty. I think they are both very beautiful, like birds with inseparable wings. Indeed they are a typical talented man and beautiful woman, depicting a rare harmony. She was stunned because she felt confused. Did His Majesty reveal his purpose so clearly before? I was too young at the time, and only watched the Crown Prince. So I do not remember clearly anymore. The Chief Manager reminded softly, reporting to your Majesty, I am very sorry, but it is time for the morning court. He was surprised. Oh my, has it already come to that? His Majesty laughed loudly and heartily. Because I was with the young lady, I did not realize the time had passed. Jia replied with the correct etiquette. I am very honored. She thought, clearly I had only just greeted you. His Majesty's eyes suddenly sharpened. It is a pity if I have to send the young lady away at this time. The Chief Manager immediately understood his meaning. Raisha flowers are blooming in the garden behind Visade Palace. Your Majesty, what do you think about taking the young lady for a walk in the garden in the backyard? Jia was completely speechless at this overly harmonious performance. What is with that nod? Looking closely, it is clear that the two of them had planned it in advance. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. That is good too. The young lady will also feel more comfortable if she waits for the Prime Minister to finish his work, instead of returning alone. She thought, going alone would be much more comfortable. Jia quietly looked at His Majesty who was happily laughing and talking with the Chief Manager. I do not even want to look at those gardens. The Emperor seemed to notice her eyes, but how could I go against the Emperor's wishes? His Majesty turned to look at Jia with a kind face. That can be considered an order. He turned to instruct, it is best to let the Crown Prince lead the way directly. Until the Prime Minister completes his official duties, you take care of the young lady in place of your father. Sirius smiled and nodded in obedience. Yes, father. He gently extended his hand towards Jia and called softly, Milady. Sirius showed a bright smile. She felt her hand tremble with anxiety. Ah. Jia slowly raised her hand to take his hand. The present and the past are no different. Complex thoughts arose in her heart. If there is a difference, in the past, that trembling was because of the excitement for him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and now, it is fear that I will change when I meet him again. The two of them slowly walked in the backyard, Sirius introducing, this place is the backyard of Visade Palace. This place was known as the Palace of the Crown Princess. Although it has been abandoned for a long time. Jia thought to herself, that is right, it was like this at that time too. She looked up, the sky was clear, brilliant with light, a day without even a breeze. Jia closed her eyes tightly, yet it was as if God was teasing me. Petals fell fluttering, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in this moment. She opened her eyes and looked around, white petals flying in the wind. Jia's eyes stopped on Sirius, blending with his silver hair. What a beautiful scene. His hand suddenly reached out and touched her hair lightly, and then Jia's cheek suddenly flushed red because of the sudden touch. That is right, in this moment, in this place. She recalled every image. It was here that I fell into a deep love that was beyond saving. He smiled and brought the small petal close to his mouth. Sirius Ison Lo Priestone, the Crown Prince of the Priestone Empire, and also the one who will become Emperor in the future. Jia pursed her lips. Even if I have to die how many more times, I probably will never be able to forget you. She was certain about that, because the person I once loved so deeply that I was willing to throw away my life, was you. Jia began to turn back the old pages of memories, thinking about it now. From the beginning he did not hate me. She tried to find every detail in the past, although it could not be called gentle. He was never indifferent like the Marquis. Because he was raised to be the Crown Prince since birth. He knew how to treat people. Jia looked at Sirius and realized, he treated me with moderate politeness, and I mistook that politeness for affection. She remembered what she was like back then. At that time, I had never really felt what love was, and could not distinguish between etiquette and sincere affection. I naively thought that the way he treated me was love. She bitterly realized the harsh truth. I only truly understood the difference when he had someone he loved. Jia thought of the moment between Sirius and Irene. The way he treated her was clearly different from the way he had ever treated anyone else. She gritted her teeth. If I had let go of him at the moment I saw what was called true love, then perhaps, things would have taken a different turn. The hatred of the past once again appeared in her mind, however, I refused to admit it. All the resentment, I poured on the girl he loved. Jia woke up from the recollection. Even without affection, he still maintained etiquette with me as a partner. She remembered Sirius's disgusted eyes, but from what time did his eyes begin to contain contempt? Jia clenched her hands. At that time, I tried to find the reason in her. I thought it was because of her that he changed. She looked at them. At that time, I refused to admit it, but now, I understand. Jia realized even before he met her, those eyes had looked at me with contempt. The nanny happily walked into the room with a bunch of flowers in her hands. "Milady, there are more flowers sent from the palace." She continued to ramble. "It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince really has feelings for you." Jia remained silent and said nothing. She raised her hand to hug her head. That is not it. She thought, the nanny thinks that just because there are flowers sent from the palace, it must be the Crown Prince who gave them to me. Jia looked at the bunch of flowers, but this gift cannot have such a simple meaning. She felt very uncomfortable. Those flowers are Reisha, the symbol of the Crown Princess. Even more so, it cannot be sent by the Crown Prince himself. Surely the Crown Prince also does not know that. Flowers are being sent to me from the palace. Jia could not help but shudder. This is the warning that the Emperor sent to the nobles through that flower, a warning that the eldest daughter of the Eliant Marquis has been chosen by him as his own. She frowned and thought, I carry the blood of both the Eliant Marquis family and the Pisian Count family, so in the eyes of the noble sons, I must be a sweet and beneficial marriage target. Moreover, women cannot inherit the family, so if I marry, my husband will definitely be the one to take over the Marquis family. Jia suddenly remembered Ivan. But surely the Count also has someone destined to become the successor to the title, right? It seems in the previous life. That person also appeared around this time. She regretted, I should have found out who that successor was. Back then, I was only immersed in the feelings for the Crown Prince. Jia felt a little relieved. Anyway, it is fortunate, the reunion with him this time was easier than I thought. She thought, although Beyond's heart is still beating, thanks to Li Jia's ego holding me back, I did not lose control like last time, and kept a clear head. Jia stood up and walked, but this is not good, sitting still like this, my mind will just go back to thinking about the Crown Prince. The nanny watched her figure. Milady. She passed her by. I am going for a walk and will be back. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wow. Before Jia's eyes was an unkempt garden with overgrown trees. She looked around and thought, really, it seems that Marquis Madame did not care about anything other than the Marquis himself. I thought it was a garden, but it turned out to be a wild garden. Jia gently raised her head to look through the thick foliage, even so. She breathed out, this kind of silence is not bad. Jia continued to walk, although it is a bit neglected, surely it is not to the point of having wild animals, right, consider it as coming here to recuperate. Rustling sound suddenly came from a nearby bush, causing her to pay attention. She immediately denied what she just said, although it is a bit neglected, surely it is not to the point of having wild animals, right. Jia stared intently at the bush, even so, it is not a bear, right, after all, I am inside the residence. She focused on watching that bush move more and more, at most it is a stray cat, or a ferret or a lost rabbit. Jia was afraid and sweated. She clenched her hands to gain more courage, step by step, come closer, I will check it out to be done with it. Jia carefully used her hand to push away each layer in the bush, I have to be careful not to get pricked by thorns. Suddenly from inside that bush, a small head suddenly appeared. She paused, is that a black cat? It is pitiful if it is injured. Should I help it? Jia gently placed her hand on the small creature. Ugh, I am weak to animals again. How annoying. She used all her strength to lift the curled up creature. Then both of them fell backward. Jia quickly got up and came closer to examine. It has been taken out. Now let us see what this creature looks like. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wait a minute. Jia stared at the boy. Is it Todorong? No, it is a child. She slowly approached and crouched down to observe more closely. Ran looked at Jia in confusion. She silently looked at the boy, her eyes suddenly darkening. Jia gently touched the boy's cheeks with both hands. She happily pinched Ran's cheeks. Wow, this. Jia seemed very interested. I do not know why, but I find it really interesting. A voice rang out. Did you find it? No, I did not see anything at all. Ran flinched. She looked at the boy trembling with fear and surprise. Where did that tiny creature disappear to? Jia glanced in the direction of the voice. It would not be good if that kid meets Milady. She decisively stood up. What is wrong? The two maids were startled. Milady. Jia asked coldly. Don't make me ask a second time. They stammered. That is. She continued. Now that Marquis Madame has passed away, I am the mistress of this house, which means this garden is mine from now on too. Jia placed her hand on her chest, daring to enter my garden without permission, and not even bothering to answer. I can take that as disrespect for me, right? The maid hesitated. No, milady, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Jia turned to look at Ran. The boy held his mouth tightly. The maid continued to plead. Please be generous and forgive me, milady. Jia thought. I do not need them to answer, I can guess. It seems they came all the way here because of this child. She gently used the hem of her skirt to shield the boy. Then she ordered, it is too noisy, leave. The two of them were surprised. Excuse me, yes. Jia said calmly, I said it is too noisy, leave. I will tell the nanny about this, so be prepared to be scolded. As if being pardoned, the two maids ran away and shouted repeatedly. Thank you, milady. She looked at the bush and said leisurely, all right, it is okay now. Jia observed Ran, saying slowly, what should I do with you? He looked up, his eyes filled with tears. Rant by Ron Eliant. Jia thought silently, the Marquis brought Rant back to the residence not long after Marquis Madame passed away. She tried to remember. At that time, I only found out about this after Rant had been living in the residence for a while. The nanny kept complaining that Marquis Madame was pitiful, and cried for several days. Jia calmly analyzed, I used to hate Rant. My pride thought that I was the only child of the Marquis and was seriously hurt. She remembered him in the previous life, thinking quietly. Moreover, in contrast to me, Rant was the type of child who looked exactly like the Marquis, to the point that anyone could tell he was his. Flesh and blood. Gia wearily thought. I and Marquis Madam were left in oblivion. How could we easily accept a child brought back from the outside, because of that, until before I entered the palace as the crown princess? I never stopped bullying Rant. She remembered the bad behaviors before. I told the maids to play tricks with the food, make a big fuss out of a small thing, and then use that as an excuse to beat him up. Gia secretly considered. No one stood up to stop me. On the contrary, to win favor they competed to suppress Rant without hesitation. Rant's sharp eyes flashed in her mind. She quietly thought. Rant silently endured all my malicious bullying, even when he was beaten by the servants with sticks. He did not utter a cry of pain. Looking at Rant's small appearance, Gia thought annoyedly, I see the Marquis' shadow again. No matter how much I crave love, he does not budge even a hair. She wearily lamented, the anger that I could not vent on the Marquis. Cowardly, I poured it all on Rant. Even the Marquis, the only one who could stop me, did not show any objection or intervention. Gia thought unhappily. Because of that, Rant must have endured a very bitter and tiring time. A sudden thought appeared in her head. Thinking about it now, that is really strange. Rant is the only successor of the Eliant family, although the Marquis never mentioned the matter of succession. Gia carefully considered, but other than Rant, there is no one else who can inherit the Eliant family. The Eliant Marquis family has always been a family with few children. She secretly wondered, although I heard that the Marquis has a younger brother, but that person passed away a long time ago, so should not he acknowledge Rant as his son and stop my bullying? Gia recalled in confusion, and yet, the Marquis only brought Rant to the villa, and only taught him the knowledge necessary for a noble. She looked at the pitiful Rant in front of her, quietly making a decision. Anyway, it is still before I start bullying Rant. Gia silently asked herself, I used to hate him, but what about now? Thinking of this, she was suddenly flustered. Could it be because he is similar to the Tarang I raised when I was Li Jia? I suddenly want to raise him. Gia threatened, hey kid, if it was me before, this would definitely not stop so easily. Didn't the maid say not to let anyone meet me? She unhappily thought, that indifferent attitude, indeed like father, like son. Father and son are really cut from the same cloth. Gia sighed and declared, I have to treat the wound first. She thought silently, my room is impossible, because the nanny is there. If I want to treat Rant without letting the maids or the nanny find out, there is probably only that place. Gia reached out her hand, saying calmly, let us go. Rant's eyes lit up. He looked at her happily. Immediately, Rant quickly took Gia's hand. She secretly calculated, let me see, Rant is about 4 years younger than me, right? The last time I saw him, he was quite tall. Gia tried to remember her previous life, taller than the Marquis, with a strong body. I am not sure, but he must have been very well loved. She looked at the crybaby beside her, lamenting silently. Who would have thought that a small Rant like this would grow up to be so tall? A maid asked worriedly, haven't you found him yet? Someone else called out annoyedly, what should we do? If the butler finds out, we are done for. Where did that troublesome kid run off to? Gia was secretly confused. Why do I have to avoid the maids as if I am evading debts? It is not even my turn to bully Rant yet. The maid hurriedly said, go find him, I will go look on the other side. We have to find him quickly. If Milady finds out, things will be even more complicated. The other person angrily cursed, that troublesome brat, do not expect to get away with it if I catch you, she thought in surprise, this is unexpected. Gia quietly pondered, it is clear that you can tell that Rant has the Marquis' bloodline, so why do the maids act as if he is a disaster? She glanced at Rant, secretly confused. If he is really a troublesome child, rude and undisciplined, then I would understand, but he does not look like it, and in fact, he is a well-behaved, gentle child. Gia thought annoyedly, it seems that something is happening in this house that I do not know about yet. She wearily thought silently, that is right, when the owners do not care much about what happens in the residence, all the big and small things in the house are borne by the butler and the nanny. An idea came to Gia's mind, especially the maids, they are all under the nanny's management. If you think about it, the people who are looking for Rant are all maids. She secretly made a decision, it seems that soon, I will have to personally find out what is being hidden here. Gia went to and gently knocked on the door. The butler immediately quickly went to open the door. He saw the two children, exclaiming in surprise, Milady. The butler hurriedly asked, Milady, what is the matter? Gia said calmly, I came, just bring some medicine here. He replied respectfully, please wait a moment. Marquis Eliant asked, what is the matter? Gia was secretly confused. I have felt strange since the last time. Why are you suddenly paying attention to me, and even actively asking? At this time, the butler hurriedly brought the medicine. He examined the wounds on Rant's hand and announced, this wound, it looks like it was scratched by something sharp. The butler asked in surprise, his cheek also seems a little swollen, could it be that someone hit him? Gia guiltily turned her face away and saw Marquis Eliant's eyes. She thought in a panic, good heavens. Gia reluctantly admitted, it was me. The butler asked in surprise, what? She explained unhappily, because the soft feeling was very interesting, I tried pulling it a little, and it turned out like this. Gian seriously commented, it seems that the child has very sensitive skin. The butler should pay more attention to taking care of him. He hurriedly replied, yes, milady. She said slowly, if the treatment is done, bring some cake to my room. The butler replied respectfully, yes, milady. Gia stopped in front of the door, she suddenly spoke, of course. Gia excitedly announced, the kid has to come too. Hearing that, Rant's eyes lit up, he looked at her blankly. Delicious and beautifully decorated cakes were brought up. His eyes were glued to the cakes, the craving was clear on his face. At this moment, she calmly said, here, try it. Rand quickly grabbed the cake in front of him. He picked it up with his hand and chewed greedily. Seeing this, whispers rang out, how vulgar. Rand's face turned pale, his whole body trembling. The maid scornfully discussed, indeed, his status can't be hidden, why would milady take notice of someone like that? Jia quietly thought, I can bully this kid. She glanced behind her, thinking unhappily, but if someone else touches him, I am not happy at all. Jia ordered coldly, get out. The maid exclaimed in panic, yes. She said annoyedly, you are good at talking back these days. If words are not enough to make you understand, then I will have to teach you with actions. They hurriedly retreated. Jia sighed wearily. Ran was startled and frightened. She looked at that appearance, silently guessing, just a sigh makes him tremble. Has he been abused? Jia wearily thought, how troublesome, I never intended to be deeply attached to anyone. She secretly pondered, but just keeping a child by my side probably won't change anything big. Jia asked seriously, do you want me to punish them? Her cold voice rang out, if you want, I can punish everyone for you. Jia gently stroked Ran, asking slowly, do you want me to punish them? He quickly shook his head. She asked in surprise, why, the maids laughed at you like that. Jia taught seriously, if you do something wrong, you must receive a corresponding punishment. In this place, anyone who dares to treat you badly has committed an unforgivable offense. Ran suddenly called out, ah. She asked in surprise, what are you saying? Tears streamed down his cheeks. Ran said fearfully, it hurts. He cried loudly and sadly, it will hurt a lot if I get punished. Looking at that pitiful appearance, Jia's eyes turned red. She rushed to hug Ran tightly. Jia patted him, then gently comforted, all right, if you do not like it, then I won't punish them anymore. She quietly made a decision, perhaps I should reorganize everything in this residence. Ran cried and wet her shoulder. Jia silently pondered, anyway, I should first take care of what is needed for my puppy. She gently advised, vent all the pent-up frustrations, my good puppy. Jian happily thought, the first thing in the world that is solely mine. Soft sunlight shone through the window. Marquis Eliant sat opposite her, asking in doubt, what is wrong? Jia looked at him, secretly making a decision, in this life, I must not let Rant become an ice block like that. She took a sip of tea and calmly announced, I need a tutor. The butler exclaimed in surprise, you have many tutors who teach everything, from manners and etiquette, to history, mathematics, theology, and many other subjects. Jia thought silently, except, the problem is that I do not listen to the lectures. She continued to request, I need the best tutor in each field. Marquis Eliant asked curiously, reason? Jia declared calmly, I want to teach a little. He asked in doubt, who are you talking about? She announced leisurely, Rant. Marquis Eliant asked in surprise, what are you thinking? Jia explained slowly, simply put, I need the best tutors to teach Rant. She put the teacup down, and said slowly, and please fire all the tutors who teach me. Jia thought silently, anyway, all they teach is knowledge that I already know. She showed a bright smile, happily declaring, I believe you will agree with this request. Jia stood up, saying calmly, well, I will go first. Marquis Eliant suddenly asked, why? Marquis Eliant seriously asked, why do you care about that child? Jia declared calmly, because he is mine. He asked in surprise, what? She explained calmly, I can't accept the fact that my puppy is being despised by others. The image of a strong Ran appeared in Jia's mind. She seriously announced, therefore, I intend to turn him into the most capable person. Jia calmly said, please cooperate with me. She quietly calculated, that is inevitable if I want to turn that child into the Marquis of the Eliant family. I must invest without hesitation. Jia proudly thought, although that child is still small and still a cute puppy, but in the future my puppy will surely become a powerful beast that no one dares to despise. She silently thought, and then, the Eliant family will become the wings to support that beast to fly further. Jia went to the door. She excitedly thought, just thinking about it makes me happy. I am really looking forward to the moment when my little puppy grows up day by day. When she opened the door, she saw a maid eavesdropping outside. Jia asked annoyedly, what is it? She hurriedly greeted, nothing, milady. Are you returning to your room? She passed by and calmly replied, that is right. Jia glanced at the maid, secretly thinking, it is strange. She quietly pondered, it seems they are paying too much attention to me. They were even eavesdropping right in front of the door just now. At night, Jia carefully considered, Rant's room was moved from the annex to the main house according to my direct order. She wearily lay on the bed, silently thinking, because of the nanny's obstruction, Rant's room was placed quite far from my room, but at least it is under the same roof. So I am enduring it for now. Jia could not calm down. She angrily thought, damn it, I am so annoyed that I can't sleep. Finally Jia sat up and got out of bed. It is almost dawn now. Rant is probably sleeping soundly, right, just take a peek at the puppy's sleeping face and come back. When she went outside, she saw the nanny's room door was open. Jia thought in surprise, nanny. Her bed was empty. She was secretly astonished. Why is not the nanny in her room? A bad premonition appeared in Jia's mind. She muttered, could it be? Immediately after, Jia hurriedly ran towards Rant's room. She thought worriedly, I have to quickly go check on Rant. A venomous voice rang out inside the door, someone like you dares to sleep. She carefully looked through the crack in the door. Inside, a group of maids were criticizing Ran. I do not know what kind of bastard popped up from somewhere, but at least you have to know who you have stepped on to get into here. The nanny said scornfully, if that is the case, then do not even dream of stepping into this house from the start. She scolded coldly, coming in will only make our milady suffer more. Jia rushed in. She angrily shouted, are you crazy? The nanny explained in panic, milady, this is not. Jia remarked annoyedly, it seems the nanny does not even realize what she is doing, right? She angrily declared, you have picked the wrong person this time. Immediately after, Jia called coldly, butler. The butler hurriedly appeared. He asked in panic, milady, what is the matter? She said seriously, I just witnessed Rant being abused. Jia declared coldly, those who are present here are the perpetrators. The nanny shouted angrily, "Milady." Ran fearfully hid behind her. She shouted madly, "You can't treat me like this. Why did the madam have to leave like this?" The nanny cursed venomously, "That damn bastard, tearing him apart is not enough to vent my anger." Ran fearfully closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jia shielded him, saying coldly, "Nanny, now is not the time for you to say such things." At this time, Marquis Eliant appeared behind them. She said calmly, "It is not just me who knows what you just did." Jia felt fortunate that she went to Rant's room at that time. Since that night, when I knew what had happened to Rant, the villa suddenly became chaotic. Through the testimony of the maids involved, I learned that the person behind everything was the nanny. After that, she went to the prison to visit the nanny, but she did not have the courage to watch her being punished. The image of the nanny when she was locked in the dungeon appeared, her face full of resentment. It is true that she did something unforgivable, but she was also the one who raised Beyond from a young age as a guardian. Finally, the nanny was driven out of the villa, so she personally asked the Marquis to turn a blind eye to her. Although a little worried, the Marquis accepted her request and let the nanny resign. However, she had some last words. Before leaving, the nanny only left one sentence. After saying that, the nanny walked away, without looking back once. Returning to the normal scene, a maid was carrying a tray of water into the flower garden. After that, she replaced all the maids with truly trustworthy people. Everything was temporarily closed there. Jia and Ran were sitting properly ready in it. From then on, there was no more news about the nanny. He opened his innocent eyes to stare at her. Jia asked calmly, "What is wrong, my puppy?" Ran expressed hesitantly, "Maybe, you are tired of me." Hearing that, she froze, "What?" After that Jia gently stroked Ran's head and comforted, "Don't think nonsense." Even so, he still seemed a little confused, but that is what they said. Ran explained further, "They said that since I came here, you have been very tired." The more Jia listened, the more she did not understand. "Have I ever said that? I have never been bothered by your appearance, so just ignore those nonsense words." She turned to stroke Ran's head again to soothe him, "I won't let you live with your head down in this house. You are my puppy." But Ran was a little concerned and said, "But..." Jia interrupted him and advised happily, "Forget the other words, you only need to remember one thing." She affirmed with a firm voice, "I am your destiny, you only need to remember that." Then Jia's story was gradually revealed more. Although my childhood was a bit different, the memories have never disappeared as if they had nothing to do with the present. She remembered the old sequence of events, just like in the previous life. I became engaged to the crown prince during his coming-of-age ceremony. Because I was too young. The faction of the first prince strongly opposed it, so we still could not hold the official wedding. That made Jia even more determined. From then on, I was sure of one thing: if things continue as before, then on my 16th birthday, I will officially become the crown princess. She slowly picked up the teacup with many thoughts in her head. Marquis Madam is gone, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. There are only 3 months left until the 5th anniversary of her death, and only that much time until my 16th birthday. Thinking of that, Jia's eyebrows could not help but wrinkle. At that time, the emperor immediately pushed for the wedding between me and the crown prince as soon as I turned adult. At this time, she began to make a decision. I need to have some countermeasures, otherwise, I will again. Suddenly a hand gently placed on Jia's shoulder, causing her to break away from her thoughts. Sirius called her name worriedly, "Beyond." He also grabbed Jia's shoulder and checked her. "What is wrong? Are you hurting somewhere?" In contrast to that dedication, Jia turned her face away. "It is not that. This person is originally the type of person who is kind to everyone, do not misunderstand." Seeing her expression like that, Sirius became even more anxious. He finally decided to turn to leave. "It seems I can't leave this alone. I will call the imperial physician." But as soon as he finished speaking, Jia reached out to pull him back. She began to dissuade Sirius. "I am fine. You do not need to call the imperial physician, your highness." However, his tone was still full of worry. "But your complexion does not look very good." Jia still clung to Sirius's sleeve and said, "I am fine. I was just a little dizzy just now." Although he was less anxious, he was still a bit suspicious. "Are you really okay?" Jia smiled to reassure. "Yes, I am so sorry for making you worry." After that, Sirius sat in the chair opposite her. Jia could not help but feel awkward about this situation. Really, although we have met a few times, this period of time still makes people feel heavy. She observed Sirius as leisurely drinking tea and remarked, "It seems the emperor believes that as long as we are together 2 or 3 times a week, our relationship will improve. The problem is not with me, but with his son." Jia's hand also slowly touched the mouth of the teacup. "Anyway, it seems different now. Originally, I am sure he must have found me extremely annoying." She saw the past version of herself reflected in it, but now, I see concern from him. If my matter is not annoying, can it help? But then Jia concluded, "What is the point? Anyway, I do not intend to marry this person." She began to speak, breaking the silence. "We have been engaged for more than 2.5 years. Right, Sirius was startled and replied, "Why are you suddenly talking about this?" A sense of confusion appeared in him. "Did I do something wrong?" Jia explained, "What is wrong? You have always treated me kindly and appropriately, true to your role as a fiancé." Even though she thought differently in her heart. Perhaps the main problem is that everything stops at that level. Her being so vague only made Sirius even more worried. "No, please just say it straight." "Have I done something wrong to you?" Jia calmly replied, "You are saying unreasonable things. You have never done anything wrong." But Sirius paused for a moment, then. He said slowly with disappointment but also a sense of threat, "Is it? Do you feel uncomfortable being around me?" The gaze that Sirius gave to Jia gradually became darker and more dangerous. Sirius said with a dissatisfied tone, "Try saying it, Beyond." Discomfort gradually appeared on his face. "Are you uncomfortable being around me or not?" On Jia's side, she could not help but feel a heavy pressure. Suddenly, Sirius stood up, overwhelming her. If it is true that you feel uncomfortable, then the matter between us does not need to continue, right? His voice became more and more bitter. Sirius mimicked Jia's previous voice. I am your fiancé, do you know that? In contrast to his anger, Jia said very calmly, an engagement can also be cancelled, your highness. But Sirius seemed extremely serious about what she had just said. Do you understand the meaning of what you just said? Jia replied, I understand very well. When she said these words, she had to worry a lot and squeeze her hands that were holding each other. Jia continued to reply, yes, your highness. Sirius then asked, why? She said bluntly with an expressionless face, because I do not love you. Sirius was stunned in that moment. Then suddenly he burst out laughing non-stop. The atmosphere between them became even more tense. Sirius then sat down and said sarcastically, I never expected you to be such an interesting person. You really have a talent for surprising others. The eyes he gave her now were full of murderous intent. Even so, Jia replied seriously, I am not joking. Sirius also began to tease her, that love, I do not know if you are really naive, or just pretending to be naive. He explained in detail, in the royal or noble circles, those who marry for love are extremely rare. Because marriage is not just a private matter between two people, but a combination of two families. Not only that, Sirius began to lecture continuously, marriage is originally a means to consolidate interests between both sides. You were also born as the young lady of a noble family, living in that privilege all your life, so should not you marry for the family? At that moment, Jia's thoughts were very different from him, but if the end of that road is only tragedy, then do people necessarily have to follow it? Life is short. I do not want to waste my time meaninglessly. She also gently placed her hand on her chest and shared, my dream is to meet the person I love and then live with that person until old age. Jia concluded when she knew everything. The happiness that Li Jian knew, but beyond at that time did not know anything. Jia still asked happily, the person beside you does not necessarily have to be me, right? And in her heart, she had made a decision for herself, even so, I still want to have that happiness. I definitely have to. She gently reached out her hand and persuaded Sirius, isn't it a marriage that is arranged based on conditions, if a young lady with better conditions appears? Would not it be better for your highness? He sat with his arms folded and listened for a while before deciding to speak, it seems you are misunderstanding something. He leaned closer, his face still as cold as ever, to me, no one has better conditions than you, Beyond. Jia still sat upright and solemnly replied to Sirius, are you willing to say for sure that there is really no one better than me? After that, the two of them fell into silence again. She still tried to maintain her point of view, I have to do everything possible to prevent this marriage with the crown prince. From the beginning, I did not care about the views or evaluations of others, and now, I no longer have any reason to try to be good to him. Jia finally gave up everything, yes, no need to worry anymore, just act ignoring everything. She smiled and said happily as if this matter was not serious at all. If you want, I can personally choose a young lady who meets all the conditions for you. However, Sirius was not very happy and waved his hand, alright, consider it as me giving in to you, let us just say that there really is someone more suitable for me than you. He asked, then what? Hearing that, Jia smiled in an unfriendly way, what is what? Of course you should choose the better person. Sirius was determined not to give up and said, we have already held the engagement ceremony. You are my official fiancé. Jia interrupted him, causing his face to darken, but... Before she could speak, Sirius reached out his hand to touch her face, wouldn't it be easier and simpler? He stood up, putting one hand next to Jia and the other on her cheek, and demanded, love me, Beyond. Their lips were now extremely close to each other. Before their lips could touch, Jia's hand appeared. Sirius just managed to stop it as it touched him. In contrast to his leisurely appearance, Jia was openly uncomfortable. Sirius's tone now contained all the threat, when prey runs away, the hunter's instinct is to chase. And I am a very good hunter, so it is best not to provoke that instinct in me. After that, he gently brought Jia's hand to his mouth and kissed her palm. Sirius also said possessively, my bii. A moment later, Jia could not help but hug her head wearily, isn't he really crazy? The car she was sitting in was still moving, that is right, it would be strange if he obediently agreed to cancel the engagement. Jia continued to reassure herself, anyway, he still has not met that girl yet, and to him at present, the conditions that I offer are still valid. However, when she remembered the scene of Sirius kissing her palm, Jia could not help but feel chilled, but that reaction was beyond what I expected. He was not angry, nor did he show discomfort. That made her associate him with a familiar, like a bird of prey watching its prey. A suffocating feeling surged in Jia, the feeling of being crushed by that aura to the point of being unable to do anything is really frustrating. At that time, I should have slapped that pretty, harsh face, at least I should have kicked him with my foot. What a stupid reflex. But then she tried to regain her spirits, actually, letting things go according to the original script is not a bad thing. I do not want to struggle to live half dead to change the future anymore. Then one day, when he meets her and loves her wholeheartedly, then I will give up the position to that girl and live my own life. This is not a bad choice. And then Jia thought of her happy future, meeting the person I love and living a peaceful life together is good, or meeting a soulmate and enjoying old age together, that is also good. Suddenly her eyes became serious and scary, but, it can't be like this. Jia was reviewing the situation she had just encountered, what, pray, do you think only hunters know how to hunt? Then suddenly the car door burst open, just wait, I will definitely let you know that hunters can also be taken down by their own prey. When Jia got out of the car, Mari was already standing and said, Milady, you are back, she replied, that is right. Jia also asked, where's Rant? Mari quickly replied, the young master is still at the martial arts arena. Should I tell him that you are back? Jia stopped her, no need, I am going. She took step after step in the solemn courtyard. When she arrived at the martial arts arena, Jia folded her arms and thought, when I heard that the kid had invited a retired knight to be his master, I was very worried. Seeing Rand training diligently, she also felt satisfied, but indeed, he is worthy of standing in the top 10 experts of the empire. His teaching is really outstanding. Jia carefully observed and commented, although I am not knowledgeable about swordsmanship, but looking at the scene, it seems that Rand, who is holding out against such an opponent, is also a person of considerable talent. Rand and the four-eyed trainer looked at each other seriously. But then that trainer smiled slightly. He slowly lowered his sword. And then the two of them stuck the point of their swords into the ground and bowed to each other. Finally Rand noticed Jia nearby. His face lit up happily. Rand called softly as she also looked at him gently, sister. Jia stepped closer and said solemnly, you have worked hard, Sir Tilt. He smiled and replied, it is my job, so I will take my leave first. Turning back to Rand, he happily chatted, sister, what is the matter that you came all the way to the martial arts arena? Jia did not say anything but suddenly pinched Rand's cheek. Her slightly reproachful tone sounded, didn't I tell you not to call me sister anymore? Rand sadly replied, but. The eyes Jia gave him were full of seriousness, but what? Are you a gigolo who specializes in cheating rich madams? I am just a little older. Don't you take my words seriously. However, Rand placed his hand on Jia's hand that was on his cheek, your words are destiny. After that, he gently rubbed his head against her hand, I must not forget. Then Rand turned to ask her with a worried tone, but you do not look in a good mood today. Did something happen in the palace? Jia replied with a not very happy tone when she remembered Sirius, yeah, I was bitten by a mad dog, and it is a big mad dog. Hearing this, Rand could not help but feel anxious, a mad dog, why are there dogs in the palace, are you injured? Jia just silently looked at him. But then suddenly she hugged Rand, making his face turn red. He said softly, there is a smell of sweat. Jia retorted and leaned against Rand's chest, but it is only the smell of warm sunshine, nothing uncomfortable. Being hugged like this, she could not help but feel somewhat relieved, just standing still like this is also comforting. If only everything could always be peaceful like this. Suddenly Marie appeared and called out loudly, Milady. Jia turned her head towards the voice, her tone was urgent, Milady, it is a big deal. The next words she heard shocked Jia, there are reports that Count Pisian is in critical condition. Pieces of memories in Jia immediately reappeared, Count Pisian left on that day, and returned exactly 2 months later. Is this coincidence or fate? That day of return was also the day marking 1 year since her death. She remembered the conversation with Count Pisian. He moved to live in a mansion closest to the Eliant family, and often went back and forth between the two Eliant and Pisian mansions to chat. With me. Jia could not help but feel nostalgic for his smile, as if wanting to make up for the time he had turned a blind eye. He spent most of his time on me. But then, could that be due to the after-effects of Marquis Madame's death? Then returning to the present, the people around him gradually began to prepare themselves mentally that it was time to say goodbye to him, and then, today could be that day. Jia and Marquis Eliant quickly moved. Then she saw Ely standing in front of a door, L. The little girl heard the familiar voice and turned her face towards the sound, Bii. When she got close enough, Jia knelt down as if to hug Ely. Why are you here alone? The little girl also reached out her arms to hug Jia. Bii. Elle wants to go into father's room. She comforted softly, you should not walk around alone anyway. After Jia hugged Ely, she worriedly thought, what should I do, if I enter the count's bedroom at this time, even though Elle's eyes can't see, I do not want her to see that appearance. Suddenly the door opened, a man appeared and said, ah. That person continued, it is my first time meeting you, milady. Jia looked up and realized, that man. He introduced, I am Evan Lei. Evan placed his hand on his chest as a way to greet Jia. At this time, a series of information about him appeared in Jia's head. Evan Lei Pisian is a name covered in a veil of mystery. No one knows who he is, where he comes from, what nationality, who his parents are, all is hazy. It is as if he came out of the nameless void of the world. She recounted that everyone in the count's family suspected him, even vehemently opposed letting him become the successor. But in the end, he was the one who was passed down the title, righteously becoming the successor to Count Pisian. The story continued that, since then, the Count Pisian's trading company entered a golden age. At tea parties and dances, the noble ladies competed to show off their newly purchased items from that trading company. And finally, it left the consequence, it is as if a fever spread throughout the noble circle, everyone wanted to have it at all costs. Dresses, high-heeled shoes, sparkling jewelry, most of them were luxury items designed to captivate women. Jia carefully observed Ivan and remarked, I heard that he specializes in trading items for women. I thought his age would have the appearance of a gentle merchant, but he turned out like this. She evaluated his physique and then his demeanor, tall, with a balanced figure, and his face is sharp and cold. It is hard to believe that he is a merchant. Even seeing the image of him with a sword made Jia even more suspicious. Doesn't he look like a knight? Suddenly Ely let go of Jia and called softly, Evan. Evan picked her up and said reproachfully in a playful way, Elle, you ran away from the nanny again. Seeing the relaxed appearance of the two of them made Jia a little surprised. A child as shy as Elle would run into the other person's arms without hesitation. Could it be that the two of them have met many times? Ely shared, Evan, I miss father. Evan replied in a gentle voice, yeah, Elle, father misses you a lot too. However, he tactfully refused, but now father is sick, so let us meet later, okay, Ely asked naively, when? Evan quickly replied, when Elle eats well, sleeps well, and becomes a beautiful girl. The little girl pouted, but Elle is beautiful now too. Evan then gently comforted, yeah, our Elle is always beautiful. The door was now ajar and Evan and Ely stood neatly on one side. Jia and Marquis Eliant were slightly stunned when they realized the door had opened. The two of them did not waste much time and went inside. They quietly went inside one by one. On the bed, Count Pisian was lying panting because of illness. His hand trembled and raised up, beyond. Jia gently stepped closer to the bed. The matter of seeing a person leave this world is nothing new. When I was Li Jia, I experienced countless times of birth and death like this. She could not avoid the feelings of disappointment and sadness in her heart. Why does this moment of separation make my heart ache, as if it is the first time? Jia took Count Pisian's trembling hand. He stammered, "Think, you. His breathing became more and more unstable. "Live happily, my granddaughter." Before he finished, Count Pisian added, "Marquis." Each following word, he said very slowly as if he had no strength left, "I rely on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Count Pisian's eyes closed. And then the hand that Jia was holding gradually released. Count Pisian's hand fell limply onto the mattress, lifeless. And Jia was shocked and stunned. "Grandfather." Anasha beside her called out in a panic, "Honey, wake up, honey." Gradually her tears fell. "Honey, please." It began to flow non-stop on Anasha's face. After that, she screamed with extreme pain. Jia stood on the side and could not help but have emotions surging in her heart. "The Count, no, grandfather, from when I began to realize myself, the first person to make me feel true love was you." She stood and thoughtfully remembered the memories with Count Pisian. The gentleness, the subtle love that he gave me, was strong enough to make the solid wall named beyond in my heart crack into pieces. The whole room became tense and unusually dark. I also guessed in advance that he would leave this world. It is just that he stayed by my side for 4 years longer than I thought. That time is more than enough to prepare for a death, so I am okay. Jia finally told herself, "Okay." But then Marquis Eliant behind her supported her when he saw that unstable appearance. "Are you really okay?" Jia then turned to look at him. At this time she could not hold back her tears anymore. Seeing that weak appearance, Marquis Eliant hugged Jia. Marquis Eliant tried to comfort her. "Then I will just stay here, until your tears stop falling." Hearing those words, Jia also felt a little relieved. The strange gestures of the Marquis make me confused. I intended to stop crying, and quickly leave that embrace. She also blamed herself lightly, but it seems that willpower can't win over the heart. That stream of tears, in the end, just kept running and did not want to stop, for quite a long time. A moment later, voices rang out in that room. "This is unreasonable, you must be out of your mind to think of something like that." A man shouted, "To hand over the entire trading company to someone who no one knows the origins of from where they crawled out of." Jia then sat on the side and assessed, not attending the funeral before, I thought everything was just a little messy. Looking at the scene of arguing in front of her made her feel weary. Who knew, everything would be so chaotic. They even pointed at Ivan and criticized, "How can something like this happen to us? Who is he that he gets to inherit the entire fortune?" Finally, Jia spoke, "Calm down." They were still stubborn. "Calm down, how can we calm down?" That man also looked down on him. The entire trading company, the soul of the Pisian family is about to fall into the hands of someone whose name no one knows. Jia was still calm. In short, there are a total of 4 people who inherit most of the Count's inheritance. First is the image of Anasha hugging Eli. The Countess and Miss L were left the entire mansion and territory of the Pisian family, along with cash and jewelry enough to live a prosperous life. To the end without having to worry about anything. Next is Jia's part. As for Beyond, like last time, he still left me a small territory, some gold and silver, and a few pieces of jewelry. She also revealed the most important title. He left to the person who will become El's husband in the future. At this point, everyone nodded. Everything is still as expected. But what shocked the noble circle? And finally is Ivan. Again, it was the fact that he entrusted the position of El's guardian along with the trading company, the soul of the entire family, to Evan. Jia gently put her hand to her chin and thought, I also have to be surprised, but in a very different sense from them. She also could not help but wonder, why is not Evan lay Pisian, but Eva lay? Returning to the room, 4 men were still arguing, someone who is not of the same bloodline as the Pisian family, and has passed down a prestigious trading company. Is not this too absurd? Another person added, and also the matter of Ariel's guardian, the guardian of Ariel, of course that should be the duty of the elders in this family. They began to turn to plead with Anasha, Countess, please also speak up. How can you let a complete stranger, not of the same bloodline, stand out as Ariel's guardian? But she replied confidently, I trust him. That made these people even more uproar. Does the madam mean that you trust a stranger more than the person who is living under the same roof? Suddenly a man said loudly, from the beginning, accepting a woman of unknown origin from beginning to end, who appeared from nowhere was a mistake. Other people also chimed in, who knows, maybe that Ariel is also carrying the blood of that guy. Then it is feared that the will also needs to be reviewed for clarity. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into many pieces. Jia finally spoke, perhaps my ears misheard. She stepped on the broken pieces. Jia was strangely calm, can you gentlemen here say it one more time? She could not help but wonder, my aunt, is not of the same bloodline as the Pisian family, what I just heard, is that correct? Jia smiled brightly, if so, is someone implying that my maternal grandmother had an affair? She deliberately asked again, you actually said those words in front of me, making the brown-haired man extremely confused. Jia was extremely angry but still could not show it outwardly, that sentence you just said, can be taken as an insult to me. He blatantly lied, that is not it. Brown hair was trembling with fear, I absolutely did not mean that, milady, please forgive this ignorant person. Jia knew his purpose, the person you should apologize to is probably not me, right? Brown hair thought in his head, does milady mean I should apologize to the countess? He stubbornly believed that that person was not noble at all, even if she is called madam, she is just a commoner who was lucky enough to marry a noble. Brown hair clearly understood her status, not to mention the Marquis's daughter. She is about to become the crown princess, with power and influence, I understand that. One person tried hard to defend him. He is just young and impetuous. Please be generous and forgive him, milady. Jia just glanced at him. You just said he was young and impetuous. He gave an unconvincing reason. That is right. Young people make mistakes sometimes. The group of sons chimed in to affirm. Yes, it is normal to make mistakes. If you do not make mistakes in life, what is the point of being human? She sighed wearily. How ridiculous. Who did you just say that in front of? Who are you implying is young and impetuous? Eslot did not admit his mistake but blamed Jia. Milady, we have been patient because you are young, but that is enough. He loudly looked down on Jia. This is not a place for a child who has not had their coming-of-age ceremony to interrupt. She still maintained a calm attitude. Jia asked clearly now. Excuse me, what is your honorable name? Eslot was very arrogant. I am Krisa Eslot. She folded her arms in front of her chest and smiled brightly. Is that Eslot? Jia directly retorted. I have never heard of that surname before. Eslot could not bear the insult. Milady, your words are a bit too much. She deliberately exposed his true face. How strange, a person who calls himself an elder of the family. I thought he would at least inherit the surname, but it turns out he does not even have that. Jia no longer restrained herself. Someone who is not allowed to carry the Pisian family name dares to open his mouth to discuss matters here. Eslot was furious because she hit his sore spot. Milady. She had the right to be proud. Yes, as you said, I am a young lady, a true young lady, unlike those who are not worthy to even attach their middle name. Jia believed that they were not worthy to hear. Having a middle name in the name is a sign only reserved for the main line of the family. But oh well, I think there is no need to present such basic things, right? She indirectly mocked Eslot. You here do not have the qualifications to pass on the noble title to your children. That is surely something you here understand better than anyone else. He was still acting like an elder. Milady, are not your words too harsh? Even though you are young and inexperienced, I really did not expect you to be so muddled that you can't distinguish right from wrong. Jia knew better than anyone else. Yes, I admit that my words are a bit heavy, so heavy that they are hard to swallow, right? She had long realized, but try asking who is really muddled and can't distinguish right from wrong. Jia stepped on the shards of glass. No surname. She relied on a few details to confirm. There is not even a middle name. Jia's arguments were always sharp. Then on what basis should I see you here as an elder of this family? Eslot was about to explain, milady. But she immediately stopped him. It is best if you shut up. Look at you. You were not even granted the noble family name. How pitiful. Jia could not blink even once. Her words made them fall silent. Isn't that right? Someone suddenly shouted, even you, milady, do not you also not inherit the name of the family? Brown hair could not hold back his annoyance. Jia did not need to explain to him. A person who does not even grasp the most basic knowledge of the noble circle dares to call himself a member of the count's family. She knew that Eslot tolerated others doing wrong. Now I have to ask who is responsible for this. Brown hair could not suppress his anger, not answering me, but talking nonsense. Eslot had to keep order. Enough. Eslot just wanted to confirm. Does your honor mean we should accept him? Nothing could escape Jia. If I only intended to stop at this level, I would not have opened my mouth from the start. Because people like them will sooner or later be a burden holding Elle back. She felt confused. On what basis do you decide that? Eslot did not know what to say. Milady. Jia read clearly her full name, beyond Rosa Eliant. She clearly knew its meaning, although in my name, Rosa, is not only a middle name, but also a separate family name. Jia explained in detail. Young ladies from noble families usually take the name of their husband after marriage, but there are exceptions. In cases where the family has no successor, or when the family head clearly intends, the right of inheritance can also be passed on to the daughter. She also grasped the law. According to the law of the empire, daughters cannot directly inherit the family, therefore, that right of inheritance will be transferred to the husband or the child of that daughter. Jia gave a typical example, but if that child is the only child, then trouble will arise, right, because one person cannot inherit two families at the same time. She proved power based on interpreting the name. In that case, the child will carry the father's surname, and the inheritance from the mother's side will be embedded in the middle name. Beyonce Rosa Eliant, in such cases, the name of the founder of the family will become a symbol of the right of succession. Jia wanted to hear Brown Hair's opinion. Now then, let us go back to the beginning. Can you guess what my middle name, Rosa, means? He was suddenly stunned. Rosat. But Jia did not care much. That is right. She proudly showed everyone. Rosat Riddle Pisian is the title of the founder of the Pisian family. All decision-making power belonged to Jia, and with that title engraved in my very name, I had the right to legitimately expel you from this family. Her threat was still quite gentle. By the way, let me say this, you should prepare beforehand. The crime of impersonating a noble is not a joke. Jia had just realized, after my grandfather's funeral ended, today is the day I returned. After a week of keeping silent to prepare for the audience with the crown prince. She looked around blankly, but this is not the way to Visade Palace. The servant waiting to lead the way for Jia, milady, I am ordered by His Highness to take you to Baharat Palace. She was quite surprised. Is it an order from His Highness the Crown Prince? What is the reason? The servant presented the truth. How dare I guess His Highness's holy will? I am only a person who receives orders and follows them. She could not help but worry. What is the Crown Prince plotting? That he would call me to the palace. Jia quickly arrived at the Crown Prince's palace. The Emperor welcomed her warmly. Oh, Bian, come here. She greeted politely, your daughter, Bian Rosa Eliant, pays respects to the son of the Empire. The Emperor sighed, enough of that rigid etiquette. What are you still standing there for? Quickly come sit next to me. Sirius gallantly pulled out a chair for Jia. Bii, come here. She doubted her life, calling me here, but not in the palace, but in this garden. What is the reason? He suddenly whispered in Jia's ear, you look very beautiful today, my bii. Her first reaction was to turn her head and look at Sirius. The emperor was very happy, haha, what a pleasing sight for me to see. The close attendant immediately understood the emperor's meaning. I am also happy, your majesty. He already knew everything. I heard you have been working hard lately. Jia bowed emotionally. I am truly honored to hear those words, your majesty. The emperor felt awkward, still keeping that rigid tone. Unexpectedly, Sirius stood up to defend her. Isn't that precisely bii's own charm? Please forgive her, father. He was very upset but could not do anything. Didn't I already know that? The emperor suddenly called her name. Bian. Oh no, bii. Jia replied politely, yes, your majesty, please ask. The emperor felt distant from her. I am truly somewhat disappointed in you. When will you be able to treat me like a true family member? Jia clenched her skirt. Like family, could you mean? He happily showed his face. That is right, won't we become a family soon? The emperor was always concerned about her. You are 16 years old this year, right? It seemed Jia had guessed the reason. Yes, that is right. So this is why you called me to this place. He began to calculate. Surely your coming of age day is not far away. Sirius had already grasped it in his palm. Only 3 months left, father. The emperor could not help but be stunned. 3 months, it is time to prepare. Jia panicked unconsciously, just like last time. Jia was not happy. If this continues, my coming of age ceremony will probably become my wedding with the crown prince. The emperor asked him, has everything been prepared properly? Sirius was extremely confident. Everything has been carried out from before, so everything is stable. Father, please rest assured. Jia was not at all surprised. As expected, the wedding was still arranged in secret. That is right. I only knew about my wedding when there was only 1 month left. She thought in her heart, the emperor probably does not know that I have already heard the news, but even if he did, it would not matter. Jia made a decision. From now on, I will pretend that I do not know anything. Jia spoke up. Your daughter is so rude, your majesty. She said with a tired voice, I will not prepare for the coming of age ceremony. He froze on the spot. What? The emperor wanted to know the reason Jia refused. What did you just say? Not holding a coming of age ceremony, a ceremony that only happens once in a lifetime for the people of the empire. Even commoners hold a coming of age ceremony, so why did you say you do not need to prepare? He tried hard to persuade, not to mention, nobles see the coming of age ceremony as an opportunity to make their official debut into society. If you do not hold a debut ceremony, how will you build a position in society? Jia deliberately used filial piety as a shield. My grandfather just passed away less than 10 days ago. I really can't prepare for a coming of age ceremony in such a mourning scene. The emperor had no intention of giving up, even knowing that it is a day that only happens once in a lifetime. Please reconsider it. Tears streamed down her face. But even if it is an important day in my life, how can I hold a joyful party when the only grandfather in this world has just left me? He was a little worried, but, daughter, the matter of the coming of age ceremony can be put aside for now. So what do you intend to do about the social debut? Jia said softly and sadly, I am still too young. I have never organized an evening banquet on my own, your majesty. The emperor tried to regain his confidence. I know that. Even though you are still shouldering the role of the mistress of the Eliant family, an official debut in high society is still something. That has not been carried out. He held hope. Anyway, you must have a proper social debut. Jia had a request. It is probably difficult for me to organize a party right now. Before she could finish, the emperor had already planned. Your majesty, it is okay. As long as you agree, I will immediately organize a debut banquet for you with the entire high society. She shook her head repeatedly. I am very grateful, but at this moment, I am afraid I can't do that. His expression became tense. The emperor suddenly shouted, why? Jia did not know what to say. He was still determined to organize it. In any case, a debut into high society is something that can't be missed. She extinguished the emperor's intention, reporting to your majesty, I am truly honored, but my heart is still in turmoil. It is hard to calm down. I want to wait until my mind is more stable before thinking about debuting into high society. He was very anxious. When will that be? Jia replied calmly, well, maybe next year, at the palace. The emperor was provoked to the point of being furious. Next year. Isn't that too late? It is only the beginning of spring now. She had her own reasons. Your majesty, according to the rules, as long as the wedding ceremony is completed within 2 years, debuting into high society is still considered valid. So next year is not too late. Sirius sat there for a long time and only smirked. Sirius could not help but laugh softly. He agreed with her point of view. Please forgive her, father, but are not bii's words also very reasonable? The emperor was put out. Whose side are you on? Sirius gently placed his hand on Jia's shoulder. I am, of course. He immediately affirmed, on the side of my fiancé. Sirius also stood up to defend. Isn't bii's filial piety towards her grandfather very commendable? Father, please also consider bii's feelings. The emperor had to be helpless, in the end. The close attendant gently reminded, Your Majesty, it is time to go to court with the civil and military officials. The emperor did not object. This time, I have to yield. If that is what you have decided, then so be it. He suddenly paused, but the emperor hoped that she would agree. There is still time, think about it a little more. Sirius followed behind Jia. She did not know what to say to him. Jia was a little angry. Where are you planning to follow me to? Sirius still smiled gently and said, sending my fiancé out of the palace is not that the minimum a fiancé should do. It seemed that she was really unhappy, a concern that I have never had before, Your Majesty. He quickly shortened the distance with Jia. There was nothing that Sirius did not know. I really did not expect that you would use the deceased as a shield for yourself, Bii. She did not endure being bullied by others. Compared to someone who uses his majesty as a tool, you are no better. Jia always thought carefully, using the emperor to put pressure on me was indeed not a bad move. In the previous life, probably to avoid troublesome conflicts. I obediently listened to your words. Sirius had to admit a fact. Actually this time, I was completely taken down by you. She could not help but be surprised. I have never seen the crown prince laugh so heartily. Jia became even more self-conscious. Smiling like that, for some reason makes me feel like I am the one who lost out. She lifted her skirt and wanted to leave immediately. I should not linger with people like that. But she was pulled back by Sirius's hand. The two stood next to each other at a close distance. He especially reminded, I clearly warned you, do not be foolish and anger me, my bii. Jia did not want to joke with Sirius. I have never allowed you to call me by my intimate name. For the first time he encountered a case where his fiancée refused to be addressed so intimately, and Jia was about to lose her temper. Honestly, I just want to immediately give you a good beating. She paid attention to the actions of the two maids, but unfortunately, there are too many eyes watching. I can't just randomly act. And those people, why have they only been cleaning one place since? Just now. Jia was secretly happy in her heart, but standing far away, they probably can't hear what we are saying, right? She gave advice, as a fiancé, you should be even more polite. The hem of Jia's skirt covered Sirius's shoes. She suddenly smiled brightly. Often, Prey knows how to turn around and bite back the hunter. Jia actually stepped on his foot. In her head she thought one thing, but her facial expression showed another. What a pity, if I was wearing high heels, I would have been able to step on him and break his leg. Sirius blurted out a shocking sentence. Indeed, you are a difficult person. But he was always gentle. I am very worried about you, bii. Sirius gently kissed Jia's forehead. The sunlight shone into her room. Mari was happily waiting outside the door. Milady, you have arrived. Are you going straight back to the villa today? Jia had not had enough fun yet. No, I will stop by Vivaldi Street. She could tell at a glance. You look tired. Are you okay? But Jia hid it. I am fine. Jia questioned herself. What does that crown prince really want from me? The moment Sirius gave her a sweet kiss. Jia was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red. Could it be that you really intend to let my heart fall into the trap of love with you, or have I touched something I should not have touched? The more she thought, the more confused she felt. Clearly I thought I had given him a painful blow, but his reactions were not like someone who had just taken a blow. No, it was the opposite. Jia also realized the strangeness. His appearance was very happy and pleased. She could not help but wonder, where did I go wrong? Someone suddenly shouted, Milady. Jia did not want to waste any more time. It is okay, just take me to Vivaldi Street. Mari hurriedly explained, yes, that is not it. She informed Jia, Milady, we have arrived at Vivaldi Street. As Jia stepped out of the palanquin, she blamed inwardly, really, as soon as it comes to the crown prince, nothing goes smoothly. Mari supported her hand. Asking gently, Milady, where do you want to go? Jia was still pondering. She asked absent-mindedly, isn't Rant's birthday coming up soon? After a while of struggling, Jia gave up. Yes, there is no need to disadvantage myself just by thinking about the crown prince all the time. She began to care about the matter at hand. Now I have to think about what Rant likes. Suddenly, a dark red streak splattered on Jia's skirt. The culprit who stained her skirt was sitting in front of her. Eli's face was red. The boy could only stammer a few words. Mari stood next to her, putting her hands on her hips and asking the boy, Kid, do not you know who this is? Jia immediately stopped her. Mari stopped halfway, seeing Jia shake her head. This, yes. Seeing the people gossiping around, she breathed a sigh of relief. I almost turned into the cheap villainess only seen in comics, a noble who is arrogant and overbearing. How funny. Looking down at the stain, Jia guessed, and the stain on this skirt it does not look like blood, is it dye? At the same time, from a distance Ivan was hurriedly running over. Ivan called out loudly, Lie. Jia glanced over when she heard his voice. As soon as he arrived, Ivan sighed in relief. Then he regained his composure and greeted Jia, Milady Eliant. Eli called out chokily, gang leader, Lai, what is wrong? The other kids also came to ask him, are you okay? We brought the gang leader here. Ivan also quickly bowed his head to beg for forgiveness. Please forgive us, Milady Eliant. Ivan bowed his head and listened to her ask from above. It has been a week, Evan lay. But Jia did not say anything after that and decided, there are many eyes watching. It is best if you change your clothes first. Eli was filled with questions. Do you know the gang leader? Jia sighed and lowered her head. I know, being involved in the gossip of high society is not beneficial. At a luxurious building, a voice came out. Please come this way, milady. Looking at the signboard, Jia guessed, isn't this a building owned by the Pisian family? Although I do not know much about their assets, I know this jewelry store well. Because when I was empress, I often visited this place. Jia walked with many doubts. Now that I remember, it seems that I have passed the entrance. Where are they planning to take me? The door of the building gradually closed. Jia continued. She carefully observed as she walked up the stairs. Although I have visited this store many times, I never knew that there was a door leading to the third floor in the back. Stepping into a door, Ivan said from outside, Milady Eliant, please wait here for a moment. Before Jia was a magnificent place. She looked inside and began to put together the data. There is something really strange. Looking at this jewelry store, it seems that Evan is planning to expand the trading company into luxury goods. For women. Jia could not stop worrying, and yet why do I keep feeling uneasy, as if something is not right as present? As far as she knew, normally, the stores run by the Pisian family all carry the name of their family, but the luxury stores managed by Evan do not use that name. They carry a completely new name, Luyasha. Luyasha is originally a brand specializing in serving young ladies of power, and it is only special to them. Luyasha products always emphasize being special. After putting the events together, Gia found it commendable. Thinking about it now, it was really a frivolous thing. But I can't deny that Evan's business tactics back then made people admire him. He must have understood women's psychology in a trustworthy way to be able to think of that. She observed, evaluating the surrounding room. No wonder the decorations in the guest room have such an atmosphere. It is not like the usual aesthetics of men. But it seems that a woman's hand has touched every corner in a caring way. Gia thought of another aspect. Could it be that, hidden behind that knight-like appearance, is such a delicate soul? While she was guessing, Marie entered and called her, "Milady." Gorgeous outfits were brought by Marie. On the second floor of this place, there are many clothes stored. I was a little late because I took the trouble to choose the ones that might suit you. Gia had an disapproving look, too extravagant. Hearing these words, Marie's face turned green. She quickly asked again, "Do you need me to choose something else?" Looking closely for a moment, Gia suspected, "Are these clothes really on the second floor?" Marie quickly replied, quoting Ivan, "Yes, that gang leader said that you can take as much as you want, as long as it is necessary." Gia had seemingly guessed, not only jewelry stores, but also clothes have been prepared. As expected, it seems Luyasha is ready to reappear. After a while, she chose this one. Marie replied, "Yes, milady." Gia finally finished changing her clothes. As soon as she came out, Marie praised non-stop, "Indeed, this dress suits you perfectly, milady." She was so moved that tears came to her eyes. "Other dresses would also suit you very well, milady. It is a pity that I can't put them all on you." But Gia asked, "Are there only dresses?" Marie answered honestly, "Yes, the room I went into was all dresses." "Do you need anything else, milady?" Gia was a little silent at this time. "No need." She continued to be concerned. There is nothing noteworthy about Evan preparing for Luyasha in the first place. Gia adjusted her hair. Her head was in complete chaos. On the contrary, this is an opportunity for the PC and trading company to become even stronger. There is nothing disadvantageous to me. And yet, what is this feeling of unease? Gia was very uncomfortable with this feeling. It is as if there is something that I have missed, but I can't grasp it. Let me think back. At that time, I spent a huge amount of money just to satisfy my own frivolousness. Of course it could not touch the national treasury. Gia recalled, "I transferred money from the inner treasury into the palace every year along with my private property to live extravagantly. Although I received a lot of property from Marquis Madame and my grandfather, that much wealth was not enough to support my wasteful lifestyle at that time." Her eyes carried a hint of contemplation. "Even so, until before I was confined, I never noticed the shortage. I thought." Gia naively thought, "My assets are a stream that never runs dry." A big question was asked at this time. Where did that much money come from? Outside the door, Ivan and Eli were standing outside. Ivan spoke, "Please forgive us once again, Milady Eliant." Eli apologized shyly, "I sincerely apologize to you." Gia just sat down and assessed. The matter of ruining the clothes did not really make me angry, although it is a bit troublesome and annoying, but it is not to the point of being unforgivable. Her sharp eyes glanced at the two people outside the door, but that is not something that can be passed over with just a smile. Gia looked at the trembling Eli. A careless action of the child today could completely damage the reputation of the PC and trading company in the future. Although it may be a guess, but I am sure I have seen it. She glanced up again, Evan's face when he ran towards the child. Gia looked at Ivan, full of worry for the boy. She predicted, so could it be that the person responsible for managing this trading company values that child to that extent? She thought of the back of a girl, and also has the same hair type as that woman. It is really uncomfortable. Gia looked deeply at the boy. Are the child's eyes also the same color? She slowly asked a question. "Is your name Lai?" Eli was still hesitant. "Yes." Gia charged him. "Do you understand what you just did?" Eli bowed his head again. "Sorry." Gia shifted her gaze to Ivan. Her words seemed to want to punish Eli. "What should I do with you?" Gia's red lips twitched up proudly. She asked absently, "Should I end that kid's life?" Hearing this, Ivan called out loudly, "Milady." Eli had already knelt down on the ground in fear, his eyes filled with tears. Gia slowly stood up. "Even if I kill you right here, no one would be able to stop me." She walked to Ivan's side and jeered, "Even the man you trust is not strong enough to stop me." Facing Eli, she warned, "That is the mistake you have made." Gia seemed to have discovered the child's eyes. An amber eye, that pupil was as clear as a cat's. Ivan put out his hand at this time and called, "Milady." He pulled Gia's hand, causing her to stand up. Ivan looked worriedly at the girl before him. Gia then began to question, "It seems that I still have a lot to hear from you." At this time, Eli reached out and grabbed the hem of Gia's skirt. The boy tearfully said, "I am sorry, it is all my fault, the gang leader is not at fault in this." Gia rubbed the boy's head. She asked probing, "You already know my true identity, right?" Eli was actually from Inayari, a tribal kingdom located in the west of the empire. In that place, the people who lived in the desert had a closed-off life to the point that almost no one knew anything about them. In reality, Inayari is not a kingdom, but a completely different race. Their bodies carry different physiological characteristics from humans and their habits are savage. That is the clearest proof. The Inyari people are prominent with, in all of those characteristics, the most prominent is that their pupils have the appearance of cats. She recognized this point of Eli. Normally those eyes are not much different from ordinary people, but as long as they are agitated or their emotions change too much, the pupils will contract, thin and long like the eyes of a cat. The child's eyes, indeed carry clear characteristics of the Inayari bloodline. And she vaguely guessed that, however, that kid is definitely not pure-blooded Inayari. His skin color is very different from the characteristic skin color of people living in the desert. Gia pondered, the problem is that the Empire hates the mixed race Inayari even more than the pure-blooded ones. Then she spoke, "Do you know? Jia began to accuse Eli. With just one mistake, you not only put yourself, but also that man and the entire trading company in a dangerous situation. Jia began to lecture, if you do not want the people next to you to also be caught in danger, then always keep yourself in a state of alertness. If you reveal an opening even once, not only you, but everything around you will be caught in danger. Eli's tears gushed out like a stream. Seeing the boy frustrated before her, Jia asked, do you feel wronged? Just because a set of clothes was stained, you blame me for being so harsh with you. Jia stood up straight. She said that, if you feel wronged, if your heart is filled with resentment, then become strong. She began to remind Eli, strong to the point that no one dares to look down on you again. Strong to the point that, even if they know who you are, they would not dare to raise a finger to point at you. Jia also provoked, and if you can't do that, then live silently your whole life, bowing your head, holding your breath and existing like a scurrying mouse living in fear. And then Jia ordered, Mari, take the child out. Mari then obeyed, yes, milady. Jia returned to the sofa and sat down with her arms folded. She began first, tell me that story. Her eyes were sharp, the words spoken were cold, the rude actions you have done to me will be asked for an explanation later. Ivan also slowly sat down across from her. He spoke, first of all, I sincerely apologize for this rudeness, milady Eliant. To be honest, I do not know where to start or how to say it properly. Hearing these words, Jia began to mock. These words are probably not the words of a trading company owner. If you are a merchant, should not you have the ability to use words to captivate the other party? Ivan seemed confused when he answered, yes, I can say that I am almost a knight rather than a merchant. The count also said that, and saw that thoroughly. Jia observed him carefully, silently drawing some thoughts. My grandfather really knew this person's personality well, and yet he still let him sit in the chairman's seat of the trading company. She frowned, her head could not help but have some questions appear in her head. What did my grandfather see that he entrusted an entire trading company to him? Was it his business ability? Ivan suddenly spoke, you really look like the count. From the first time I met you, I felt that. Hearing that, Jia showed a confused expression. The first time, are you talking about the day my grandfather passed away? She paid attention to Ivan's strange eyes. On the contrary, what do those eyes mean? Currently, can it be said that our meeting is a situation that is not very favorable? The two people sat facing each other with the dazzling sunlight filtering through the window. Jia was immersed in her own thoughts. I do not like his actions of blindly protecting the child. And he also can't see me as anything good when I bluntly release harsh words to the child. However, in the end, why? She kept thinking about Ivan's eyes. He looked at me with such a deep trust. Finally she spoke. Those words were really unexpected. Ivan smiled slightly. It is understandable that you might feel that way. Outside the window the sky was blue. His voice echoed, as for the way you treated Lai, could it be that you did that intentionally? Jia replied, I am not sure what you are implying. The image of Eli holding Ivan's hand appeared as he said, as you also know, Lai is a child of mixed and Ayari blood. Just a small mistake from him could put the entire trading company in a dangerous situation. He gave a question with a serious face. You must want to give a warning about that, right, to both the child. Jia rested her chin on her hand and listened silently to Ivan, and me. She asked, so that is why you clearly understood that and let the child be so rude. You let the kid be free without any measures. He slightly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Regarding this, I have no words to defend this mistake. It is all due to my own negligence. Then Ivan slowly opened his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, my feelings were not wrong. His eyes stopped on Jia. You really are very similar to the count. Ivan recalled calmly, carrying a deep respect. The count used to scold us so strictly. He thought of the past when he was young. He was a homeless child sitting slumped on the cold road and the count was approaching. I was an orphan. To live day by day. I used to struggle like a worm, until I was saved by the count himself. Count Pisian was smiling lightly, his eyes gently looking at Ivan at that time. Pisian, my granddaughter's grandfather. He held his hand out to take his hand. If it were not for his grace, I am afraid I would not be able to live until today. Not only me, but also many other children. Ivan continued to confide. He reached out to save them from hell, including the child that I just mentioned. Jia asked calmly, did he know about the child's identity? Yes, the count knew everything. But one of her hands was clutching the other arm. Why? Ivan replied, he said it was to atone for his sins. Hearing that, she paused and her eyes widened slightly. Atone for whose sins? Jia looked deeply into his eyes. Could it be? The image of Count Pisian gently hugging her was like an allegory as she gradually realized the truth. He, who had lived a life of atonement by rescuing children who were left to be abandoned in the darkness, from then on dedicated his entire life to me and Marquis Madam. Jia was silent for a moment and then asked, so how many children are there like that? Ivan quickly replied, many. She continued to ask, surely all of the children are working in jobs related to the trading company. He answered honestly, almost all of them are. Jia observed Ivan again. The reason my grandfather entrusted the trading company to Evan was that he needed someone to share and protect those secrets. After a while of observing, she silently commented, Evan, although he is stable and seems loyal, in any case, he does not seem like the person who created Luyasha. While Jia was asking herself, could the person who created Luyasha be someone else? Suddenly someone knocked on the door, causing it to sound. Ivan quickly stood up and walked towards the door. He reached out and grabbed the doorknob and opened it. Revealing the person behind the door was Anna Shah, she softly called Jia's name, Bian. Meanwhile, she was curious, why is Anna Shah here? Jia seemed not very happy when she said, I did not expect to meet you at this place, Anna Shah. Anna Shah ignored her words and began to stride. She sat opposite Jia with Ivan standing next to her. She seemed to realize something and smiled slightly, so that is how it is. The image of Count Piecian hugging Anasha, the two of them smiling very brightly, looked very happy. Louis, the intimate name that the girl used to call my grandfather. And Asha was how my grandfather affectionately called Anasha in the past. Returning to the present, Jia shifted her gaze to observe Anasha. Louis Asha was the brand created by Anasha. She laughed softly. How ridiculous, I only realized this now. Then Jia quickly retracted her smile, her eyes indifferent, one eyebrow raised slightly. How should I understand the meaning of this? Anasha said gently, I hope you do not misunderstand me, Bian. With an unhappy face, Jia asked back, what am I misunderstanding? Anasha lowered her face, she seemed to be about to cry. She took out a box. This is an object that he left behind. Anasha smiled slightly, her eyes contained sadness. I just think that compared to me, the person who should hold this object is probably you, Bian. However, Jia was full of suspicion. Could that appearance just be an act, just to deceive my grandfather and seize the trading company? She reached out and took the box from Anasha. Even if she really did deceive me and my grandfather, it would not matter. He has passed away, in her gentle care. And I have not suffered any losses. Jia immediately opened the box. Inside were a few small pieces of jewelry. While she was staring at the things in the box, Anasha spoke. Those are the things that your mother, Miss Sharona, used in her childhood. I once heard that. Jia said bluntly, to me, those are just unnecessary items. Anasha's expression was slightly sad. You still do not admit that Sharona is your mother. She closed the box, saying unhappily, don't meddle in things that do not concern you. Hearing that, Anasha bit her lip. Finally she could not bear it anymore and revealed, I hate you, Bian. Jia folded her arms leisurely and looked at Anasha with a cold expression. Is that so? She flinched slightly, her voice also trembled. That is it, that. Jia leaned back, wearily thinking, what is the point of this? I want to quickly go home and lie down on the bed. Suddenly a hand slammed hard on the table. It was Anasha. She stood up and asked loudly, almost losing control. Just by pretending to want it, you can grasp everything in this world. Why do you have such a calm appearance? As if you have given up everything. Jia looked at her unhappily. Why are you treating me like this? It should be me who has to shout that sentence right here. She asked, so what do you want to say, Anasha? Anasha was flustered. You. Jia lost patience. Can you say it more clearly? I am a little tired. The sunlight outside gently shone in as if trying to suit the situation inside. She was silent for a moment and then asked, aren't you going to ask why I am here? She immediately asked back, am I supposed to be the one to ask first? Anasha finally could not hold back her tears. It is precisely because of that I can't like you. You are like a person who has given up all worries, indifferent to the world around you. A piece of memory appeared. Behind Jia were other madams who were talking and scrutinizing. Her voice continued to ring. Do you really not care how high society perceives you? Jia answered completely calmly. Why should I care about those gazes that are not very friendly? There is not even enough time for the things I want, and I have to live restricted by the gazes of the world, measured by the standards of others, and then the person who is tired is no one but myself. When living under the identity of Li Jia, she had tried to live a quiet, simple life that did not attract attention, so there was no need to repeat that for her. Anasha suddenly mentioned a person. Do you know how worried that person was about you? Jia fell into silence. I have lived a life of such abandonment that I made others worry. Even if I keep thinking, I can't guess anything. She began to think about the past and gave a self-assessment. Honestly, although I have lived a life according to my own wishes all this time, if you look at it objectively, it is not too arrogant. Every day I just wander around the residence, and stay by Rant's side. She closed her eyes full of disappointment. Her appearance looked as if she could not understand anything. Anasha continued to reveal her next question. The reason why you admitted Elle's right of inheritance, Jia admitted, a really sudden question. The image of Eli appeared in the middle of the story. Beyond, surely you also know Elle, that child carries a disability. According to the usual, she originally could not have the right of inheritance. Jia unexpectedly appeared behind the girl. One hand she put on the girl's shoulder and the other hand covered one of the girl's eyes. She continued, if the person who carried the name of the ancestor opposed it, that would have been unable to succeed in the first place. Returning to reality, Jia closed her eyes and sank into her thoughts. If that is the case, then in the previous life I had opposed the matter of handing over the count's inheritance to Evan. Then finally she denied. I do not see any reason to deprive Elle of the title. Anasha was still determined not to let go. Your half-sibling has also been granted the middle name. Has not she? She asked in confusion. Then, what do the affairs of Rand and Elle have to do with the story we are discussing here? Beyond, she looked straight towards her. Do you have no ambition? Jia reached out and waved lightly. She calmly affirmed, of course I have. If I am not a saint, who is there living in this world without greed? Anasha's hand clenched slightly. So why do not you bother to grasp the title? You are in a position to possess not only the count's title, but also the marquis's title. Perhaps you have forgotten that I am the fiancé of the crown prince. She gave a question that made Jia frown, showing clear discomfort. Do you mean that position is a place that I am even willing to postpone my coming-of-age ceremony just to avoid? Her eyes narrowed. The fact that I will not hold a coming-of-age ceremony, other than His Majesty and the crown prince, no one else knows. And even those two were only notified after I entered the palace today. So how did you know that? Anasha looked deeply towards her, answering calmly, you do not need to be so tense, because the key point is not in that. The scene behind changed to Jia sitting on someone's hand. In the distance there was a cage, full of allegory. She sensitively realized something. Maybe to you it is a trivial matter. But to me, it is a serious problem. What you just said is no different from admitting that there are always spies of yours by my side. Anasha hurriedly explained, Beyond, I have never had someone follow you. It is just that in this palace, there are too many eyes and ears, and I just happen to have a relationship with one of them. She vowed righteously, I swear before El's name. Jia crossed her arms, slightly raising her chin, placing spies in the palace. You must be capable. She admitted, to operate a large trading company to this extent, that is inevitable. Anasha clearly showed her curiosity. Beyond, let me ask you one thing. Why do you want to give up everything? Jia crossed her legs. Do you mean the title? She explained clearly, not only the title, you are originally heartless, not only with human beings, but also with everything around you. Anasha said what she observed from Jia, that title, is just a very small part of that indifference. She did not give up, so for the two words family, what is meaningful to you or not? Jia was silent for a long time, immersed in her thoughts. Family, honestly, I have never attached a special meaning to it. Anasha unexpectedly burst into tears. When I look at you, I always have the feeling that you can leave everything and leave at any time. Jia was stunned unexpectedly before her as she revealed, do you know how crazy that will make the people around you? Anasha trembled and sobbed, I hate the way you are indifferent, even though that person has given you all their concern and love. A tear fell on her clenched hand. I resent you because you never intended to understand the things that person did for you, even if that is the case. Anasha looked up with her eyes sparkling with tears. She revealed something that made Jia even more surprised as she listened. Then I still keep loving you, because you are quite similar to that person. The whole room was silent, only the lament of Anasha. I just wanted to hate you. But in my heart, I am filled with gratitude because you gave out to me. Jia softly called her name in her mind, Anasha. Her mind flashed to an image of Count Pisian hugging her, not because she wanted to seize the Pisian family's fortune that she came close to him, she just wanted to be by his side. Until the last moments. Anasha in Jia's mind was smiling lightly with a contented and gentle look, because she truly loved my grandfather, with all her heart. Suddenly she strongly cut off her thoughts and shifted to a new problem. Wait, then. Jia's eyes were fixed on Anasha and Evan. What is the relationship between these two? Evan suddenly spoke. Anasha is also one of the people the Count once rescued. He began to stride, walking, and explaining. He, to us, is a benefactor, and also the light that I saw in the pit of despair. Eastvan walked close to Jia and stopped. He gave some praises to Count Pisian, to those who lived in pain and misery, only hoping that each day would pass quickly. The hand that he reached out was no different from salvation from God. He moved and then bowed down. Do you know, milady, the reason why he saved us? Evan immediately and respectfully knelt on one knee, showing his reverence. His eyes were filled with sincerity, because everything was for her. Evan explained, bringing to mind images of those taken in by Count Pisian. The Count had traveled far and wide, meticulously gathering orphan children, some possessing extraordinary talents, as if preordained from birth. He mentioned Anasha, who was the most exceptional of them all. Her business acumen was undeniably astonishing. The Count never skimped on resources for Anasha's or the other children's development. As long as talent was identified, he was willing to provide unwavering support. He then revealed that all of this was for the young lady. Jia was incredibly confused after hearing this. What did it mean? Her grandfather had sponsored these children, so how could it be for her? Evan continued, this trading company does not belong to me, nor does it belong to Anasha. He revealed a truth that surprised Jia. It all belongs to you. She was silent for a moment before questioning, why am I only hearing this now? Anasha spoke up, we had to hide everything. She lowered her head, revealing helplessly, because no one can completely protect you in name. The scattered white flowers and the blood on the floor were both alluding to the Anasha statement. You are the Crown Prince's fiancé. Right now, those opposing the Crown Prince are likely plotting against you. If it became public knowledge that the entire Pisian family's assets belonged to you, they would, without hesitation, find a way to eliminate you immediately. Jia wondered in her mind, then why did not Anasha ever reveal this to me in my previous life? What exactly is the difference between the person then and the person now? She looked directly at Anasha, thoughtfully considering, think about it. She once said she hated me because I had all of Grandpa's attention. But she also said I was lovely, because I had Grandpa's appearance. Ely appeared in her mind with a bright smile. Finally, she had expressed her gratitude for giving out to her. Jia had a realization, now I understand. She remembered past events. It turned out that the reason she had not told her the truth in the past was to avenge the deceased child. But even with resentment in her heart, she still chose to dedicate herself fully to repaying Grandpa's kindness. Jia finally understood. Her inexhaustible wealth in her previous life had its origin in the Pisian Trading Company. Evan lowered his head and made a vow, I swear on my heart and soul. With a serious expression, he spoke clearly, I offer my eternal loyalty to my master. The carriage sped along the road. Time had passed quietly since that day, and today she was facing the Crown Prince again. Jia sat in the carriage, holding her hand out in front of her to look at it. Her eyes were fixed on the ring on her index finger. The Pisian family crest was an eagle holding a shield. All the trade groups under the family's control bore that mark as an irreplaceable symbol, with one exception. A four-leaf clover symbol appeared. Only Luyasha used a different symbol. The family symbol was also the head of the family's seal, and according to custom, after their coming-of-age ceremony, nobles would have their own personal seal. However, when she turned 16, right at her coming-of-age ceremony, she became the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess's seal was the same as her own, so she never had one of her own. Jia remembered related events, but the gold ring with the four-leaf clover motif. And a voice rang out, this ring was personally made by the young lady's grandfather, exclusively for her. He began making it from the moment she was born, and gave it to her when she came of age. So, it was from Anasha, she said, looking at the ring in her hand and smiling warmly. He started preparing everything from the moment the young lady was born, for her happiness and for the dangers that might come in the future. He searched for, selected, and nurtured people who could become her support. She described it in detail. Ivan and I are two of those people. Louis, being concerned about unforeseen events, gave Ivan the position of head of the trading company. Anasha revealed her position, and I am your assistant. She also pointed out Ivan's position, who was looking at Jia with a gentle smile. Ivan was trained to be your loyal knight. Anasha explained the reason. The reason I became his wife was simply because it was a convenient position to be closer to you. She remembered the moment when Jia was little when she pointed to Anasha. So, when you first mentioned the child, I thought you were insulting me. She smiled brightly but also gently as she expressed her feelings. Because between me and him, there was only one time. At that time, I begged him to hold me, even just once. Anasha said sincerely while Jia listened silently, because for the rest of my life, I am willing to live for beyond. She took her hand and carefully placed the ring on her index finger. A brazen, shameful request, but I dared to utter it, and I do not regret it, because thanks to that, I had that child, L. Anasha mentioned what she and the others were instructed while Jia looked at the ring on her hand. The most important thing we were instructed was to protect the young lady. She made a solemn vow. For that promise, we are willing to do anything, no matter what it is. Jia sank into her thoughts again. Her grandfather, for more than 4 long years, was so gentle and warm to her. He secretly prepared all these things for her, so why was she still so tormented and choked up? She looked at the ring on her hand for a long time. In her previous life, he must have prepared many things for her as well, whether it was then or now. Jia felt extremely regretful. I realized Grandpa's love too late. She hugged the hand with the ring, her eyes filled with sadness. Only when there is no way to reciprocate this love, do I understand the weight of it. There was a sudden sound from the carriage door. Outside, a worried-looking servant said, "Please forgive my tardiness, Miss Elliot." Jia looked at the unfamiliar man. I do not think I have ever seen this face before. The man began to introduce himself. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Elliot. I am Zeke, a retainer under the Hiver Palace. Jia raised an eyebrow slightly. Hiver Palace, so the Empress's retainers have come to find me. What is going on? Zeke carefully explained. His Highness the Crown Prince is currently away from the palace. Fearing that the young lady would make a wasted trip, Her Majesty the Empress has sent me to deliver the news. Jia turned away with a hint of irritation, complaining inwardly, even if he is away from the palace, should not he have left a message? She said grumpily, it seems I have wasted my effort. Zeke quickly pleaded, young lady, please wait a moment. He announced unexpectedly, Her Majesty the Empress is waiting for you. Jia glanced at Zeke, the Empress is waiting for me. She was silent for a long time as she pondered. The Empress has no reason to call me, especially when the Crown Prince is not here. This makes him even more confused, young lady. She was completely immersed in her thoughts. If it really is someone sent by the Empress, refusing would be inconvenient. After all, even if she is only an Empress in name, her position is still legitimate. Finally, Jia spoke up and ordered, lead the way. After a while, Zeke led her to a room and knocked on the door. Reporting to Her Majesty the Empress, Miss Elliot has arrived. Jia stepped into the room where the Empress was waiting. She looked nervous as she listened to each step she took as she approached. Opposite the Empress was the Imperial Noble Consort. Jia stopped and bowed respectfully. Biana Rosa Elliot respectfully offers her greetings to the Moon of the Empire. The Empress happily granted her exemption from formalities. Meanwhile, she turned to face the Imperial Noble Consort. Welcome, Miss Elliot. Jia also bowed to her, but with little enthusiasm. Biana Rosa Elliot offers her respects to her Imperial Noble Consort. The Imperial Noble Consort glanced at her with disdain. Welcome, Miss. The Empress gestured to the seat next to her, inviting Jia to sit down. Please take a seat, Miss. She bowed politely, thank you, Your Majesty the Empress. The Imperial Noble Consort smiled brightly. Hearing that the Empress had summoned you, I took the liberty of asking to come along. I hope my presence does not bother you. Jia glanced at her and immediately realized her intention. Could it be that the Imperial Noble Consort simply wants to join for fun? She saw the Imperial Noble Consort's fake smile and could guess that the person who really summoned her was not the Empress, but the Imperial Noble Consort, who was using the Empress's name to make it legitimate. Jia acted and smiled brightly in response. You are right. Imperial Noble Consort. She was equally fake. There seemed to be lightning between them. It is okay, I feel lucky. She turned to the Empress and asked, Your Majesty the Empress, may I ask why you summoned me? She hesitated, that is. The Imperial Noble Consort spoke up, answering for the Empress. There is no particular reason. Her Majesty the Empress has no friends in the harem and has been lonely for a long time. If Miss can visit her often, it would make her feel better. Hearing this, Jia asked the Empress for confirmation. Is that so, Your Majesty the Empress? She quickly confirmed it in confusion, that is right. She had long recognized the truth. The inner palace is full of consorts and princesses, and yet they say that no one is the same age as the Empress. The lie is too obvious. They do not even bother to hide it. Jia astutely realized, and it is the Imperial Noble Consort. Judging by the way she interrupts, she clearly does not respect the Empress at all. She spoke up, I have been so rude. It is an honor to meet Your Majesty the Empress. The Empress stammered in response, it is nothing, miss. She mentioned Count Pisian. I heard the news about Count Pisian. Jia continued immediately, I am sorry to trouble you. The Imperial Noble Consort smiled slyly. Thinking about it, that incident caused quite a stir. She reached out to Jia. I also heard rumors that you have severed ties with your bloodline. She looked at the Imperial Noble Consort's smug smile and recalled her in her previous life and this life, the Imperial Noble Consort then or now. Jia came to the conclusion without much thought, there is really no change at all. Remembering her previous life, the imperial noble consort laughed heartily while Jia's face turned red with anger. At that time, with that smile, she skillfully stabbed her with sweet thorns. She now calmly replied to her words. It seems that your imperial noble consort is very concerned about my family's affairs. She continued, isn't that normal? Who knows, we might become family one day. Jia chuckled softly. That is right, we are about to become family. Then, it is natural to care about each other. The scene suddenly changed. The image of a wedding hall appeared. The imperial noble consort, the eldest daughter of the earl family, even though she was still engaged, volunteered to enter the palace and become the emperor's consort. She held a newborn baby in her arms and smiled. She gave birth to the first prince, the emperor's first son. She even raised the title of her mother's family, the Manhwa earl family. The first prince, before the crown prince, was considered the temporary crown prince. The imperial noble consort also once enjoyed equal power with the empress. However, their dynasty fell apart as soon as the crown prince was born. For the imperial noble consort and the first prince, the crown prince was nothing more than a thorn in their side that was difficult to swallow, and even if they swallowed it, they would not be satisfied. Jia observed the imperial noble consort's eyes looking at her as if she were looking at a lowly person. In the imperial noble consort's eyes, she is naturally no better than the crown prince. She smirked slightly, even though I am not interested in this marriage. However, Jia made it clear that she was competitive. But I won't let the imperial noble consort overwhelm me. She spoke up, mentioning the prince's wife, which made the imperial noble consort withdraw her smug smile. Now that you mention it, it seems that the prince's wife still does not have any good news. She put her hand on her cheek, looking sad and regretful. After all, we are about to become family, so I can't help but worry about it. I heard that the two of them have been married for over 10 years. Then, Jia turned to ask the empress, isn't that right, your majesty the empress? She was startled and confused. That is, anyway. She glanced coldly at the imperial noble consort. The first prince's palace has one secondary consort and 3 tertiary consorts. Her face was no longer happy or smug. Jia thought of the current situation. Even though she was married when she was very young, she is now in her 30s and still does not have a child. The imperial noble consort tried to force a smile, her eyes flashing with anger. Thank you for your concern. I did not expect your heart to be so kind. Jia mocked her previous words while the poor empress was like being imprisoned between 2 women. I do not dare to accept such a noble compliment, your imperial noble consort. The imperial noble consort did not give up. A virtuous person like you, I do not understand why such strange rumors are spreading everywhere. She feigned concern. To the point that even this palace, with Her Majesty the Empress, had to fret and worry for you. Jia fell silent and wondered, what rumor does she want to try to ask? Finally, she decided to just ask as she intended. Jia politely expressed her curiosity, which seemed to be exactly what the imperial noble consort wanted. I am also curious to know what the rumor is. She immediately recounted the rumor about Jia hugging Ivan. People are saying that you were embracing a man in a crowded street. A person who is about to become the crown princess, yet is entangled in such a scandalous rumor. It is truly shocking. The world will have bad thoughts about you, and I am genuinely worried about you. Just by hearing it, she knew where the rumor came from. Could it be about the meeting with Ivan that day? That day, even the hem of our clothes did not touch each other. Sure enough, the rumor. However, Jia calmly thought that if it is only to this extent, then it is much lighter than she imagined. She replied while the imperial noble consort stared intently at her. I thought it was something big. She smirked sarcastically. This absolutely cannot be taken lightly and passed over. If it accidentally reaches the ears of His Highness the Crown Prince or His Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it? The imperial noble consort continued to emphasize. Isn't that right, your majesty the empress? Hearing this, the empress stammered, yes, then her words continued. If His Majesty gets angry because of this, how do you plan to deal with it? You should also be more careful about yourself. Seeing the empress's attitude, Jia had secretly realized that if the story passed through the mouths of these 2 people, even fiction would turn into reality. She could not help but admire in her heart. She is truly worthy of being called the imperial noble consort. No one can compare to her in using rumors. Then Jia remembered her previous life. She had fallen into their traps countless times. Even now, just one wrong step could lead to danger. Even worse, they would use the excuse that she was unrighteous and unhappy, causing the marriage with the crown prince to be cancelled. In that silence, Jia was lost in thought. I have understood the imperial noble consort's intentions, but for the me of now, those rumors no longer have any meaning. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her head. Hearing about the possibility of cancelling the marriage with the crown prince, she can't understand why in her heart would feel a little attractive. But if she were to be labeled as unrighteous and unhappy and be divorced, then she would no longer have a place in the Eliant family. Rand was already at a disadvantage as an illegitimate child. The path to inheriting the marquis title was already full of difficulties. If Jia were to cling to the family, she would not only not be able to help, but would also become a burden. Moreover, it would not be easy to return to the PC and Earl family. The inheritance had already been given to Elle. If she were to return at this time, it would only make things worse. So the remaining option is the trading company. Thinking of this, she raised her head. Thinking about it, it is not like I have nowhere to go back to. Her lips parted slightly as if she was about to say her thoughts. Even if she was divorced, it would not be a big deal, it is just. She fixed her gaze on the imperial noble consort's sinister smile. I have no reason to let her benefit from this. At this point, Jia gently spoke up, now that you mention it. Her next words stunned the imperial noble consort. Your imperial noble consort also had some good and bad rumors, was not that so? Her words made her more and more angry, and she unconsciously clenched her hand. If I remember correctly, the first prince is already 35 years old this year. That happened around that time, right? Jia spoke more and more enthusiastically. I heard that it was a not small scandal. It was the fiancé before the palace. Her soft words made the imperial noble consort very uneasy. Did His Majesty get angry with the imperial noble consort at that time, just after being granted the title of concubine? She was pregnant. The first prince's appearance was indeed similar to His Majesty's when he was young, and with the tacit acknowledgement of the Black Priests, the guardians of the royal bloodline. The rumors of the past gradually subsided. At this point, Jia stopped speaking and thought silently. The incident happened 35 years ago. They probably did not expect that there would still be someone who kept the memory until today. Seeing her arrogant attitude, the imperial noble consort pursed her lips angrily. The corners of Jia's lips curved slightly, revealing a smug expression. Alright, let us see how she handles it this time. The imperial noble consort tapped her fan lightly on her palm, her tone full of anger. You really do not know anything. Jia covered the smile on her face with her hand. If you become the empress, the head of the inner palace, you will have to know how to control your subordinates. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and every word she uttered was extremely cold. In the palace, there are quite a few people who do not know their own identity, so they want to climb up high all day long. Hearing this, the imperial noble consort turned black with anger. Being excessive is not courage, but recklessness, Miss Elliot. However, in complete contrast to the gloomy aura on her body, Jia seemed to exude the radiance of the bright sun. She put her hand in front of her chest. But I also have to see who that person is before showing recklessness. It can also become a skill. The eyes of the two of them seemed to spark, and the imperial noble consort laughed coldly in anger. Ha, ability, ha. At this time, the empress, who had been silently listening to the conversation between the two of them, stuttered and interrupted. Now that I think about it. She looked at the faces of each person in fear, and quietly stated her opinion. It won't be long before the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony, right? Seeing this, the imperial noble consort just smiled and played with the wooden fan in her hand. On the contrary, when the empress saw her like this, she panicked even more. I am just curious to know how the preparations are progressing. Jia smiled and replied to her. Your Majesty, the empress is so concerned, I really do not know what to say. The imperial noble consort also answered very naturally, I am also very curious. She gently asked her back with soft words, what is there to prepare? After all, it is just the coming-of-age ceremony that everyone goes through, but she was indifferent. Without any consideration for her, isn't this the day that only comes once in a lifetime? The imperial noble consort raised her hand, her smile not reaching her eyes. Moreover, the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony is even more special. Jia looked at the hand that she was raising, and her heart gradually cooled down. There is no way that the imperial noble consort would not know that I am not holding a coming-of-age ceremony. Is she deliberately trying to stir up this matter again? At this moment, the imperial noble consort suddenly pursed her lips and chuckled. Well, I completely forgot. She turned to feign concern for her with deep and sinister contempt from the bottom of her heart. Isn't it that the young lady has no one to prepare the coming-of-age ceremony for? Oh my, a noble young lady is having a coming-of-age ceremony without a godparent. What kind of system is that? Hearing this, Jia, who had already anticipated the imperial noble consort's next move, or is she hoping that she will say out loud that I will not hold a coming-of-age ceremony? From the beginning she did not plan to do it. She glanced elsewhere, and a plan that had just been formed arose in her heart, but the imperial noble consort keeps getting involved, so she wants to change her mind. Outside, the sky had gradually turned dark from who knows when, leaving only a streak of light from the stars in the sky, and Jia's thoughts were still lingering. There is no one around who can play the role of guardian or whatnot, thinking about both the maternal and paternal sides, but still not seeing anyone suitable. At this time, a hand was reached out along with the proposal. If the young lady does not mind, I can replace that person for you. The imperial noble consort holds deep and sinister plots. What do you think, young lady? Jia's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as she belatedly realized a harsh truth. Well, I have been outmaneuvered. She fully knew how the imperial noble consort would treat her if she accepted that seemingly kind offer. News of the imperial noble consort making this offer to her would soon spread throughout the nobility. Now, which noble lady would dare to be her guardian, if it meant going against the imperial noble consort? Even if I am ridiculed, so be it. Maybe I should ask Anasha, Jia thought, as she parted her lips slightly, young lady, but before she could finish her words. Another voice rang out from the other side. This son thanks the imperial noble consort for her kind offer. Along with that was a firm hand placed on her shoulder, as if gently reassuring her. That person was none other than Sirius. While providing a foundation for Jia from behind, he smiled as he answered in her stead, but my maternal grandmother has already agreed to be her guardian. After that, he knelt down and took the hand of the girl he loved. I missed you so much, my beloved Bii. The empress, who had been silent from the beginning until now, witnessed this scene and angrily yelled, Crown Prince, but what she received in response was Sirius's indifferent voice. This son is being rude. I hope the empress will forgive me. I heard that my fiancé was here, so I could not sit still. The imperial noble consort immediately clicked her tongue. TSK. Her mood plummeted in an instant. There was no other way but to voice her reproach. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Empire is being too impetuous and inconsiderate. I hope you will maintain proper etiquette. Sirius responded to her with an icy demeanor. I am at an age where my blood is boiling, and with my fiancé by my side, how can I not be moved? Seeing all of her plans ruined by him, the imperial noble consort could not help but feel angry, and her face darkened. As for Sirius, after having protected his person, he smiled brightly. His hand wrapped around Jia's slender waist. She quickly noticed that action. This is. Jia turned around, placed her hand on his solid chest, and asked with concern, should I act a little with you? Why are you only arriving now? She acted spoiled and coquettish with the noble prince. You do not know how long I have been waiting for you, your highness. Sirius also played along in an instant. I did not expect you to be here. Then, he leaned down and placed a kiss on Jia's forehead, much to her surprise. If you had come directly to my palace, I would not have had to wait so long. Seeing this, Jia's expression turned cold in an instant. She raised her hand, thinking to herself, he probably thought that with the imperial noble consort there, I would not be able to do anything, right? Then she spoke, directly calling out the other party. It was Her Majesty the Empress who summoned me here. As soon as Jia finished speaking, she threw herself into Sirius's arms, while his face turned red to the tips of his ears in embarrassment. She smiled. He probably did not expect things to turn out like this, right? Sirius hesitated to speak, breaking the silence. Today was originally a day that His Majesty had designated specifically for us. He held her in his arms, turned to remind the Empress. It seems that Her Majesty the Empress has forgotten for a moment. Your Majesty the Empress, am I right? She nodded in fear, stammering and confirming his words with certainty. Of course, yes, His Highness the Crown Prince is absolutely right. But even until now, the Imperial Noble Consort could not fully accept that fact. Garfield's wife will be the guardian for Miss Eliant, Sirius smiled and confirmed. Yes, that is right, your Imperial Noble Consort. She continued to ask, you have been hiding in the manor without seeing anyone for so long. It seems you have changed your mind. Sirius was no slouch either, and bluntly announced. Isn't the young lady going to become the granddaughter-in-law of that person? It is only natural. Hearing this, even though she did not feel comfortable at all, to the point that the hand holding the wooden fan trembled, she still had to smile and agree. Thank goodness, then that is great. The coming-of-age ceremony should be held at the Eliant Mansion, right? The royal family can't attend the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony. What a pity. Sirius knew the Imperial Noble Consort's intentions, and he interrupted. Could it be that your Majesty does not know? Inside the palace was filled with golden sunlight through the window frames, bringing a magnificent beauty to the place. His Majesty has personally prepared the coming-of-age ceremony for my fiancé, at the Urfarak Palace. This meant, the Imperial Noble Consort could not attend the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony, so he was not to worry. The Imperial Noble Consort's face darkened with anger, the Urfarak Palace, but, that place. Jia also understood in her heart how noble the two of them were. It is the largest hall in the royal palace, a place that only opens on national holidays, and they are using it as the venue for the coming-of-age ceremony. The flames of resentment in the Imperial Noble Consort's heart burned fiercely. She gripped the fan in her hand so tightly that it snapped in half. Could it really be the Urfarak Palace? Just for the coming-of-age ceremony of a marquis family's young lady, that is not that too absurd. The atmosphere between the two of them was extremely tense. It is not just the young lady of the marquis family. Miss Eliant is my fiancée and will become the crown princess. Even so, the Imperial Noble Consort could not agree. A banquet is being held in the harem, and even the Empress, the head of the inner court, does not know about it. Isn't that too unreasonable? She bit her lip and turned to ask the Empress, isn't that right, Your Majesty the Empress? Seeing that she had suddenly been dragged into this argument, the Empress responded hesitantly. That matter. Seeing that she could not do anything, the Imperial Noble Consort was furious. I am asking, is that right or not? Sirius was obviously uncomfortable with that, and he turned sharply to issue a warning. This is His Majesty's will. Even if it is Her Majesty the Empress, she can't go against His Majesty's wishes. Is that so, Your Majesty the Empress? The Empress hurriedly nodded obsequiously, stammering, that is right, just as the Crown Prince said. Sirius then smiled, even Her Majesty the Empress has approved. The banquet this time is organized by His Majesty himself. Every word he spoke carried the utmost coldness. Please, Imperial Noble Consort, do not foolishly touch what is disloyal. After having said all the words that he wanted to say from the beginning, Sirius wrapped his arms around Jia's slender waist and simultaneously turned to leave. This son takes his leave here. A moment later, the two of them stood before the grand doors, leaving all the oppression behind. At this time, Jia slowly raised her head. She noticed Sirius's face, which was frowning with anger, and speculated in her heart, his expression does not look good, is he angry? Suddenly, Jia's feet were lifted off the ground, and she cried out in surprise, She soon found herself nestled in the arms of the revered prince. Footsteps echoed throughout the palace grounds. Sirius held his beloved and strode continuously. After a long while, Jia's cheeks flushed red. She asked in confusion, where are you planning to go? Please let me down here. In response to her was silence from Sirius, but then he put her down on the ground. As if a light flashed before her eyes, the hallway of the Empress's palace, the other palace maids who witnessed the scene cried out excitedly, The rear garden of the Crown Prince's palace, memories flashed like the wind. Jia was embarrassed, and her cheeks had turned pink long ago. To fall into a man's arms with so many people watching. At that time, Sirius, with a darkened expression, suddenly parted his lips. He asked bluntly, without any regard for her, what exactly is your reason for entering the palace? Hearing this, Jia asked with some doubt, what? Sirius pressed, didn't you receive my message telling you not to come? Jia also replied very honestly, I did not receive it, but is there something wrong? Seeing this, he could guess a part of it. It seems the Imperial Noble Consort has started to take action. She was still blank, what action? Sirius did not insist anymore. He patiently explained to her, that is, someone has blocked my letter from reaching you. Jia quickly grasped the information, you mean the Imperial Noble Consort. Sirius's face darkened, there are not many people who know I am away from the palace today, so it is not hard to guess who is behind this. After hearing this, Jia fell into contemplation. So, you just happened to hear the news that I entered the palace, and you came to meet me right away. Why, were you worried about me? Sirius did not say much more. He said urgently to her, now that things have come to this point, that person will have to yield. Jia asked back, how? When the words came out of his mouth, it was also the moment when her eyes widened more than ever. Your coming-of-age ceremony, I will personally organize it. Jia stammered, could it be? She was shocked by that serious appearance. Could it be, you lied to the imperial noble consort? Sirius did not hide anything. This is your coming-of-age ceremony. How can I proceed without the consent of the owner? But even so, he still received a lot of objections from her. Even so, what you said just now was too absurd. What are you going to do now? The atmosphere instantly sank noticeably. I did not lie. It is true, His Majesty himself had the intention of holding the coming-of-age ceremony at the Urfarak Palace. Jia lowered her head, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. So, we have to hold a wedding ceremony again. Seeing that she was upset, Sirius placed his hand on her shoulder, gently reassuring her. I have already said it. Without your approval, nothing will proceed. He gently confided in her little by little, hoping that she could open her heart more. I know you are still hesitant about the coming-of-age ceremony, or rather, about the wedding with me, right? Throughout that time, Sirius had always been extremely accommodating and indulgent to Jia, so how about we both be accommodating a little bit? You give a step. And I will also give a step. At this time, Jia spoke her mind. If I give in to the coming-of-age ceremony, what will His Majesty give in to me? He also quickly agreed. Whatever you want, I will fulfill. Hearing the answer that she wanted, Jia naturally spoke her long-held wish. Can you break off the engagement with me? Sirius immediately became much weaker. The matter of breaking off the engagement is impossible. He spoke to persuade her. Say something else that is possible. I will try my best to fulfill it within my ability. While she pouted and turned her head away. Besides breaking off the engagement, what else do I want? Seeing this, Sirius smacked his head hard in annoyance, saying helplessly, what exactly are you? After a while, he still could not be subdued, so he had to yield. Alright, I give up. Although I can't cancel the engagement, I will find a way to postpone the wedding. Jia also smiled brightly to respond to his words. As long as I do not have to get married right away, that is good enough. I know, let us each take a step back. But when she saw Sirius staring at her like that, Jia raised her head in confusion and asked, do you have anything else to say? He casually commented, you really are a strange person. Jia felt more and more unable to understand the person in front of her. I think I am just a normal person. Although there are many things I want to say, now is not the time, so I will pass it over. Sirius also quickly brought the conversation back to its original track, tried to avoid the imperial noble consort as much as possible. He remembered her vicious appearance, and could only issue a warning, that woman is a viper in human skin, and besides, right now, it is still too early for you to confront her. Jia also realized her humble status. I am just the beloved daughter of a small marquis. How can I have the strength to refuse the summons of her imperial noble consort? Hearing this, Sirius could only smile helplessly. Oh dear, my fiancé is really too modest. Then he leaned his head close to her ear and whispered softly. Although the smile still lingered on the corner of his lips, it did not reach his eyes. But your talent for teasing the imperial noble consort is not ordinary. Jia was quite surprised by that statement. You heard everything. Sirius did not refute anything. People announce, the most interesting thing in the world is to watch others argue, right? He also took the opportunity to bring his lips closer to her. There is no need to rush to ruin the game before it is time, right? In response to that flirting was Jia's straightforward stomp of her heel on Sirius's shoe. But he had already anticipated it and managed to pull his foot back in time. Then Sirius raised his face and smiled brightly. Could it be that I am going to fall into the trap like last time? But there was something he did not anticipate. Jia kicked his knee hard, causing Sirius to moan in pain. Ugh. The pain caused him to kneel down and hug his leg. While Sirius was struggling with the pain, Jia bowed her head and whispered, I also. She brushed her hair back, gently uttering a sentence as light as a feather. Won't use the same trick twice, Your Majesty. In the end, Jia could not avoid her own coming-of-age ceremony. All the preparations were taken care of by the royal palace, and she only needed to prepare a few simple things. As for Anna Shah, she saw this as an opportunity and immediately planned to promote the Lula Shah brand by using her as a model. Although this method was different from her previous life, Jia thought it was a good plan and agreed. Jia put on a magnificent red dress, and she looked down, unable to help but exclaim, indeed, Lulash's products are really excellent. At the same time, Ran came out, sparing no praise for his sister. You are so beautiful. As for Jia, after hearing that form of address, she helplessly said, Hey, when are you going to stop calling me sister? While the two siblings were talking, in the distance, there was a pair of feet walking over. How is the workmanship of our staff? After seeing the appearance of the girl in front of her, Jia spoke up, Anna Shah. The chest in her hand was opened, revealing the precious jewelry inside. Congratulations on coming of age. This is the coming of age gift that Evan and I prepared for you. As she spoke, she walked behind Jia and put them on her. I thought they would be perfect for your coming of age ceremony, so we carefully selected them. Evan is very sorry that he could not give them to you personally. Jia looked at the necklace with a red color that blended with the dress today and gently smiled. Even if you said you made it as a set with the dress from the beginning, no one would doubt it. Deciding to choose my coming of age ceremony to debut Lula Shah, you are really wise. She looked at herself in the mirror. I am very satisfied. Anna Shah also guessed that from the beginning. I guessed that it would be perfect for Beyond. Hearing this, Jia turned her head to say to her, personally being the promoter for the trading company, of course I have to be compensated, right? Anna Shah laughed happily. Everything in this trading company belongs to you already. How greedy can you get, Beyond? Jia put one hand in the middle of her chest, a smile appearing on the corner of her lips. I am more greedy than you think. Even if you gather all the money in the world, it won't be enough, so I guess everyone will complain. Facing the smiling faces of the maidservants and Anasha, Jia spoke to encourage them, so, work hard. At that time, Ran, who was sitting behind her, suddenly spoke up gloomily, attracting Jia's attention. I want to go to your coming-of-age ceremony too. Seeing this, she rubbed the top of his head, gently comforting him. Bear with it for another 4 years, when you dare to run away because you do not want to go. I will catch you no matter what, and then personally escort you all the way to the banquet hall. As soon as she finished speaking, Anasha also hesitated to speak, but, Beyond. Her mood clearly sank quickly. Can I really attend Miss Beyond's coming-of-age ceremony? Her concern for Ran also made Jia recall her previous life and her status at that time. In her previous life, she did not invite her, and currently, Anasha is called the Countess. But she is still just a commoner woman. But it is different now, Jia thought, and slowly spoke. Are you saying the obvious thing? But even so, Anasha was still uneasy, but Jia had already experienced that, so she obviously understood her mood at this time. Originally, the upper class is very conservative, so it is not easy for you to participate. I understand why Anasha is hesitant when she has to step into that place with me. Even so, Jia still wanted her to feel more comfortable in stepping out to see the wide world outside. Anasha, what do you think of me? Anasha also honestly replied, well, for us, maybe we see you as family. As soon as she finished speaking, Jia's lips, which were painted with bright red lipstick, parted slightly, but too bad, Anasha. Every word she uttered made her face stiffen with disbelief. I can never see you as family. But Anasha did not blame her. She bowed her head sadly. Ah. But that sadness did not last long. Jia continued her unfinished sentence. But I always see you as my friend. Her words made Anasha's cheeks flush with emotion, and since we are friends, it is only natural to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Jia smiled brightly, her voice as gentle as spring, so just hold your head high and stride forward. After having said all the things she wanted to say, she finally turned and strode away. See you at the banquet. In a place that they did not know, Ran had quietly observed that entire conversation. He was just as bewildered as Anasha. Therefore, when he saw Jia leaving, Ran immediately ran out after her into the empty hallway. Then he tightly grasped her hand. Jia noticed and looked up in confusion. Ran also responded to her gaze. He smiled brightly and spoke his secret thoughts. I like you. As for her, at that time, she was still surprised. After regaining her composure, Jia also gently replied, Ran, I cherish you too. The words she spoke were like a bottomless abyss in Ran's heart, except for that sister part. Hearing this, Ran also understood her implication. He sighed, can't call you sister. A moment later, under the blue sky and the cool breeze. In that quiet space, Jia and Ran walked closer to someone. The person who stepped onto the carriage was none other than Marquis Eliant. Jia also slowly approached him. As for Ran, he knelt down to support her arm as she stepped onto the carriage. Be careful on the way. Not long after that, Marquis Eliant sat facing Jia with his arms crossed. The atmosphere between the two of them was extremely distant. Amidst the rattling of the wheels, Jia glanced up, although I have felt it for a long time. She carefully observed the man sitting opposite her. But every time I am alone with the Marquis like this, why do I feel so strangely tense? Thinking this, she lowered her head gloomily, sinking into her tangled thoughts. If I had known, I would have asked Anasha to come along. Meanwhile, Marquis Eliant only looked coldly at a vague point. But his eyes still glanced up at her at times. A moment later, when the carriage arrived at the grand gate and the page turned, Jia's voice rang out here, we have arrived. Marquis Eliant got out of the carriage. After that, when Jia prepared to step down after him, he reached out to support her. Seeing this, Jia was somewhat surprised. The Marquis can be gentle at times too. She looked at that cold expression, and that bit of fantasy was extinguished without a trace, but thinking about it again, he is originally someone who always maintains basic etiquette. Thinking this, Jia also comfortably placed her hand on his hand as a simple gesture. This is probably just a part of the etiquette. Marquis Eliant raised her small hand. His hand still held her hand without letting go. That somewhat made Jia feel awkward. Father, is there something you want to say to me? She hesitated. If there is nothing to say, I hope you will let go of my hand. But without letting Jia finish speaking, Marquis Eliant interrupted. Today. He did not bother to praise, you look beautiful today. Seeing this, Jia also widened her eyes in surprise. She thought in astonishment, I did not expect to hear such words from the Marquis's mouth. I have also noticed that father's attitude towards me has changed compared to before. Jia recalled the time when the three of them were still dining together in utter silence. From some time, if there was nothing special, they would always dine with his children. And he also gave her full authority to manage the internal affairs of the Eliant family, so that she could live more freely. Her lips parted slightly but she could not utter a word. Why, and since when did father change so much? A bit of doubt crept into her heart. Was it that day? Jia looked at Marquis Eliant's face, her heart still full of questions that she could not put into words, although it is still not clear in my heart, but I think these changes are not necessarily bad, a half-hearted father-daughter relationship like this. Thinking about it, she smiled and replied, today is my coming-of-age ceremony, after all. I have to be beautiful. Although that was what she said on the surface, Jia was still trying to reassure herself in her heart, everything will be fine. Marquis Eliant was surprised at first when he heard her say that, but in the end, he still smiled gently in response. His deep and firm voice rang out, that is right. Under the bright lights in the banquet hall. While the imperial noble consort was still standing alone, surrounded by whispers, the coming-of-age ceremony is being held in the Urfarak Palace. It really is Miss Eliant. Even so, she still had to put on an indifferent expression and did not care about it at all. I heard that the Duchess Garfield is personally being her guardian. But the more she heard those whispers, the darker the imperial noble consort's expression became. Who knows, there might be a surprise wedding today too. Just then, there was a soft sound at the grand door. The guard quickly noticed that movement. The door was opened in an instant. Jia's figure immediately appeared radiantly in this place. Finally, that day has arrived. She hooked her arm onto Marquis Eliant's arm and stepped into the grand hall. The two of them strolled leisurely around this place. The young ladies around them saw the dress on Jia and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my god, which shop made that dress? It is really so elegant and beautiful." Those whispers all fell into her ears. The smile on Jia's face grew deeper and deeper. "This is the most outstanding dress I have ever seen." Just then, there was the sound of footsteps stopping behind them. When that call was made, it was also the moment when Jia turned around to look. It was the revered prince of this empire, Sirius, smiling at her in a neat outfit. Jia and Marquis Eliant immediately bowed, greetings to the little son of the empire. As for Sirius, he reached out to take her small hand. "Is that really you, Sirius leaned down and kissed the back of Jia's hand. "You look so magnificent today." She noticed the cheers of the young ladies behind her and worriedly thought, because there are so many eyes watching, he is being even more obvious, huh? As for Sirius, he was still engrossed in playing his role. He placed one hand on his chest, gently and amiably. "Can you give your fiancé the honor of inviting you to the first dance?" Jia also understood in her heart what would happen to her if she did not agree to that proposal. "If I do not dance with my fiancé in the first dance, I am afraid there will be gossip." "Well, I will just have to do it. It is just a dance. After all, what is the big deal?" Therefore, she had no choice but to comply with his words, of course. Then she took Sirius's slender fingers. The two of them swayed together to the melody of the music. While the two of them were dancing, Jia's expression was somewhat pensive. Thinking about it, this is the first time I have had a proper coming-of-age ceremony of my own. In my previous life, my coming-of-age ceremony turned into the crown prince's wedding. At this time, Sirius wrapped his arms around her waist, gently asking, "What were you thinking about?" While leading her in the dance, he tried to get closer to Jia. "Just focus on me." Hearing this, she felt somewhat confused in her heart. What exactly does the crown prince want from her? Thinking this, Jia's face darkened. "Today is my coming-of-age ceremony. I still have to greet a lot of people." Sirius also joked freely, "I thought you were finally intending to love me." While she stepped to his rhythm, she coldly replied, "I do not have that intention." Seeing this, he asked back, "So you have thought about it before, right?" Jia did not rush to reply immediately. She fell into that vast stream of thoughts. The moment he meets her, his heart will change. The figure of a young girl flashed through Jia's mind, her expression slightly sad. That matter does not need to. Sirius also noticed the change in her mood. He pursed his lips and did not say anything more. A moment later, he stopped. "You really are a person who gives me a headache." Sirius's expression had some fatigue and anger. "It really is a headache, Jia's eyes widened slightly, her cheeks also flushed red. If that is the case, then that won't do." But then she quickly lowered her head, trying to escape from this unrequited love that had no end. Wake up, after all, once the crown prince meets her. The image of that mysterious girl holding a bouquet of flowers with a radiant smile became clearer and clearer in her mind. Now that I think about it, the crown prince's person, will probably have her coming-of-age ceremony this year too. Just then, Sirius's voice rang out, pulling Jia back to reality. Anyway. He spoke the words from the bottom of his heart. "What I said today, you really are beautiful, that is the truth." Those words made Jia freeze for a long time. She carefully looked at the gentle smile still lingering on the corner of his lips. Is the crown prince originally someone like that, or is something changing in him? The moment Jia let go of Sirius's hand was also the moment she felt the fire burning faintly in her heart. Or am I craving his affection again, without even realizing it myself? After the dance ended, the two of them bowed to each other as a basic courtesy. No, it can't be like this. Jia immediately shattered the dream of that love. In 2 years, Duke Daisha and his daughter will set foot in the capital. Her face was full of vigilance. Even if I have to use some means, I still need information first. Meanwhile, the documents were being flipped through and the soft, characteristic voice was, "There is less material than I thought." He then said seriously to the person sitting in front of him, "Regarding the documents, almost nothing has been recorded or passed down. If the young lady gives me some more time, I will send people to investigate further." Jia asked wearily, "Is there no way to find out information on the spot?" But in response to her words was an apology from him. "I apologize, because it is difficult to find people who come from the Western Territory, so the amount of information is also very limited." He looked at the map placed on the table, his warm voice ringing out evenly. "Some territories border of Ayari, the residents should have left to live in other places. But, the people of the Western Territory are very hesitant to leave their homeland to settle elsewhere." Jia softly said to Ivan, "If we do not send people ourselves, I am afraid we won't be able to get more information." But he lowered his head and hesitated. "It is easier in other places." Fear was now filling his mind, but the Duke Dacia's family is not easy to approach. As the young lady also knows, even in the royal palace, they have to be careful when mentioning them. That made Ivan somewhat hesitant. "I am really sorry." Seeing this, Jia could not force him any further. "It is not because Evan's abilities are lacking, but because the order I gave was too difficult." She looked down at the documents in her hand. Even though the documents Evan gave me had a lot of detailed information about the Western Territory, which was originally known, Jia quickly realized a harsh truth. "But what I really need is information about the Duke Daisha family, but there is almost nothing there." At that time, Jia was standing in the midst of mixed thoughts and fear was filling her mind. It is only natural. The Duke Daisha has been living in seclusion for so many years. Duke Daisha, he was an ill-fated royal who missed the opportunity to touch the highest position, right in front of Jia. Duke Dacia's father was originally the eldest son of the late emperor, and also the crown prince at the time. That crown prince was proficient in both literature and martial arts. But unfortunately, unlike the other princes, he did not have any descendants. In the midst of that, miraculously, the crown princess became pregnant. The late emperor was overjoyed and held a grand banquet throughout the country, but that happiness did not last long. Before the crown princess could give birth to the child, the crown prince fell off his horse and died. The late emperor was old and weak at that time, and could not withstand the shock of losing his eldest son, so he fell ill and passed away. Right before he closed his eyes, he conferred the title of duke on his unborn grandson, and gave that child the surname Dacia instead of bearing the surname of the royal family. The sword that was once the glorious symbol of an entire family was now stained in a sea of blood. The final winner, the current emperor, did not leave a single drop of royal bloodline behind. All of them were killed, except for Duke Dacia, who could not inherit the throne. Duke Dacia had never been registered in the royal lineage, so he was not considered royalty. That is how the child was able to survive. However, it could not be denied that royal blood still flowed in his veins. Jia rested her chin on her hand and thought pensively that Duke never left the territory in his life. The first time he left was for his daughter to go to the capital, to prepare for her debut in noble society. Her bright red lips parted slightly, even though very few people know his face, to the point that you can count them on your fingers. How can I not recognize him? The image of Duke Dacia with a confident smile on his face appeared before her eyes, because he has golden eyes, the eyes that only belong to the royal family, the eyes of the crown prince. Beside Duke Dacia, his daughter was always with him. She was the same age as Jia, and even with the gaze of a girl like her, she was still beautiful to the point of being heartbreaking. When that young girl smiled, her long hair swayed gently in the wind. Her slender figure was like a thin wisp of smoke, and her delicate face made men's hearts tremble with the desire to protect her. And especially that pure smile, without a hint of sadness. Jia's face darkened with jealousy and disgust from the depths of her marrow. Everything about her is different from me, so from the first moment we met, I did not have any goodwill at all. Just saying a few harsh words would make those bright eyes fill with tears. That appearance is so fake and disgusting. That name echoed again in her mind, Irene Hilro Dacia. This will be the name that the crown prince once loved and will love again in the future. At this time, a call rang out, awakening her from the past. Young lady, Miss Eliant. Ivan knelt down beside her. He asked with concern, are you not hurt anywhere? Or should I call the imperial physician? Jia could only sigh and say to reassure him, it is just the usual migraine that I often get. It is not to the point of calling the imperial physician. Her face was full of worry and anxiety. It is just that every time I think of her, my heart naturally surges with intense emotions that I can't control. Jia really wanted to avoid marrying the crown prince. How can I bring her to the capital before the wedding? She calculated every step for the future. Or should I postpone the wedding until she gets there? But both of these things are not easy. Jia put her hand on her lips. Even if I have to risk my life, I still need information first. Thinking this, she turned and ordered Ivan, send people to the Western Territory right away. We must find out everything we can about the Duke Dacia family, especially focus on inquiring about the Duke's daughter. He also obeyed and replied, I understand, young lady. But before he left, he still had something else with her. Young lady, can you wait a moment? Ivan said calmly to Jia, the item you asked for last time is ready. I will bring it right away, please wait here for a moment. Jia also stood up, I will wait. She said to herself, it is probably the gift that I asked him to prepare for Ran last time, right? After Ivan left, Jia leaned back against the chair, her eyes closed tightly with fatigue. I should rest for a while, and wait until Evan comes back. Suddenly, there was a small movement at the door of the room. Evan could not have come back so soon, right? The person exclaimed in surprise when he saw Jia. Oh. As for Jia, she was no less surprised when she saw Eli. Isn't that the Inayari child from the other day? The boy approached her and bowed. I am really sorry about what happened last time. That was the first time I met a noble, so I did not know anything. She was too lazy to argue with a child. You should be more careful next time. Not all nobles are generous. The boy replied repentantly, yes, madam. Then Jia opened her eyes and gently reminded him, also, hey kid, if you are done apologizing, then go out. I never allowed you to step into this place. But as soon as she finished speaking, the boy shouted loudly throughout the entire room, please, tell me how to become strong. Jia's expression immediately became extremely ugly, scaring Eli. Huh. The boy said anxiously, stammering out his intention, I have to protect Bian. Hearing this, she was somewhat stunned. Huh, what? Who is protecting who? Eli's eyes sparkled and his cheeks flushed red. If I want to protect Bian, then I must become stronger. Please tell me, sister. As for Jia, she was annoyed by the boy. Do you know who Bian is? And you were just saying this, Eli happily replied, I know. The boy recalled the time when he was in the hallway and told her, last time, I secretly saw her with Aunt Anasha. Jia became more and more suspicious. Could it be that there was a child with the same name as me? Eli was still busy gossiping, even though no one taught me or told me anything beforehand. I recognized her in the first moment. The boy proudly placed his hand in front of his chest. Ah, that child, the child that he mentioned, that I must protect throughout my life. But I heard that Bian is sick. Hearing this, she was somewhat stunned. Sick, me. Eli was sitting in his arms at that time. He had told him that Bian is a weak child, and has a lot of pain in her heart, so we must be by her side, protecting her. As soon as she heard this, Jia immediately guessed who said those words. Grandpa said such words. Eli looked up at her with sparkling eyes. If I want to protect Bian, then I must become stronger. I am begging you. At this time, she was already helpless. Why are you saying these words to me? If you really want to become stronger, you just need to find Evan, right? The boy said excitedly. Because you are the strongest. Eli remembered the image of Evan kneeling in front of her. Even the head of the clan does not dare to disobey you, so, you are the strongest. Hearing this, Jia smiled. At such a young age, you have already seen through the entire power structure. Huh, thinking this, she spoke up. What is your name? The boy quickly replied, Lai. Her hand drooped down. Alright, Lai, let us just say that as you said, I am the strongest, but why should I teach you how to become stronger? Jia's expression immediately turned cold in an instant. Eli also felt it clearly. The boy froze. Jia's eyes had only glanced over for a moment, but it was enough to see through the world. He probably never thought about that, right, if you want to persuade someone with words. With the way he is doing it now, he is still too naive. But Eli said a sentence that even she did not expect, because you also have to protect Beyond. Jia was stunned. What? The boy continued, I know everything, you are also a member of our trading company, right? Eli's face turned serious, and his voice became sharper than ever. Everyone in the trading company must protect Beyond. Hearing this, Jia asked back without any emotion, you are saying that I also have to protect Beyond? The boy affirmed firmly, yes, madam. Then she smiled brightly, yeah, you are right. Jia nodded in her heart, I also have to know how to protect myself. She sat on the chair, looking down at Eli and instructing, how do you want to become strong? If you only want to become a knight or a merchant, then finding Evan or Anasha would be more suitable. At this time, Eli raised his head high, speaking his life's desire, I want to become a noble. Jia was confused by that desire. Why? The boy said loudly, because nobles are the strongest people. Hearing the boy say that, Jia only felt that it was absurd. A child with mixed Inayari blood wants to become a noble. How ridiculous. Eli was startled and retorted to her words. I am not an Ayari. Jia's voice became colder and colder, making the boy's mood also sink. You dare to say you are not with those eyes. You are really bold. She looked at Eli anxiously touching his eyes. It is really ridiculous. Her eyes were full of thoughts. You do not even know who Beyond is, yet you want to become stronger to protect Beyond. But although she released such cold words on the surface, in reality, Jia still had some concern for Eli. Normally, I would have ignored it and let it be, but I am also curious to see how far this kid can go. Thinking this, she suddenly spoke up, alright. Jia reached out her hand before the boy's surprised face, I will help you become a noble. Eli was still stunned and could not believe it, really, but obviously, what came with it was another condition set by Jia, but in return, you have to show me if you are worthy or not. Seeing this, the boy stammered back, worthy, what should I do? Jia slowly spoke, have you ever heard of Rockestra Academy? The boy honestly replied, no, madam. She had to close her eyes and tell him about the noble place she was mentioning. Rockestra Academy is the most prestigious educational institution on the continent. There, people teach everything, such as swordsmanship, diplomacy, politics, medicine. But when she heard her talk about a place that was only for nobles, Eli was still somewhat hesitant because of his identity, but a place like that, I do not have the qualifications to enter. Right, because I am just a commoner. Jia also knew his feelings for a long time. Other academies still care about the high and low status, but with Rockestra, as long as you have basic knowledge and enough tuition. Even if you are a commoner, you can be admitted. Eli's face lit up, the boy smiled radiantly, then I also. But without letting Eli finish speaking, Jia touched the tip of his nose, but she smiled softly, her voice as gentle as the wind. On paper, that is what it says, but in reality, almost no commoners can enter the academy. Jia pointed out the shortcomings one by one. The so-called basic knowledge that the academy requires is the level that the descendants of nobles have been learning since childhood, with private tutors by their side day after day. The tuition at this academy is so expensive that not only commoners but also weak nobles can hardly afford it. Every word she uttered made Eli freeze. Moreover, even if you can enroll, you have to pass countless difficult exams during the course of study before you can graduate. If students do not graduate within 7 years, they will be expelled, you know. As for Jia, she still maintained her cold and tired expression. If you think my request is too much, you can give up. Eli also knew at that time that he had no other way besides the one she had just proposed. The boy could only clench his hand tightly. Just graduate. The boy put one hand on his chest. As long as I graduate, you will really help me become a noble. Jia turned to nod in satisfaction with Eli. That is right. The boy immediately responded excitedly, I will do it. The afternoon sun shone down on the place where the two of them were talking. Alright, then I will arrange for you to be able to enter the academy. Listening to her instructions, Eli revealed a clear expression of gratitude, but in return, during your time there, you must absolutely hide your identity. You must absolutely not let anyone discover who you are. There seemed to be a vague boundary between the two of them. From the moment you set foot in the academy, you will no longer be a member of the trading company. Jia spoke for a while, her words gradually becoming sharper. Even if your identity is revealed later, you must absolutely not let the trading company be implicated. Even if you have to completely cut ties with this place, the place that was once your whole world. Hesitation was evident on the boy's face. Do you still want to continue? A little later, Lai replied resolutely, I can do it. I will definitely become a noble so that I can protect Beyond. The corners of Jia's lips lifted into a curve. She looked at the boy with satisfaction. Alright, let us do that. I am also curious to know who the Beyond that this kid keeps mentioning is. Eli sat opposite her, smiling brightly at Jia, but it probably won't be too late. Let us ask after he gets everything. Suddenly the door burst open, and Evan quietly walked in. Oh. In an instant, Eli's whole body stiffened. Evan did not show any consideration and rushed over quickly. This kid. He breathed a long sigh and said, I apologize, young lady, it is all my fault for not teaching him properly. The boy was frightened by Evan's attitude and ran away directly. I am leaving. Jia looked at the two of them with some annoyance. It is okay. At this time, she suddenly noticed the box in Ivan's hand. But, is that the item I asked you to prepare? He replied slowly and brought the box closer. Yes, please check it. Jia slowly opened the box. She looked intently at the wolf pendant inside and exclaimed, that is so cool. Jia gently touched the pendant. Although it is a late birthday present, I hope Rant will like it. Ivan stood not far away, taking all of this into his eyes. Soon after, he saw her stand up and understood her meaning. I will take you home, young lady, but Jia responded somewhat politely. It is okay, just call a carriage for me. Suddenly, Ivan blurted out in her surprise, does my presence make you uncomfortable, young lady? Jia slowly glanced at the man beside her, wondering in her heart, why would he ask me such a question? Ivan said with a wronged expression, I am your knight. His voice gradually became smaller, you are my goal and mission. Jia replied softly, I know you are trying to keep your oath as a knight to me, but please do not push yourself too much. Her words made the atmosphere heavy for a moment. You do not need to restrict yourself because of the promise to my grandfather, Evan. Jia had a clear thought in her heart. Evan is originally an upright person, so because he wants to keep his promise to her grandfather and also keep his oath to her, he must be forcing himself and tormenting himself. Therefore, it would be better for her to shoulder a small part of the burden on his shoulders like that. Then, she walked away, leaving Ivan with one last word, my grandfather will understand. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, stopping Jia. She immediately looked up at Ivan. Initially, I only intended to follow because it was the Duke's will. Suddenly, he asked her a question that did not make any sense. But do you know when I first saw you, young lady? Jia squinted her eyes and replied, it was the day my grandfather passed away. Right. Ivan shook his head to signal, it was not. Jia unconsciously thought in her heart, it was not that day. He explained softly, I once followed the Duke to the Elliot mansion. It was on the day of the Marquis's wife's funeral. At this time, Jia realized in surprise, so that the boy who supported her grandfather at that time was him. Ivan bowed his head and continued to say, in the crowd full of whispers, that girl's figure still stood calmly and steadfastly. It really left a deep impression. I knew from the first glance that she was the girl that I needed to protect. He put his hand on his chest and replied respectfully, among the people who did not bother to hide their malice, I suddenly wanted to reach out and protect that girl in my arms. Not because anyone asked me to, but because my heart told me to. Unexpectedly, Ivan reached out to Jia. Please let me keep the oath from my childhood. Her eyes flashed. For so long, I thought he was protecting me only because he was following her grandfather's orders. It turned out that he always sincerely wanted to become her own knight. Jia slowly placed her hand on the other party's hand. She nodded in satisfaction. If this is the path that you have chosen, then I can't refuse. Ivan lowered his back and placed a kiss on Jia's hand. I sincerely accept your oath. It was gradually getting dark, and the carriage was ready. Ivan followed Jia in a fluster and said, I sincerely apologize, young lady, you may have to wait a little longer. At this hour, the streets are crowded, so it is difficult to prepare a carriage. Quickly. She looked up at him, and unconsciously the corners of her lips curved into a smile. Every time you meet me, the clan leader bows his head and apologizes like this. Ivan was still a little embarrassed. Please, oh, no. Jia turned her face away, her mouth full of smiles, eh ha. Then, she naturally remembered an old memory. Suddenly I remember Anasa's words. Anasha's words rang out in her mind. What he cares about most, in the end, is still beyond safety. Last time, when you quarreled with Lai and Evan suddenly pulled your hand so hard. It was because he was afraid that you would look at Lai and panic. Anasha nodded in agreement. Normally, people only need to look into the eyes of the Inayari and they will be so terrified that they freeze. Jia thought silently, yes, even I was so scared that I could not speak the first time I saw those eyes. She remembered Eli's cold eyes in the past. His pupils contracted vertically in an instant, his eyes were red, and also. In an instant, she was so frightened that she raised her hand to cover her eyes. The box slipped from Jia's hand and fell to the ground. She hugged her head and fell into Ivan's arms, causing him to worry, young lady. Jia gradually became suspicious in her heart. In my previous life, I only went back and forth between the Eliant family and the royal palace. I never glanced at anyone other than the crown prince. She asked herself a difficult question, so why did I see the Inayari? Jia gradually broke out in a cold sweat. My memory, a part is missing. The seed of doubt was planted in her heart. It is not because time has passed that I have forgotten naturally. But it is as if someone has deliberately carved that part out of my head, to the point that there is no memory left. Ivan noticed that something was wrong and asked again, are you alright, young lady? Jia still hugged her eyes and said, indeed, I should have called the imperial physician. Hearing this, Ivan bit his lip and replied, that won't do. Immediately after, he lifted Jia up. I will personally apologize for this rudeness at another time. Without any further delay, Ivan turned around and prepared to take Jia back to the mansion. Suddenly, a mysterious voice came from behind. What is the meaning of this? Jia's eyes widened. She seemed to have recognized this voice. Sirius said coldly, why is my fiancé lying in the arms of a strange man? On the opposite side, Jia was also in a difficult situation. The crown prince's voice is cold. Is he angry? I have to get down immediately. While she was still panicking, Ivan tightened his grip. Why does it feel like he is tightening his grip? He said to Sirius, please get out of the way. On the contrary, Sirius did not seem to want to yield. He drew his sword out immediately. The guards who received the order immediately pointed their swords at Ivan. The cold sword was placed on Ivan's neck, and a long streak of blood flowed down along with it. Evan. Sirius's face had become much worse. He compromised. I hope you will return my fiancé, alright. Seeing that things were gradually getting out of control, Jia mediated. Evan, let me down. Even so, Ivan still replied firmly, you need to go to the imperial physician first. Seeing that gentle words had no effect, she said sternly, Evan, this is an order, let me down. Ida looked down at Jia with a reluctant expression. Then, he gently put her down. Even so, Sirius's suspicion had not diminished at all. How should I understand this situation, Bii? Evan stepped forward, shielding Jia. She noticed the wound on his neck, and became worried. At this rate, I am afraid Evan will be in trouble. Their actions were noticed by the people around them. Please lower your sword, your majesty, Sirius replied without any fluctuation. Why should I do that? At this time, Jia stepped forward to mediate, because I am begging you. Sirius gradually calmed down at this time. He put away his sword and hurried towards Jia. Oh my, Bii, you are too cunning. Sirius gently stroked her face. Explain a little, Bii. Jia looked up and asked him back, why do I have to explain? Sirius still did not intend to let this matter go, meaning that right in front of her fiancé, she was lying in the arms of a strange man, without a word of explanation. Jia avoided his touch annoyedly. I do not feel that I need to explain anything. Feeling ignored, Sirius directly picked her up. He warned sternly, be quiet, if you do not want to become a laughingstock. Lying prone on Sirius's shoulder, Jia thought to herself, why do things like this happen again and again? He took her closer to the carriage. Sirius put Jia down effortlessly. He asked her sternly, his tone a little reproachful, what exactly are you thinking in your head? The two of them spoke softly in the carriage. I really do not understand why you are angry. Didn't your highness originally not care much about the honor or reputation of his fiancée? What does your reputation have to do with me? I can't think of anything else besides that. Knowing that he could not argue with her, Sirius sighed, holding his head, you really are. Jia sat opposite him, her face even more gloomy. I do not want to worry about the reason why you are angry anymore. Just protecting my people is already tiring enough. What are you going to do with Evan? Suddenly, he spoke, his voice also becoming colder. Evan. Sirius did not hide the suspicion in his words. Hearing you call his name so directly, it seems that the relationship between the two of you is closer than what I just saw. Jia frowned tightly and replied, of course we are close, because Evan is my person. She widened her eyes and watched him slowly approach. You are now saying in front of your fiancé that another man is your person. Sirius got closer to Jia, bringing with him an oppressive aura. I am warning you, do not make me angry, Bii. Jia's face did not change, but she had many thoughts in her heart. What exactly is he so angry about? She looked straight at Sirius opposite her, but now he looks no different from someone who is jealous. Jia suddenly asked, do you love me? Sirius replied suspiciously, what do you mean? She still did not avoid answering, what I mean is just that, do you really love me? Jia silently watched his face gradually change. It is not because of his fiancé's reputation, and it is not because he loves her, so why is he angry? Her lips curved slightly, although she is still hiding the truth, at least she has never lied. The afternoon sun shone through the carriage window. Jia's voice occupied the space. I have already said it, my dream is to meet the person I love, and live together peacefully for a lifetime. Growing old together. Sirius still looked at her without saying a word. I have said that, yet you are telling me to love your highness. Jia sat upright and continued, I won't love a painful love. The carriage rolled towards the Eliant mansion. I want to meet someone who loves me, who only loves me, and then have children for that person, living together for a lifetime in happiness. That is enough. As soon as Jia finished speaking, the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became silent, so that person is not you. In an instant, Sirius's eyes revealed loss and grievance. Jia pursed her lips tightly. She thought to herself, the fate between me and the crown prince, it is enough to stop here. The carriage door slowly opened. Jia stepped out. She said to herself, I have said it to this extent, so even if it is just for his self-esteem, he certainly won't actively approach me again. Even so, Jia unconsciously clutched the hem of her skirt in her hand, so if he really does not approach, then the pain in my heart that remains like residue. In the end, she gradually relaxed and regained her mood. It was gradually getting dark. I have endured enough. Jia looked up at the sky and was surprised. What a dazzling sunset. Suddenly, Sirius's arm slowly reached out. He slowly hugged Jia from behind. Her pupils contracted. What does he mean by doing this? Jia said embarrassedly, let me go. She became flustered in an instant. This. Seeing that it did not work, Jia shouted loudly, I said let me go. She turned around and gave Sirius a slap. His face gradually darkened, and a scratch appeared on his face. Sirius glanced at Jia, whose face was now a little red with anger. He unexpectedly hugged his cheek, his words a little aggrieved. I just gave my fiancé a hug and had to receive such a heavy response. If I want to do anything more than that, do I have to risk my life? Jia hurriedly explained, I absolutely do not intend to do anything excessive to your majesty. Sirius asked heavily, is it because of him? His words became smaller and smaller. Did he whisper sweet words of love in your ear? Jia frowned tightly and denied, Evan did not. Seemingly reaching his limit, Sirius suddenly shouted, Evan, it is Evan again. He did not hide the disappointment in his words, I am your fiancé. For more than 4 years, I have only heard the word your highness from your mouth, yet you call his name so easily. Sirius recalled the old memories, his tone becoming more and more reproachful. From the beginning, you have always been like this. Even a little curiosity or a little goodwill that others usually give. To me, you do not bother to show. Speaking to the last sentence, his voice gradually became smaller. It is as if you never wanted to be involved with me. Sirius remembered Jia's cheerful smile just now bitterly, but when she is with him, it is different. She smiles like that, never knowing what indifference is. At that time, he stood in the crowd and quietly looked at her. That smile is something she has never given to me, not even once. Sirius heavily remembered the scene of Ivan holding her in his arms. Just like that, every time I touch you, you always use your body to avoid me, yet you obediently lean into the arms of others. After saying that, he slowly approached and observed Jia's expression. He must be special to you. Other than that, what else can I think? She looked at this scene and wondered in her heart. What is going on? Jia looked at Sirius. Her heart was extremely confused. He once loved me. Even when I asked him directly if he loved me, he did not bother to reply, but now his actions are no different from being jealous of Evan. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand to touch her. However, Jia raised her hand and slapped his hand away. Sirius's hand hung in the air. His eyes were teary. You are always like this. No matter how hard I try, you won't let me get even an inch closer. He revealed his grievance. That kind of coldness, it is enough to drive people crazy. Do you know that? Jia looked blank. So why are you acting like you are hurt by my rejection now? The argument between the two of them still had not subsided. I really do not understand. Why are you like this with me? You really do not know. Or are you just pretending not to know? Jia looked at him in confusion. You feel hurt because your pride is offended to the highest point. Sirius asked her in surprise. What? Jia replied with some guilt. What I mean is it because of me that your highness once thought was your possession, and it keeps slipping out of your hands, that your pride was offended? Sirius once again burst into anger. Possession, you, is mine. He clenched his fist, and said sternly, I have never, not even once, seen you as my possession. If only you were indifferent, then I would not feel so restless. Jia looked at him with a calm face. Do you know how people around you look at you? She replied slowly. Do I necessarily have to know that? Indeed, it is you. You have never stopped disappointing me. Sirius unconsciously caressed a strand of Jia's hair in his hand. Thoughtless, indifferent, my fiancé, is always like this, always drawing a clear line, showing sharp thorns. Not letting anyone get close. You have never cared about the feelings of the people who are rejected by you. Speaking to this point, his voice dropped slightly. We have been engaged for 5 years, but even now, I am still just a stranger in your eyes. Sirius quietly kissed the soft strand of hair of the person opposite him. What else do I have to do, to be willing to open that cold wall, to let me in? Suddenly, Jia's cheeks flushed red. She shyly pushed him away. In my previous life, no matter what I did or said, you would not care at all. Jia parted her lips, thinking and saying, so why do you care about me now? What has changed to make you so different from before? Why are you saying such words to me? No matter what I think of your highness, is not what you need, just the name and status that I have. On the contrary, Sirius replied to her without any evasion. That is right, I crave your support, the blood you have, the first family, the wealth you have, etc. Everything is fascinating. At first, I only thought that as long as you did not hinder me, that would be enough. After saying that, he stepped closer to Jia. Sirius gently touched her cheek, but why did things turn out like this? His eyes were full of affection looking at Jia, like the drizzle that wets the clothes without you knowing. I suddenly realized that I was looking forward to the days when I could see you. Sirius leaned down, he gently touched the other party's head. Being with you, I just want to smile like this forever. I always hope that your eyes will only follow me, without going anywhere else. In an instant, her eyes flickered slightly. Just imagining you giving birth to children with another man and not me, is enough to drive me crazy. If this is really what people call love. Finally, Sirius also honestly expressed, then that is right, I love you. Jia's eyes widened in surprise, the confession that I craved so much in my previous life. She looked deeply into his eyes and asked herself, but should I trust the crown prince? The space between the two of them became quiet. What if, everything is just a misunderstanding, even if, 1,000 times even if that confession is true love? Suddenly Jia remembered her memory from her previous life. Who dares to be sure that when he meets that woman, his heart won't change? She slowly replied to the other person, you dare to say that this feeling is love? No, it can never be love. Sirius always persisted in persuading her. He unconsciously clenched her hand. What are you so sure of? How do you understand my heart? On the contrary, Jia coldly slapped his hand away. I can't believe you. Between me and you, there has never been any trust from beginning to end. Sirius sighed silently. Is that the answer you are giving to my confession? Jia lowered her head slightly and said meaningfully, what do you expect me to answer? She frowned tightly and did not avoid answering. Is it expecting me to shed tears before your majesty's true feelings, and also say that I once loved you, is that right? Sirius was angered by Jia. He shouted, "Bii." She replied to him coldly, please do not fantasize. From the beginning, the relationship between me and your majesty was just a contract. Bound by needs, not by hearts. Her words seemed to have provoked him. In it, there has never been any feelings. That is right, I forgot about that damn contract. It is true that like father like son. You and your father are both the same. Sirius squeezed Jia's shoulder and said, in this situation, why are you mentioning the Marquis? Isn't that just an arranged marriage to consolidate each other's power? Or is there another contract between the Crown Prince and the Marquis that I do not know about? I do not care about that damn contract anymore. He once again revealed his heart. I just want you. Jia's cheeks gradually turned red. Please, Bii, do not push me away anymore. Although she was a little moved, Jia still tried to ask, are you being coquettish? You are forcing me to love you just because you loved me first. Isn't that trick only suitable for children? Sirius smiled secretly after hearing this. If I can keep your heart by being coquettish, that face is as if he really wanted to. Jia clenched her hand, although I have felt it since the coming-of-age ceremony, but the person in front of me seems to no longer be the crown prince that I once knew. Could it be that, even though I say I do not, deep down, I still can't let go of the person I was back then? In an instant, she seemed to see her haggard appearance in her previous life. What I am really afraid of is not loving him, but when I love him. Jia kept thinking, if I love him one more time, will I lose myself again like I did back then? No, she still has not found the answer to that question. The corners of her lips curved slightly, but just because of that vague possibility, I do not want to have to avoid him for the rest of my life. Let us try it. Sirius silently listened to every word. If every time I see him, my heart beats fast like this and I still can't tell if it is love or not, then even if it is being coquettish like a child or seducing. With calculations, you can try all kinds of ways. Jia put her hand on her chest. She said sincerely, please do your best to make my heart turn towards you. A little later, Jia put a small box on the table. She was sitting on the chair at this time, her heart still full of thoughts. At that time, everything was too chaotic. I did not even realize I dropped the box. If Evan had not carefully kept it for her, it would have disappeared. My mind was so messed up by the Crown Prince's confession. My head was in the clouds, was not it? Jia's eyes flickered for a moment, although I said strongly that he should try to seduce her. But to be honest, she can't predict what he will do next. She remembered the story from her previous life. In 2 years, it will be Irene's turn. She will definitely appear. Irene, the fact that I do not like her is another matter. What makes me hesitant to meet Irene is because I once committed a crime against her in the past. She was just like her back then, just someone who fell in love with the Crown Prince. Wanting to be with the person you love is too natural. The imperial law not only allows polygamy, but also accepts marriages from the 5th rank or higher. The Crown Prince and she are cousins of the 6th generation. So legally, there is absolutely nothing preventing them from getting married. Thinking of this, Jia's face gradually sank, but that problem does not mean I do not feel annoyed. At that time, she had no way to stop her from entering the royal palace. After the death of the emperor, the only one who still stood by her side, it was only a matter of time before she was taken into the royal palace. Everything happened as a matter of course. From that day on, she began to torture her. Based on the power of the empress, she blatantly cut down the budget that was supposed to be allocated to her palace. Making her lose face was as easy as turning her hand. Even though she was a young lady from a duke's family, she was clumsy and not familiar with the etiquette of the royal palace. To the point that before her bullying, she did not dare to resist with a single word, only knowing how to cry. A feeling of bitterness rose in Jia's heart. Strangely, the Crown Prince at that time was already the emperor, but he had never stopped her once. He just looked at her with an uncomfortable expression, or pretended not to see anything, and quietly turned to wipe away Irene's tears, comforting her. She remembered Sirius's cold image in her previous life. He should have been able to warn her, the person who was hurting the girl he loved. Thinking about it, it was really strange, but at that time, she was too mindless to worry about those things. With his ignorance, her actions became more and more excessive, and then, finally, she stepped over the line that she should never have crossed. Blinded by jealousy, she foolishly chose to poison her. Jia sat upright on the sofa, pondering deeply. At that time, I seemed to have lost all reason. I was blind, extreme, and manic. I never once thought that what I had done to her was right. But even so, when I meet Irene again, her eyes still did not leave the gift box on the table. I also do not intend to open my arms and welcome her as if nothing had happened. I have already asked Evan to investigate. And now I can only wait. Jia was a little tired and needed to get the medicine bottle next to her. But, even though I was also injured on the neck, it must be very uncomfortable. Yet he still worried about me. And even carefully brought headache medicine. She unconsciously showed a happy smile. It seems that the Crown Prince did not pursue Evan's guilt. Jia was still lost in thought. That is right, just as I have changed, the Crown Prince is no longer the person he used to be either. Grandpa, the Marquis, Anasha, and Evan too. She gently hugged the medicine bottle to her chest. Everything is already so different from back then, so do not let the past make you too afraid. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside the room. Come in. Ran immediately appeared with a radiant face. Sister. He threw himself into Jia's arms, hugging her tightly without letting go. You have to dry your hair before going outside. Jia slowly reached out to Marie. You are getting more and more clingy as you grow up. Give me a towel. She gently dried Ran's hair. Don't you like it? Jia immediately denied. I do. Jia sighed and instructed. Anyway, remember to wear a scarf properly next time before you come. What if you catch a cold? But, I missed you so much, I could not wait any longer. The atmosphere in the room became warm. Today, did you still practice diligently? Yes, the master also said that you have heard a lot about me. Ran looked up at Jia with sparkling eyes. That is right, you are doing very well. She could not help but sigh in her heart, that timid appearance, hiding away because of fear. Can't be seen anymore. Jia rubbed his head with satisfaction. I have a gift for you. A gift. She pointed to the gift box on the table, and Ran unconsciously followed her gaze. It is in that chest, open it and see. He slowly opened the box. Sister, this is. In the box, the wolf pendant was dazzling and brilliant. This is the seal that I am giving you, a seal. Jia took the necklace and put it on Ran herself. Originally, I should have waited until your coming of age ceremony to give it to you, but, I could not wait until then. She said softly, the 3 leaves mean happiness. I always hope that you will be happy forever. Ran looked at her without blinking, his cheeks unconsciously flushed red. My little puppy. Jia saw him lower his head and asked, do you like it? She unconsciously caressed his lips. That would not be right, would it? Jia pretended to blame and said, I have already given you a gift, but I have not heard you say thank you. I am sad. She rubbed Ran's round cheek, her tone somewhat sarcastic. Come on, say thank you, my silly kid. He threw himself into Jia's arms and said with emotion, thank you, sister. She instructed with satisfaction, this is something that I have prepared very carefully for you, so you must use it until the day it is stamped on the name of the family head. You know, Ran hesitated a little, but Jia also had her own thoughts in her heart. Of course, Rand also knows his identity and position very well, and also understands that becoming the head of the family is not easy. She gently tapped Rand's forehead and instructed, but you can't keep raising a child in a greenhouse. If you keep frowning like that, your face will be full of wrinkles in the future. Suddenly, Jia called out loudly, Rand by Ron Elliot. Rand immediately responded, yes. She said calmly to him, if that is what you do not want, then inheriting the title, then just do not do it. Jia looked at Ran with sincere eyes. I have already said it, I just want you to live happily. She caressed his pendant. The things that I have taught you so many things, it is not to force you to become a marquis. Later, if you find something that you really want to do, then I just hope that I can help you broaden the path you choose a little. Ran's eyes lit up listening to every word she said, so, just do what you really want to do. No matter what path you choose, I will always support you. Jia stroked his small face and said, no matter what anyone says, you are still my Ran, you know that, right? Ran suppressed his emotions and replied, yes. She slowly hugged him in her arms, just remember that fact, that is enough. Jia's eyes became deep, all the urgent matters have been arranged, now, perhaps I can live quietly for a while. She quietly looked at Ran who was happily thinking, I am not going anywhere, I will just stay in the mansion. A little later, just after thinking that for not too long, Jia was slowly reading a book when she was disturbed, someone's here. Outside, Sirius was waiting for her, radiant as a flower, yes, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Seeing the person in her heart, he smiled amiably and greeted her, today, you are still as radiant as ever, the Jia slowly saluted the person in front of her, I greet His Highness the Crown Prince. The two of them started talking, between you and me, there is no need for such polite greetings. Why did you come here? Sirius said with some melancholy, you asked about the main thing as soon as we met, is not that too cold? Jia looked at his rapidly changing attitude and her face darkened. Yesterday you were furious, today your attitude has turned around. Sirius said with an affectionate expression, it turns out that the saying that the one who loves more is the loser is true, so if I say I came just because I wanted to see you, can that be considered an answer? Jia frowned tightly and asked, are you crazy? At this time, she noticed the butler not far away. Oh no, the butler is still here. He slowly placed a cup of tea on the table. Jia looked at the butler's face and could not help but think in her heart, but his face is as if he did not hear anything, he is probably pretending not to know, right? She ordered softly, go outside. Sirius and Jia quietly watched the other person leave. At this time, Sirius spoke with a bit of blame, I never expected that just coming to see my fiancé would be considered a crazy person. Jia did not show any politeness. She said straightforwardly, don't say any more empty words, please get straight to the point. He slowly sat down on the sofa with an extremely affable attitude. You still do not believe me, huh? Don't just stand there, sit down. She followed and sat down, her face still tense. Actually, I came here because I wanted to see you. As soon as I opened my eyes, your face appeared first in my head. It seems that I have really fallen for you to the point that I can't get out. Sirius gently touched the scratch in front of her and said, as for the thing that I escaped here to avoid those who kept asking about this injury, that is also just an excuse. He blamed softly, do you know how troubled I was? They insisted on holding the person who hurt me accountable for offending the royal family. I had to go to great lengths to dismiss that matter and, come here. Jia frowned and sighed, it seems that people's skin is thinner than I thought. Sirius did not lose to her and replied, and your strength is stronger than I thought. She hurriedly bowed her head to admit her mistake, I was a little too strong. He smiled brightly and echoed, so I thought that I must be more careful next time. Sirius said as if he was sulking, the person is sometimes just surprisingly unexpected, are you doing this on purpose? She still replied sternly, do I need a reason to do that? The smile on Sirius's lips became cunning, but that is also right, the one who needs to put effort into seducing you is me, not the other way around. His gaze never left Jia, but it seems that I am getting more and more immersed in you. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jia lowered her head to avoid the other person's gaze. Are you seducing me? Since when has my whole body become so tense? The sound of the two people's conversation rang out constantly. Are you not moved enough? Then remember to practice more carefully before you come next time. After all, just that much is not enough to move you. I am immune to those tricks. Sirius mimicked her words as a way to mock. Even so, it seems that you are very confident in your appearance. You are really a slippery snake. Jia pretended to be uninterested and asked back, did you come all the way here just to say such nonsense? He winked and smiled brightly at her and replied, impossible. Just as you said, I came here, was not it to make you fall in love with me, whether it is seduction or being coquettish, I must first be able to see your face before I can do that. Jia pretended to be annoyed and said, so you are very free, huh? I am not free enough to be able to sit leisurely and chat with your majesty. Seeing that she was not happy, Sirius asked softly, why are you so cold to me? Have I ever done anything wrong to you? Jia lowered her eyes, she did not show her emotions clearly. Unexpectedly, she politely said, I do not hate your highness, if not then. Jia replied with a cold face, it is just that your highness makes me an eyesore. In an instant, Sirius's state became worse, in her previous life, he had never hated her like this. Jia's eyes were firm as if she did not want to say anything more. Back then, she only knew how to demand the other person's love like a demanding child, and never thought about what she should try to do for the person she loved. Even so, His Highness the Crown Prince still maintained the minimum etiquette with her. He still treated her like an empress of the empire. Thinking of this, her mood unconsciously sank. It is just that he never loved her, so she did not complain about him, but saying that she did not mind would not be true either. Her eyes pondered the teacup on the table. Her heart still beats for him, as before. It is just that she does not know clearly anymore whether these are the feelings of the present, or just the remnants of the past. Jia looked down and replied to the person opposite her, honestly, I do not know how to face your highness. Your highness makes me feel awkward and uncomfortable in my heart. In an instant, Sirius seemed to be drawn into the other person's gaze. Then unexpectedly, he laughed out loud, ha ha ha. His cheeks flushed red, half consoling and half mocking Jia. At least it means that I am still not so bad that you can't accept me, right? Sirius sighed softly in relief, thank goodness. The scene changed. Jia was holding a piece of cloth tightly in her hand. This dress, make it with this color of fabric. The voices of Anasha and her echoed back and forth. As for the hat, I think using the same type of fabric would be more suitable. What do you think, young lady? Anything is fine. In 10 days, the royal hunting competition will be held. This is one of the largest annual events of the royal family, where members of the royal family and high-ranking nobles are invited to participate. Although it is not exactly an official hunt, it is more like a recreational outing. Therefore, not only men but also women are present. Anasha looked at the list in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. Because I have passed the coming-of-age ceremony, so from this year on, I am forced to participate in the competition as the crown prince's fiancé. Anyway, I am also considered a half-royal family member. The things that need to be prepared, I have already checked everything. Jia amiably invited her to stay. You have worked hard, have a cup of tea before you go. Anasha raised her teacup and took a sip. Unexpectedly, she exclaimed in surprise, oh my, what kind of tea is this? The aroma is so pleasant. Jia happily replied, it is tea made from reisha flowers. If you like it, I will pack some for you later to take back. Okay, Anasha showed a surprised expression and repeated, reisha flowers. She said loudly, isn't reisha flower a flower that symbolizes the crown princess? It is also forbidden to plant it randomly. Yes, it is really reisha flowers. Anasha looked at Jia suspiciously. How come, such a precious thing is being used to make tea? She said with a natural tone, it is what His Majesty bestowed. There is so much that I would not feel bad about using it to make tea. Jia pretended to be calm and reassured the person opposite her. His Majesty has already allowed it to be used to make tea, so you can drink it with peace of mind. Anasha smiled gently and replied, oh my goodness, you have already been favored by His Majesty so much. It is really being spoiled before you even get married. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince often visits the Marquis Mansion. Jia on the opposite side coughed lightly with some embarrassment. Who knows, but I heard that something happened in the Western Territory. Suddenly, the conversation between the two of them turned in another direction. Ah, yes, I heard that the matter was so big that Evan had to personally go to the Western Territory. I wonder what happened. It seemed very urgent, so I could not hear clearly. Is the wound on your neck still okay? Jia's face also became serious. It is not as deep as it looks. I heard that it was treated by a skilled doctor. That is good then, but the thing that happened in the Western Territory does not sound good at all. I hope there is nothing big. Suddenly, Anasha's question caught Jia's attention. But, is His Highness the Crown Prince really as fiercely jealous as the rumors say? It is hard to imagine that a gentle person like His Majesty would act like that. She recalled the unpleasant scene from before. Because of the thing that happened in the middle of the road, the rumors of that day spread everywhere. There was no way to stop it. Among them, there were even malicious slanders, suspecting that she and Evan were having an affair. Unconsciously, her face showed embarrassment. The trading company kept emphasizing that it was just a public meeting between the granddaughter of the former trade owner and the current trade owner. The Crown Prince personally explained, saying that it was just a small misunderstanding because his jealousy was too heavy. Jia slowly placed her hand on her chest. He even used the excuse to prove the close relationship between him and me, and came to my mansion every day. Although I was caught up in troublesome things. To be honest, I do not hate this situation too much. The sunlight shone through the window and was very dazzling. I do not know what will happen in the future, but for now, let us enjoy it. Jia rubbed her chin expectantly. How will he try to seduce her? Time passed quickly, the first day of the royal hunting competition. Jia looked around, and had already made sure in her heart, it must be time to start. I have to prepare. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a branch. However, a large hand reached out to shield her. Marquis Eliant appeared from behind and said, be careful. Jia turned around. She replied softly, thank you, father. Marquis Eliant did not seem satisfied. He personally adjusted her hat. Humph. Jia helplessly touched his hand. It is not like that. She happily adjusted the part of the hat that had been pulled wrong. It is right to do it like this. Marquis Eliant still looked at Jia with gentle eyes. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Hearing this, he said vaguely, I. At that time, Jia noticed the emperor in the distance. The trumpets. It is probably about to start. She unconsciously asked, shouldn't you be by His Majesty's side? Probably the Prime Minister. You should be with His Majesty. On the contrary, Marquis Eliant looked at her with a worried face. Are you okay going alone? Jia quietly looked at him. She could not help but think in her heart. Is father worried because she has to go to the first hunting competition alone? Jia showed a gentle smile. I did not expect father to be so considerate. I am fine. Please do not worry. The place where the hunting competition was held was a rather high and dangerous mountain. Because it was directly under the emperor's rule, the number of people allowed to enter and exit was also limited. Thanks to this, the forest still maintained its dense appearance. Although there were also fierce beasts in the forest, the fact that they dared to bring noble young ladies there showed how safe the area had been guaranteed. Therefore, instead of calling it a real hunt, it would be more accurate to say that it was a banquet with a hunting game as the highlight. The silence between the two father and daughter still had not ended. Even though there was nothing to worry about, he could not leave easily. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. Can I go with the young lady? Duchess Seath greeted with a smile. Long time no see, Marquis Eliant. Marquis Eliant replied politely from behind. Yes, long time no see, Countess Seath. The woman who was once called the Grand Princess, the Emperor's first child. Jia silently recalled her memories from her previous life. She was also one of the people I did not have a good relationship with in my previous life. Why is this person here? She silently evaluated Duchess Seath. She was the one who personally raised the Crown Prince as her own child after he lost his mother early. To her, when she was someone who only knew how to follow Her own mind, she was the only one who dared to say straightforward words, which were not easy to hear. Thinking of this, Jia sadly remembered her previous life's attitude towards her. However, she thought that Isabella's actions were overstepping her authority, interfering in things that were not hers. She got angry, said she was doing things against morality, and turned to insult her without any regard. She silently sighed in relief. Fortunately, until now, Countess is still gentle with her. She even personally knitted a scarf and sent it to her, apologizing for not being able to attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Then, Jia bent down and saluted the person in front of her. Well, she should also receive her politely. I am Duchess Bian Rosa Eliant. Duchess Seath was secretly satisfied. It seems that this is the first time we have really met, right? Please, do not use those rigid titles anymore. Just call me by my name. Jia naturally replied, it is an honor, Isabella. Just call me Bian. She looked at Duchess Seath and could not help but think, usually, the nobles who live near the border rarely participate in hunting competitions like this. As if she had guessed Jia's thoughts, she smiled and said, are you surprised to see me here, young lady? A little. It is true that I am a little surprised. Duchess Seath said happily, ha ha ha, I once read in a poem that I was looking forward to meeting Bian in person. That is right. The memory of the old letter suddenly rushed back. So that day is today. Duchess Seath gradually returned to the main topic. Anyway, can I accompany the young lady? Not going alone. The Marquis will surely be more at ease. Jia turned back to look at Marquis Eliant. I am okay. Having received his approval, Duchess Seath reached out and called, well, it seems that there is not much time left. Let us get on the carriage first. Then, she walked towards the carriage first. Once again, Marquis Eliant's arm reached out towards Jia. I should call the maidservant too. He did not say anything more, but his arm still did not withdraw. Jia's eyes widened in surprise. In the end, she responded to him with a familiar smile. The two father and daughter went to the carriage. Jia stepped into the carriage one step at a time. Marquis Eliant instructed her one last time, when you get there, we will meet. She still smiled and responded to him. Suddenly, Jia heard a sound of admiration from the person next to her. Oh my goodness. Duchess Seath sat opposite her, covering her mouth and laughing softly. I never expected that the person who was once praised by the world as the heartless prime minister would be able to reveal such a kind and gentle appearance. Jia coughed lightly with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Duchess Seath opened her mouth to chat. Honestly, I have been looking forward to meeting you, Bian. She replied politely, I am the one who feels honored to meet you. Suddenly, Duchess Seath burst out laughing and replied, oh dear, that rigid tone sounds too distant. I do not like it. Jia thought silently, her smile is really similar to His Highness the Crown Prince's. The carriage slowly started moving. There has always been something I have wanted to ask for a long time. I do not know if I can ask. Yes, please speak. Duchess Seath asked directly, do you love the Crown Prince? Jia replied hesitantly, I am not sure what you mean. The smile on Duchess Seath's face became more obvious. Perhaps I just asked a little too bluntly. She nodded and replied, I really did not expect you to say such words. Duchess Seath regained her dignified appearance and said, although it may seem a little nosy, please forgive me, that person is no different from my own son to me. The atmosphere in the carriage became serious. My mother passed away right after giving birth to me. Do you know that? Yes, I know. Through Duchess Seath's voice, her memories gradually rushed back. Empress Layla reached out to rescue me when I was still swaddled in a blanket. She was the former empress, the Crown Prince's mother. Duchess Seath said more softly, then when the empress passed away, the young Crown Prince suddenly became lonely in the court at that time. I said to myself. She remembered Sirius's image and could not help but continue, I want to protect this child, as a way to repay her kindness. Duchess Seath suddenly sighed, I did not intend to get married, I just wanted to stay close to His Highness the Crown Prince forever. If he had not earnestly pressed me to get married, I would not have left the Crown Prince. Even when I went south to the territory of that person, my heart still lingered on His Highness. She turned her eyes towards Jia who was sitting dignifiedly on the opposite side. So, you will be by His Highness's side in my place. It is you, Bian. I have been very curious to know what kind of person you are. Then unexpectedly, Duchess Seath bowed deeply to her. She said sincerely, I sincerely apologize for putting you to the test like that. Jia slowly replied, should I forgive you? Duchess Seath quietly shook her head and replied, I do not intend to force you to forgive me or force you to understand my thoughts. It is just that I do not want to hide what I have done. Because I really want to be by your side without any selfish motives. Even so, she still could not help but be curious, but, why do not you ask how I tested you? On the contrary, Jia replied calmly, I am not curious at all either. Duchess Seath was amused by her attitude. It is really as the rumors say, it is no wonder His Highness lost his mind because of jealousy. Jia spoke to deny, but rumors are not to be believed. Duchess Seath agreed happily, just like the rumors about you. She said softly, recently, I do not know if you know, but people are talking about you a lot. They say you are cruel and cunning, willing to chase away the entire clan just to seize the Pisian family's fortune. Moreover, they said you also drove innocent servants and nannies out onto the streets empty-handed. Duchess Seath did not hide anything and said, and also indulge yourself in having fun with this person and that person while leaving the Crown Prince alone. Unconsciously, Jia sighed softly, I knew the rumors would spread, but I did not expect them to have flown all the way to the south. Seeing this, Duchess Seath was a little embarrassed. It is not that I believe those nonsense rumors, but because it involves His Highness the Crown Prince and my son. I can't help but worry. I am not someone who can resist that. She listened in surprise. When you saw the gift I sent with the letter, what did you think? It seems that that item is quite convenient to use for many purposes. The gentle sunlight shone through the carriage window, because it is a versatile scarf that common women in the south also use as a shawl or a blanket to cover the pillow. Ah, I see. Jia understood the beauty of the design. Indeed, the scarf that Isabel gave is made of high-quality material, but the design is simple. Compared to other nobles, they value luxurious styles more than function. She thought approvingly, that is why I like it so much. If it were embroidered with gold thread and studded with many small pearls, it would be very inconvenient. Seeing Jia's reaction, Duchess Seath seemed to have misunderstood. Are you uncomfortable with the commoner style design? She then spoke to deny. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Duchess Seath hurriedly expressed, no, in my opinion, it is a gift that you can use more comfortably. I painstakingly sewed every stitch, looking forward to the day I could meet you. Listening to Jia's question, Duchess Seath showed a satisfied smile. So that is the test you were talking about, Isabel. She glanced at Jia slightly, not valuing other people's hearts just because the appearance is not luxurious. Duchess Seath unconsciously sighed. I am sure that using that to judge me does not make me happy at all. Honestly, I am very sorry. Jia heard the implication in the sentence. It sounds like an apology, but at the same time it is also saying that she does not regret it. She said with some hesitation. That is right, if I could go back to that time, I would still give you that gift again. The atmosphere in the car seemed to have eased a lot. I accept your apology, but only this time. I do not like one-sided probing at all. Of course, I am relieved now. Duchess Seath said shyly, even though I pretended not to care, I was actually very worried about whether you would forgive me or not. The carriage was still speeding along the road, but, beyond, there is still one thing I have not heard the answer to. What is it? Duchess Seath repeated her initial question once again. Do you love the Crown Prince? There was already some hesitation in Jia's eyes. I am still not sure if I love him or not. Even I am not clear, so how can I answer? Seeing this reaction of hers, Duchess Seath realized. She parted her lips. You do not love him. Jia replied delicately. Does political marriage ever involve love? I believe that you are not so naive. She understood very well in her heart, even though she has now married and is no longer a member of the royal family, Isabel is still someone who has lived for 30 years in the royal palace full of treacherous people. Duchess Seath heard this and turned slightly. She must also know the story behind her marriage with the Crown Prince. Just as you said, I am also not naive enough to look for love in a political marriage. Suddenly she hesitated, but beyond. Duchess Seath sat next to Jia intimately and replied, even if it is a political marriage, love can still exist in it. She revealed her true heart. If you can love the person you will be with for the rest of your life, then what could be better? Jia still could not fully accept her meaning and replied. Love can't be achieved unilaterally. Hearing this, Duchess Seath looked at her blankly. Does His Highness not like you? Jia immediately denied, not at all. Duchess Seath took her hand and advised softly, even if you do not love him, it is okay, you can also start by being a good friend to each other. She spoke of Sirius's pitiful situation. His Highness the Crown Prince is a very lonely person. He was crowned as soon as he was born. Speaking to this point, Duchess Seath could not suppress her emotions, even though he is protected by the Emperor. Trying to step into that void has never been easy. She gave all her sincerity to advise Jia. I absolutely have no intention of forcing you. I just hope for one thing, do not push His Highness away. She heard this and pursed her lips slightly. He is even more than what you think. Beyond, he really cherishes you very much. Duchess Seath gently recounted, do you know that, in the recent letters that His Highness sent to me, they are full of stories about you. She did not beat around the bush and said, that is why I want to meet you even more. What I mean is, I want to meet the person who has stepped into His Majesty's heart. Jia's eyes flashed. She secretly thought, I am not exactly that I do not understand Isabel's heart. She sees the Crown Prince as her son, so feeling goodwill towards her is also very natural. However, she clenched her hands tightly as if she still could not let go, but I am still not ready to accept her goodwill. At this time, Sirius appeared and interrupted the conversation between the two of them. What kind of fun stories were you planning to tell? He smiled radiantly and looked at them. He did not even realize that the carriage had stopped. Duchess Seath sternly corrected Sirius. It is very rude to interrupt a private conversation between noble ladies. He just replied with a bright smile. Sorry, sister. Sirius raised his hand to the two of them and said, the carriage has been here for a long time, but the two ladies still have not shown any signs of going out. So, you have to know how to be patient. Duchess Seath took his hand and stepped out first. I do not even remember being taught to be so infinitely patient. He smiled and replied, a man who is in love does not know what fear is anymore. A person quietly appeared from the distance, madam. Immediately, Duchess Seath rushed into the other person's arms, Baron. Jia could not help but evaluate in her heart after witnessing that scene. Indeed, they are a famous devoted couple. Her hand was held tightly by Sirius. Jia raised her eyebrows and looked. She rushed into Sirius's large arms. Jia hurriedly pushed him away. What is the meaning of this? Sirius shamelessly replied, we can't lose either. Jia looked in surprise at the intimate scene of Duchess Seath and Baron. What? Not far away, the two of them did not hide their intimate actions at all. Witnessing this, Jia unconsciously frowned. Please, I want to lose. Sirius replied with some grievance. Aren't you looking with admiration? No, you are wrong. Is that so? What a pity. Even so, he still hugged her in his arms and gave her a kiss. You really are very beautiful today, my bii. Sirius's eyes curved slightly as he looked at the person opposite him. Actually, I wanted to kiss your lips, but today there are too many places where people can see. Duchess Seath caught it and spoke sarcastically. It turns out that we accidentally interrupted something unrelated. Baron looked blank in the back. What? Duchess Seath looked at the two of them meaningfully. We should not interfere in the love between men and women. Suddenly, Sirius mentioned another matter. If that is what you want, then I am ready. In Jia's eyes, his smile was even more radiant than the sun, for our marriage. In front of Duchess Seath and Baron's witness, Jia was a little speechless. Unexpectedly, she reached out and grabbed Sirius's shoulder. Oh my god. He was stunned by Jia's action, bii. Ji-ah gently touched Sirius's ears, which were gradually turning red with embarrassment. She whispered softly in his ear, "Right now, my left foot is between your legs." At the same time, Ji-ah breathed out a cold breath into Sirius's ear. "What will happen if I raise my knee a little more?" Her hand then slid down his face. "You probably do not realize it, but when I am angry, I never restrain myself. This is my only warning." Sirius's face was flushed red because he was being teased. "You." He cursed unconsciously, "Damn it." Duchess Seath saw that the situation was not good and called out from behind, "Your Highness." She instructed Sirius carefully, "Please take care, Bii." Baron looked on with suspicion. "His Highness is so pitiful." Ji-ah worried and thought in her heart. She spoke quite softly. Count probably did not hear everything, right? She gradually sank into her own thoughts. "No matter how bold I am, I do not want to be caught red-handed plotting to end the royal bloodline." Duchess Seath spoke to resolve the situation. "The situation has become awkward, but perhaps I should introduce myself, right?" She introduced happily, "This is my husband, Baron Lloyd Seat." Ji-ah followed and saluted Baron. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bion Lhasa Eliant." "It is an honor, Miss Eliant." He approached and observed her carefully. "You look quite similar to Marquis Eliant." Baron recalled Marquis Eliant's serious image and could not help but tease, "An eye for an eye." Ji-ah blushed and did not say anything more. "You should say it is returning it twice as much." That is his style. So he finally heard it. A little later, the three people returned to the main topic. "Anyway, it seems like there is no one around here anymore. It is because the hunt has already started." "It has started." Baron nodded in agreement. "His Majesty started right when he arrived." "My father." Duchess Seath raised her hand to cover her smile. "At this age he is still so enthusiastic." Then, the two of them left intimately. "We should go too. Let me lead the way for you." Duchess Seath looked at her and offered, "Bion, do you want to participate in the hunt?" Ji-ah slightly lowered her eyelids and thought to herself, she does not like hunting, and she does not intend to interfere between such a loving couple. She refused the two of them and left. "It would be more fun if you went together." "Then please catch double my share. I am going to take a rest." Ji-ah's hair fluttered unconsciously in the wind. Just by looking, you can feel the love between them. "It is not that I am jealous, it is definitely not." As soon as she arrived, Ji-ah sighed softly, "Oh my." The imperial noble consort on the opposite side greeted her with a radiant smile. "Long time no see, Miss Eliant." Ji-ah also greeted politely. "It seems that I see you often, have not I, Her Majesty the Empress?" Then, she turned and saluted the Empress. "Bion Lhasa Eliant, I am honored to meet Her Majesty the Empress." She replied shyly, Oh, welcome, miss." Noisy whispers quietly rang out. Ji-ah glanced at the Empress's flustered face. According to etiquette, the Empress should have responded to my greeting and invited me to sit down. The closer the seat is to the host of the party, the higher the honor. She gradually realized the shady point. The farther the seat is, the lower the status, and the only chair left is at the very end. Even so, Ji-ah still spoke and asked the Empress, "Where is my seat, which is hidden and far away, Your Majesty the Empress?" Suddenly, another person suddenly joined the conversation. "Miss, do not you even know your own position?" Ji-ah glanced at the other person, this woman. Then glanced at her expectantly. "I think she is one of the Crown Prince's concubines." Ji-ah did not hesitate to tease her. "Perhaps because you were just made a concubine, you are still not familiar with the etiquette of the palace. You should learn more." Bin was immediately irritated by the tease. "What did you say?" Ji-ah silently recalled her memories from her previous life. Although she is the Crown Prince's concubine, she is only the daughter of a viscount. Even in her previous life, she was once so angry that she pulled her hair. Bin loudly scolded Ji-ah. "At that time, not many people had the right to stop me. Talking nonsense about etiquette in front of me. Are you, miss, the one who is rude?" She glanced at the other person with contempt, both at that time and now. Does she really think that being the Crown Prince's concubine will make her nobler? Ji-ah's eyes became deep. In name, it is true that she belongs to the royal family, but even so, she should know when to show off and when not to. She silently glanced at Duchess Rustin in the back. A part of me just wants to grab her hair and pull it again, but, in this situation, the price to pay will not be worth the anger. She also glanced at Ji-ah, her face gloomy and unpredictable. Ji-ah cut off every word as if mocking the other person. "You said, dare, that is really using thoughtless words. It seems that you need to be taught again about the rules of speaking in the royal palace." Suddenly, her words became more stern than ever. "And a concubine like you, how dare you interrupt the conversation between Her Majesty the Empress and me without permission?" Bin was provoked by Ji-ah's overwhelming aura. "What?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. "Don't you realize that that behavior has offended the Empress?" Ji-ah silently calculated in her head. Even though the Empress's power is not strong, publicly insulting the Empress is another matter. She secretly wanted to borrow the Empress's hand to teach the other person a lesson. Offending the Empress is offending the entire royal family. Then, she turned to the Empress and begged, "Isn't that right, Her Majesty the Empress? Ji-ah recalled her previous meeting with her. As usual, Her Majesty the Empress should have let it go. In fact, the former Empress often said contemptuous words about her. Then also unconsciously followed and looked. Indeed, the inexperience of the concubine was one of the reasons, but many years of witnessing the Empress being looked down upon had made her more eloquent. Until now, she still had not realized that she had crossed the line. Suddenly, the imperial noble consort spoke from the side and intervened. "That concubine has just entered the palace, so she is not familiar with the etiquette of the palace. She acted aggrieved to the Empress. That is due to my shortcomings. Please forgive her, Your Majesty." The Empress hurriedly waved her hand. Of course. If she has just stepped into the palace, then you can't expect her to understand everything." Then, the imperial noble consort turned to Ben and said sternly, "You should apologize to the Empress." She was completely stunned by this action, but Unexpectedly, the imperial noble consort said sternly, "Concubine." Her eyes flashed with threat. "Apologize." Then quietly saluted the empress. "I apologize to you, your majesty the empress." She waved her hand in a fluster. "It is okay. When people do not know, it is understandable to make mistakes." Suddenly, the imperial noble consort looked up and pressed Ji-ah. "I did not expect Miss Eliant to be so knowledgeable about royal etiquette." She frowned and listened to every word she said. "Before long, you will enter the palace as the crown princess. Knowing these things is only natural." The imperial noble consort repeated the 3 words with gritted teeth. "Crown princess." Ji-ah silently showed a smile. "I have already had my coming-of-age ceremony, so that thing can happen at any time." She still did not admit defeat and replied, "Even so. This is still the crown prince's wedding, but will it happen so soon?" Ji-ah pretended to be embarrassed and hugged her gradually flushing cheeks. "I think so too, but His Majesty keeps insisting on holding the ceremony as early as tomorrow. Which really makes me not know what to do." The imperial noble consort still did not intend to let Ji-ah go. "Even so, no matter what His Majesty's will is, there are still rules and etiquette in the palace. I believe that at least you know that." "Of course, I have also said that to His Majesty." She laughed shyly and replied, "But as you know, imperial noble consort, His Majesty's will is unyielding and unwavering." "Meaning that, you are implying that the emperor is stubborn." Listening to Ji-ah's sarcasm, the imperial noble consort bit her lip tightly. "How can I oppose the emperor's wishes? Please forgive me, her imperial noble consort." She used her fan to cover her distorted face. "I understand. If that is His Majesty's will, then you really have no choice but to obey." "I understand." Suddenly, the imperial noble consort found a new topic and said, "Now that I think about it, you have been standing all this time. Why do not you sit down?" Ji-ah followed and asked back, "Then please tell me where my seat is." She glanced triumphantly at the last position. The imperial noble consort pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Ah, there is only one seat left." Ji-ah silently followed and looked. "What a pity that the young lady did not arrive a little earlier. It is really a pity." So she arranged for me to sit in the lowest position, and also acted as if it was her fault. Her reply made her laugh. "I did not know that the seats were arranged in order of arrival. You must have arrived very early, right, her imperial noble consort? Of course, after all, it is a royal event." Ji-ah walked to her seat amidst the whispers of everyone. In the end, everything returned to the plan they had arranged before she arrived. Her face did not change, and a thought arose in her heart. The lowest seat is always reserved for the least important person at the party. For a high-ranking noble, being assigned to that position is already an insult. Ji-ah seemed to imagine herself becoming a large chess piece. "I had anticipated the hostility when I came here. Unlike the battlefield, in this place, I do not have any real factions on my side." Ji-ah glanced at the people around her. "Even those who can help me are avoiding eye contact, afraid of the imperial noble consort. This situation is worse than I thought." Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Before now, I was indifferent to the nobility, thinking that I would never marry the crown prince. I miscalculated." Ji-ah quickly imagined the imperial noble consort's triumphant expression. "I thought at most they would treat me as if I did not exist, but I did not expect them to publicly reject me with such childish tricks." Suddenly, her face became gloomy. "Experiencing it directly makes me realize how bitter it is." Then, Ji-ah leaned over and saluted the empress. "It is my fault for arriving late. Please forgive me. Regretting it won't change anything. It is better to take action. Even now, I must create a place for myself." The imperial noble consort not far away looked at her with malicious eyes. Ji-ah said softly, "Next time, I will arrive a little earlier, her imperial noble consort." The empress also nodded in agreement. "That is right, that would be better, miss." After that, Ji-ah slowly walked towards her seat step by step. She elegantly pulled the chair out. Ji-ah sat down leisurely on it without any hesitation. She bowed her head and sighed softly. Just now Miss Eliant looked embarrassed when she was standing, but now she is quite comfortable. Yes, perhaps that seat is really very suitable for her. Quickly regaining her spirits, Ji-ah turned to greet Levaina. "Hello." Levaina replied shyly, "Hello, miss." Ji-ah started opening up to her and chatting. "Please take care of me while we sit together." "Me too." She glanced at Levaina's reaction and smiled secretly. Looking at her reaction, it is clear that she is not used to this, sitting near the lowest position. Ji-ah slowly observed the other person's face, and a thought arose in her heart. Even so, it is indeed a bit unexpected. Being invited to participate in the royal hunting is only granted to high-ranking nobles or those who have a relationship with the royal family. It is rare for someone so naive to participate. Before long, she continued to open her mouth. "Can I ask your name? I am Bayon Lhasa Eliant." Levaina replied cautiously. "My name is Lavina Islastaya, miss." "The Astaya family." Ji-ah understood a part of it with an unchanging face. "That is the Viscount family belonging to the second prince's maternal family, so that is the reason why she is here." She still greeted her amiably. "So you are the young lady of the Astaya family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Bayon. May I call you by your name?" The two of them started chatting very naturally. Asking someone's name means wanting to become closer to that person. Ji-ah secretly calculated in her heart, it won't be easy to create a foothold in a place influenced by the imperial noble consort. The noble faction and most of high society have already sided with her. If I can't break them from the inside, then I will nibble away at them from the outside. Ji-ah glanced at Levaina with innocent eyes in front of her. This innocent girl from the Astaya family might be a good start. Very quickly, Ji-ah became familiar with her. "Miss, can I call you by your name too, of course?" Ji-ah unconsciously laughed. "You are really lovely, Lavina." Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from the distance. "Miss Eliant, are you ignoring me?" Ji-ah shifted her gaze to Ben, who had a gloomy expression. Jia slowly asked, "Are you talking to me?" Bin said annoyedly, almost yelling, "Miss, do you have a problem with your ears?" She silently reminded her, "That is very rude." On the contrary, Bin still scolded rudely, "If you are not deaf, then why can't you hear what I said?" Jia said leisurely as if nothing was wrong, "I did not realize that your words were for me. In gatherings like this, you need to make it clear who you are addressing." Speaking to this point, Bin's face became even darker. "That is the minimum etiquette." Jia's eyes became sharp. She swept her eyes across Duchess Rustin once. Suddenly, Jia showed a mysterious smile. Then, she shifted her attention to her side. "Isn't that right, Countess Rustin?" Duchess Rustin's eyes still had not lessened their seriousness. The Rustin family, one of the most influential families of the neutral faction. However, what makes them famous is not their land or wealth. But because of Countess Rustin, she is the perfect role model of a noble woman. Her manners were so impeccable that she personally taught etiquette to the royal princesses. She was respected throughout the empire. The more she thought about it, the wider her smile became, enough to shake the power of the empress. Thanks to that foolish concubine, she now had a reason to draw the Countess Rustin into the conversation. Her eyes remained fixed on Countess Rustin. The nobles of the Crown Prince's faction would naturally gather around her, but it was wiser to attract the neutral faction as well. Jia slowly added, "Countess Rustin, I have heard that your lady's etiquette is considered the standard for all noble ladies. Would you be willing to share a few words?" A glint flashed in Countess Rustin's eyes. The atmosphere in the room turned gloomy, and murmurs began to rise. How much she boasted, and now look. Seriously, someone who has just entered society dares to lecture others. Harsh words were constantly directed at Jia, so ridiculous that even Countess Rustin had to stay silent. If it were me, I would not have the face to sit there. How shameless. Even so, she was always watching the other woman's every breath, but she was not waiting for a lecture on etiquette. The corners of her lips unconsciously curved into a perfect line. The Countess understood her intentions clearly, which was why she was deliberately stalling. However, there was no need to hesitate any longer. In the moment their eyes met, "Countess Rustin, you already have more than enough reasons to stand by my side." Jia secretly recalled the Empress's tactics. Her younger brother had once been engaged to the Empress, only to be mercilessly abandoned by her. He could not bear the humiliation and took his own life. Because there was no heir, the family's inheritance was transferred to a junior branch, and they lost their status. She began to make her own considerations. For Countess Rustin, the Empress was the hereditary enemy of her entire family. She had sharpened her sword of revenge and waited for an opportunity. In the past, that opportunity had arisen when she became Empress. According to the law, when a new emperor ascends the throne, the previous emperor's concubines are required to leave the palace. However, according to custom, those of the rank of consort were allowed to remain. Jia recalled the Empress's influence in her previous life. The Empress had refused to leave even after the emperor had passed away. Her influence was so great that no one dared to oppose her. She wanted to borrow Countess Rustin's hand to cut away at the Empress's faction. The time had finally come for Countess Rustin to act. She cited ancient texts and laws to argue for the Empress's expulsion from the palace. Her reasoning was so convincing that even the scholars sided with her. As a result, the Empress had no choice but to leave the palace in humiliation. Thinking of this, Jia slowly lowered her head, not revealing any further emotions. From that moment on, everyone could clearly see the animosity between them. At that time, she had been the one to extend a hand to the Countess first. She looked at the Empress, who was giving her a dark look, and could not help but think, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. An oppressive atmosphere filled the room. Whatever she thought of her was meaningless, and who she was no longer mattered to her. Countess Rustin seemed to be making a choice in her heart. She had no choice but to join hands with her. Unexpectedly, she smiled mysteriously. Countess Rustin glanced at the Empress and replied succinctly, as Miss Elliot said, when conversing at a gathering like this, it is basic courtesy to clearly identify who you are speaking to. Her deep voice made those present hesitant. Some people can't even manage these basic manners and end up making serious mistakes. It is truly regrettable. With that, Countess Rustin could not help but glance at Jia. She did not say anything more, but her eyes spoke volumes. Jia smiled in satisfaction. She thought, that is it. Countess Rustin seemed to feel it was not enough. She added, even those who are extremely skilled in communication often forget these basics. It is truly admirable that such a young lady can maintain such impeccable manners. Those present immediately chimed in, that is right. It is no wonder she is a lady from a noble family. Now I understand why His Majesty wants her to be his daughter-in-law. Jia bowed in response to the praise. It is my honor. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed, and the balance had shifted completely in her favor. For a moment, amidst the flattery, Countess Rustin looked at her with astonishment. Truly impeccable manners. It seems she was taught by an extremely talented teacher, would not you agree? Jia gave a standard smile in greeting. Madam, you flatter me. Compared to Countess Rustin, I still have many shortcomings. She had to attract her attention. It seemed that Jia and Countess Rustin had become like-minded individuals. After all, every gesture she made was just mimicking her. She did not hide the curious look in her eyes. Her manners and etiquette, she had taught her in a lifetime that she no longer remembered. On the contrary, the Empress's faction was at a disadvantage. As for the Empress, their faces were very tense. Then looked at her with hatred, especially that concubine, who looked like she was about to kill someone. Jia unconsciously exhaled a long breath and could not help but think, how fierce. They were the ones who struck first, not me. Then suddenly, she raised her fan. Jia skillfully revealed a mocking smile in the depths of her eyes. Bin's face gradually turned purple from stifled anger. Jia replied shyly to the praise, I only practice the basic etiquette. These compliments make me so embarrassed. The flattery continued endlessly. Basic etiquette is always the most important thing in everything. How can those who can't even manage the most basic etiquette be worthy of the status of nobility? The gloomy atmosphere in the room had not yet eased. That concubine has more enemies than I thought. Just one opening is enough to become a flood, sweeping through the entire room. When the noble faction chooses to remain silent, the leadership shifts to the crown prince's faction and the neutral faction. Jia glanced at the situation and secretly assessed it in her heart. The young ladies are afraid of losing face, so they do not dare to speak up. It seems they do not dare to casually interfere in the conversation. Her eyes gradually became emotionless. For the time being, the initiative has fallen into the hands of the older ladies, but as time passes, the young ladies will eventually take their place. Jia slowly spoke to Levaina. I have to quickly win their favor. The Astaya family is in the north, right? She smiled brightly, trying to be friendly. I have heard that the north is very famous for its silk and embroidery techniques. A friend of mine bought silk from the north and could not stop praising it. Jia pointed to the formal dress she was wearing and said, the formal dress I am wearing is also made from silk from the north. Suddenly, Levaina noticed a special detail on her formal dress. She stammered, so it is. Levaina slowly asked, is your formal dress from Luyasha? The others immediately began to chatter. Luyasha is a brand that is very popular lately. I did not expect you to be wearing a Luyasha dress. Jia nodded, not hiding anything. Yes, it is a piece by Miss Mila. Miss Mila, is she the one who used to be a designer at Shangri-La? She skillfully brought up another connection. She is working at Luyasha now. The dress I wore at my coming-of-age ceremony was also designed by her. The others were impressed when they heard this. Oh my, now that you mention it, I remember, could it be that the formal dress and jewelry you wore that day were also from Luyasha? Jia immediately smiled at the other person. That is right, Miss Nuella. You know me. The atmosphere in the room had become less gloomy. Of course. Didn't we greet each other at my coming-of-age ceremony? I did not expect you to still remember me. You had to greet so many people that day. Jia continued to make conversation with the other aristocratic ladies. You took the time to attend my party. The chatter continued endlessly. You seem much more composed than someone who just had their coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, Baroness Visdal. Do you remember me? Of course, Marchioness Angrel. Everyone gradually became more friendly. No wonder His Highness has fallen in love with you. Me too. I think I will be bewitched by you soon. Countess Rustin also added in a small voice, me too. She did not hide her fondness for Jia. The more I learn about you, the more strangely attracted I feel. The others immediately echoed after her. That is right, now that you mention it, Luyasha is owned by the Paisan Trading Company, right? Oh my, do not tell me the friend she mentioned is that rumored man. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut into the conversation. Oh my god, is she introducing her lover under the guise of an acquaintance? Ben smiled, hiding the sarcasm, and looked at Jia. Miss Eliant is not married yet, so he can't be called a lover. Apologize to Miss Eliant, Miss Mellon. The Empress's faction immediately chimed in. Hee, it seems I must be mistaken. Please forgive me, Miss Eliant. Miss Mellon has very little experience in social interaction. Shouldn't you be generous and forgive her? Jia glanced at them and slowly said, I forgive you, Miss Mellon, but you should choose your words more carefully before speaking. Suddenly, Ben's words became malicious. But Miss Mellon should not have all the blame put on her. She seemed to deliberately bring up Jia's rumors to mock her. Those rumors appeared because of Miss Eliant's fault, who was caught with another man. Ben said in a blaming tone, everyone, be quiet and listen to her. Indeed, if you behaved properly, then surely no one would gossip like that. As they say, where there is smoke, there is fire. Jia sat quietly listening to her talk about herself. If Miss Eliant did not have suspicious actions, Ben asked a question. Then would these rumors exist? Jia did not show any expression as she thought, a commendable effort, but the Empress frowned, clearly showing her embarrassment. A terrible topic. Jia turned to look at her. Now I understand how the Empress Dowager feels. Ben was startled and raised her voice. What nonsense are you talking about? She smiled slightly. Back then, you must have felt the same as I do now, right? Ben seemed angry. How ridiculous, the Empress gritted her teeth and demanded, Ben, be quiet. She turned to look at her in surprise. She frowned and glared at Ben. Jia sighed, appearing sad. I do not understand why those rumors keep clinging to me. I can't express my feelings to everyone, so I really feel very unfair and frustrated. She slowly stood up. It seems that the rumors surrounding me have bothered everyone here. Jia placed her hand on her chest and said respectfully, I sincerely apologize. Countess Rustin spoke up to defend her. How can this be Miss Eliant's fault? The real fault lies with those who spread lies as if they were the truth. She turned her gaze to the frowning Empress across from her. Isn't that right, Empress Dowager? She bit her lip, trying to restrain herself. The Empress's scandal had happened more than 30 years ago. Everyone else avoided looking at her. Now only those of her generation remembered the truth. If that case was brought up again, the one who would suffer the most would be. The Empress gave an order that startled the black-haired girl. Those who spread false rumors about Miss Eliant must apologize immediately. Her next words made Ben panic and withdraw from high society for a while. She turned sharply to the Empress and stammered, Empress Dowager. But she only received her cold gaze in return. The Empress gave a comment on Ben. She was stunned in surprise. As a senior, Ben, you have behaved very shamefully. Her eyes widened after each word she uttered. From this moment on, you will be banned from attending high society for a year. Ben cried out her name helplessly, Your Majesty, but she did not even look at her once. Ben looks exhausted. Take her out immediately. She kept begging and pleading with her in vain while the guards came in. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. They took Bin out as ordered, despite her screaming, Your Majesty. The other young ladies watched everything in silence. The Empress glanced at the others and demanded, the rest of you must formally apologize to Miss Elliot. They did not dare to disobey her request, quickly stood up, bowed, and apologized to Jia. We apologize to you, Miss Elliot. Please forgive us, Miss Elliot. Jia smiled brightly. I will forgive you, but remember, never be led by baseless rumors again. They swore, we will remember. She turned her gaze to the Empress in the distance and thought triumphantly, from now on, anyone who wants to mention those rumors in front of me will have to face the Empress first. Jia was secretly satisfied. The scenery outside was clear and peaceful. Everything ended more neatly than she thought. The Empress tried to ease the atmosphere. It seems His Majesty is returning. Jia glanced at the Empress. She was also staring at her with eyes that wanted to devour her alive. The Empress stood up. The Empress gave an awkward smile and looked at her. We have to stand up. She ordered everyone, stand up. The Empress's face darkened. I underestimated you, miss. Jia smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. You flatter me, Your Majesty. She issued a warning full of metaphors. As they say, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I hope you won't become that nail. The Empress implied, whether the lady becomes the nail or the hammer that strikes it, that remains to be seen. Jia picked up the hem of her skirt and bowed gracefully. Anyway, your warning. She continued to complete her sentence while the Empress's expression became distorted. I will engrave it in my heart. She uttered a promise that made Jia stop. Just wait and see. After saying that, the Empress left. A woman approached and said, I never thought I would witness such a scene in my life. It was Marchioness Angrel. She smiled gently. Behind her, Countess Rustin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Marchioness Angrel. Marchioness Angrel expressed regret. I wanted to continue chatting with the lady, but it is probably not convenient in this place. Jia smiled understandingly. What a pity. She reached out and took her hand with excitement. If you have the opportunity, please visit the Angrel residence. I believe we can become good friends. She fully agreed. If invited, I would be happy to come, Marchioness. The Baroness next to her warmly welcomed her. The doors of the Visdal residence are also always open to the lady. Jia replied cheerfully, thank you, Baroness. Countess Rustin praised her. You are truly an extraordinary person. That is what makes you so charming. She placed her hand on her chest, revealing her expectations. Will you accept my invitation? Jia agreed without hesitation. I would be delighted. Countess Rustin smiled faintly. Finally, she asked to leave. Well then, we ask for permission to leave. See you soon, Miss Elliot. She replied politely, I also look forward to seeing you all again soon. The scenery outside was peaceful, along with Jia's thoughts. I had anticipated it, but... She sighed, massaging her tired shoulders. After such an intellectual battle, I am completely exhausted. Jia strolled on the green grass. I do not want to go back into the crowd right now. I need a quiet place, just for myself. Her eye stopped at a horse. Jia reached out and stroked the horse's head. It seemed to be enjoying it very much. She smiled gently. You must feel lonely when you are alone too. She turned to look at the horse caretaker behind her. Can you bring this child along? He recognized who she was. Miss Elliot, right. Jia asked curiously, who are you? Where's Elliot's stable manager? He introduced himself. I am Rion, the caretaker of the royal stable and Jackson. Rion revealed a reason that surprised her. The Marquis's horse was injured, so he temporarily left for a while. She continued to gather information. What about the Marquis? He did not hide anything. He is still safe. It seems the horse was only scratched by a branch when moving. Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It is a relief that nothing serious happened. She suddenly widened her eyes as she realized something. Wait, why do I feel relieved when I hear that the Marquis is safe? A faint smile bloomed on Jia's lips. Have I started to see the Marquis as family without even realizing it? That feeling is not so bad. She got on the horse's back and informed Rion, I will be back in an hour. The horse began to trot. Even though it was on horseback, the roads here were well maintained. Maybe I should ask His Majesty for permission to come here alone with Lant in the future. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, attracting Jia's attention. Bii. From a distance, Sirius was riding a horse, running very quickly toward her. His face was flushed red. Jia was stunned. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Sirius shouted, Bii, get off the horse. Suddenly, the horse she was riding moved without direction. Jia grabbed the reins tightly. The horse ran madly, causing her to panic completely. Why is this horse acting so strangely? The horse ran non-stop through the forest, Lant the most El Anasha, Evan. Jia regretted deeply in her heart and struggled. I should have opened up more, I should have treated them better. Sirius's shouting voice rang out, bye. I. From a distance, he was chasing after her. Jia turned to look at Sirius. Sirius, he came to save me. She recalled the previous events when she drove him away, even though she had rejected him like that before. At that time, Sirius was lost, like an abandoned child. Jia did not even look at him once. The current her was suffering, if I knew everything would turn out like this, then I would have accepted him earlier, I should not have been so cold. She remembered Sirius's face full of hurt. Returning to the present, Jia could not clearly see his expression. Now, would he be sad about my death? Suddenly, the horse's reins broke suddenly. At that time, would he feel sorry for my death? The hand that was previously tightly gripping the horse's reins gradually loosened. Sirius's voice still echoed, Bii. Jia gradually fell off the horse, her eyes closed. She gave a slight smile, but tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Why am I thinking about such useless things at this time? Fortunately, Sirius appeared in time, reaching out to support Jia. A sound rang out in the forest. Jia slowly opened her eyes, doubting herself. Does it not hurt? She was startled when she saw herself lying on Sirius. He smiled gently, reached out and stroked Jia's head, and asked caringly, "Are you not injured?" She quickly replied, "Yes, I am okay." Hearing this, Sirius smiled in relief. Thank God. He clearly expressed his relief. Really, I thought something had happened to you. Jia buried her head, listening to Sirius's heart beating, blushing. This heartbeat is the crown prince's. Her hand clutched his clothes tightly, wondering, or is it mine? Sirius revealed, my heart almost stopped beating. Jia's eyes widened, her face becoming redder. Every time I look at him, my heart beats faster, but never like this. The two lay like that for a long time. She whispered, I am fine. He replied to her, I know. Jia started to get up. It has been quite a long time. Sirius sighed, huh. Jia stood up straight, observing herself. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Sirius was still lying on the ground. He looked at her and smiled. She asked him curiously, aren't you going to get up? Sirius smiled brightly, giving her compliments. Even looking from below like this, you are still very beautiful. Can I look a little longer? Jia did not care. She turned and left. If you still have the mood to joke, then you must be really okay. The sky was gradually turning dark. Jia identified the target. The sun had set in the west. We have to quickly find the others. However, she did not know her direction. But I do not even know where I am. Sirius started to sit up. He called her softly, Bii, wait. Jia turned to look at him and her eyes widened in shock. Sirius was painfully holding his side. Jia quickly approached. Her voice trembled. You are really not injured. She called worriedly while Sirius gritted his teeth. Your Highness. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her tightly, smiling brightly as if nothing had happened. It seems like you know how to worry about me too. Jia blushed slightly. She raised her head to look at Sirius. Are you lying? He smiled faintly, but his expression was not good. If I did not act like this, I was afraid you would abandon me. She easily noticed the difference. His complexion is not good at all. And he is even sweating cold. Sirius's arms around Jia were starting to tremble. She was lost in her thoughts. When I fell off the horse, he shielded me and rolled on the ground too. There is no way he was not injured. But he is still trying to hide it from me. She decided, for now, it is better for me to pretend I do not know. Then she started to play along. You are joking too much. Jia looked up at Sirius. He replied, his eyes full of love, joking, haven't you realized that I am always serious with you? Jia was silent for a long time. Sirius's hand started to move. He pulled her closer, face to face. What would happen if I kissed you now? Sirius was happy, but Jia was not the same. She looked at him, puzzled. Teasing at a time like this. Jia remembered her past life. They were completely distant. Thinking back to our past life, he is really changed. She gave a small smile. Jia smiled brightly, ready to play along. If you insist on personally tasting my warning, I am happy to oblige. Sirius also smiled lovingly. He released her and started to sit up. Still the same cold fiancé. I understand. Sirius stood up and held out his hand to Jia. Even this, will you refuse? She smiled happily, accepting his hand. Their hands touched. Jia secretly admitted, I can't keep pushing him away. I have decided not to run away anymore. It is time to admit my feelings. Sirius looked at her and revealed, I am really relieved that you are safe. Jia was probably enjoying this moment now, because she affirmed to herself, I have fallen in love with him. But that does not mean I am not afraid. When Irons appears again, I can't stop worrying that that tragedy will repeat. Jia looked at Sirius, who was looking at her gently. She assumed, but he is no longer the man from last time. She suddenly remembered her past life. Back then, he never looked at me with such gentle eyes. He never risked his life for me, nor did he ever hold me in such warm arms. I want to give my heart another chance, even if I have to trade everything for it. Even so, Jia knew, of course, now is not the time to tell him. Then she spoke up to remind him, we should not stay here, Your Highness. The sky was getting worse as dark clouds gathered. The sky looks ominous. Sirius reached out to call for his horse. I understand. But there is no sign of the horse. It seems my horse has wandered far away. He offered a solution. For now, we have to leave this forest. Can you walk? Jia immediately replied, of course. And even if I can't, it won't change anything. He nodded, not surprised. I guessed you would say that. She asked him back, what about you, Your Highness, are you okay? Sirius took Jia's hand. In this situation, what other choice do I have? He led her by his side. Don't worry, I won't collapse and leave you behind. Suddenly everything changed scenes. But, even though he said that, Jia was actually panicking and calling out Sirius's name loudly, Your Highness. It turned to night and it rained heavily without stopping. Jia and Sirius were still stuck in the forest. He noticed, walking any further is too much. He took off his cloak and put it on her. Wait here for a moment. Jia asked curiously, what are you going to do? Sirius reached out and took her hand down. I am just going to find a place to shelter from the rain. She warned, it is dangerous. He carefully instructed her, please stay here until the rain stops. It does not look like it will stop soon. If we stay like this until morning, we will both be exhausted. Jia replied, then I will go with you. Sirius softly called her name, Bii. He leaned his head against her forehead. In a situation like this, just hearing you say you are worried about me makes my heart race. Maybe I have really gone crazy for you. Jia said bluntly, wandering in the mountains in a storm like this is what is crazy. Sirius reassured, it is okay, I am better than you think. He placed a light kiss on her forehead, surprising her and making her blush. So, believe me and wait here, bye. Sirius smiled confidently even though a hand was reaching for him. Even though I really want to kiss you right now, now's not the time. That hand was Jia's. She grabbed his clothes, pulling him closer. For a moment, they were almost touching lips. She threatened, if you do not come back within an hour, I won't let you off the hook. Then Jia boldly kissed Sirius, to his surprise. His face flushed red. Jia released him, a bright smile on her lips. I am the type to return everything I owe, with interest. Sirius was as red as if he were smoking. She wondered, you are not leaving yet, an hour passes faster than you think. He turned his head away helplessly. You really? Finally, Sirius started to move. I will be back, 1 hour. Jia instructed, don't be late. Sirius quickly strode away. Now it was just Jia. She started to reminisce about her past life. This never happened in our past life. Jia's cheeks flushed red. It feels strange and vague, but not unpleasant. She sat down. I have been left alone in the middle of the night like this. Jia tilted her head, smiling contentedly. But I do not feel lonely at all. She just sat under the tree and waited. Jia wondered, how long has it been? Familiar footsteps appeared, Your Highness. Sirius turned back, a bright smile on his lips. It has not been an hour yet, right? Jia looked up at him. It looks like it has. He held out his hand to her. I have found a place to shelter from the rain, so can you forgive me this time? She took his hand. I will decide after seeing it with my own eyes. Actually, I am a little nervous. Sirius led Jia to the shelter. The two walked together peacefully. Jia blushed shyly. The moment I realized that, my heart beat even faster. Outside, the rain did not stop. Jia sat in a cave. She remembered what Sirius had told her earlier, it is too cold, go inside and wait for me. She wondered, what is Your Highness doing that he has not come back yet? A fly suddenly flew close to Jia. She casually swatted it without expression. Even a cave is so dirty. Jia started to clean the cave. The only thing I can use is a ripped piece of my dress, but... Finally done. The whole cave seemed to glow. She reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead. At least it is clean enough to sit. A familiar figure appeared, attracting Jia's attention. Sirius returned with a few things in his hand. Jia immediately recognized what they were. They are arak fruits. Arak fruits were a common type of fruit that grew year-round in temperate climates. They were quite large. But the edible part was very small, and the skin was hard, making it difficult to handle. Jia stared at the fruit. This is a low-value fruit and has no flavor at all. Did he just pick it randomly because there were too many around? Finally, she asked, what are you going to do with it? Sirius replied with a confident smile, watch closely. With a quick movement, the knife pierced through the fruit. The fruit was quickly split in half, to Jia's surprise. He peeled the arak fruit so easily. She looked at him in surprise. With just a small folding knife, it does not look like he is doing it for the first time at all. Sirius reached out and removed the pulp. He gave one part to Jia and one to himself. It is not tasty, but it is rich in energy. Eating it now is still better. Jia took it and started to eat. It seemed like she did not like it very much. Sirius asked naively, greasy, right? Jia thought, it seems Your Highness is too familiar with this. Sirius held the remaining part of the arak fruit. Really? He used the knife to strike the stone to create fire. Using the remaining peel to start a fire. Jia witnessed everything. She was completely astonished. Even with flint, starting a fire in the rain is not easy. How did he think of using the inner peel of the arak fruit? She looked at Sirius. He looks more like a seasoned hunter than a crown prince. Jia remembered their previous conversation. He had said, when prey runs away, the hunter's instinct is to chase after it. I am also a pretty good hunter, so it is best not to provoke me. She figured out the reason. Is that what he meant when he called himself a good hunter? But Jia was completely curious. How did a crown prince, who always lived comfortably in the palace, learn such survival skills? Finally, she spoke up. It seems you have gone camping quite a few times. Sirius asked back, is it strange? She replied, not strange, just unexpected. He started to cut the arak fruit again. Then, what kind of person do you think I am? Sirius gave her the pulp. A prince spoiled since childhood. He continued to complete his question. Or a selfish person who only thinks about himself. Jia frowned slightly and replied, I have never thought of you as a selfish person. Sirius assumed, but maybe you once thought I was spoiled. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. He continued, you are not wrong either. Sirius also confirmed, anyway, a crown prince is born being taught that he must be treated like a member of the royal family. Jia replied, I understand that means you do not consider yourself spoiled. He reached out and touched his neck. There are quite a few people who want to bite my neck. If I stay naive, would not it be very dangerous? Hearing this, Jia quickly asked, have you ever faced life-threatening threats? Sirius asked in return, what do you think? A thought flashed through, causing Jia to become stunned. The crown prince is a lonely person. The crown prince is always surrounded by people, but most of them only love his status and appearance. When the two made eye contact, I never thought he would be someone who could feel so lonely. Jia reproached herself. If I had once considered his circumstances, then maybe things would not have ended so tragically. She started to pay attention to Sirius's hands. Those hands, full of scars, do not look like the hands of a pampered member of the royal family. Only now do I truly understand what his life has been like. Jia softly said, serious. Sirius gently glanced at her. You must have had a hard time. She suddenly asked a question that made him stunned. Do you have immunity to poison? With a blank expression, Jia continued, I once heard that taking small doses to build resistance can be effective. Sirius widened his eyes and asked back, why? She continued to talk non-stop, making him seem to sink into another world. Of course, it is very dangerous if you calculate the dosage wrong, but if you are careful, then you won't be afraid of being poisoned anymore. Jia got more and more immersed in it as she spoke. Having a group of assassins under your command would also be very useful. Those who are skilled are probably expensive, but money can easily solve that. Finally, Sirius could not stand it and burst out laughing. Jia did not understand why. Was there something funny about what I just said? He asked while laughing, you really are a special person. Where did you hear those things? She turned dark. Nowhere specific. Sirius continued to ask, so, those are your own ideas? Jia honestly replied, it is a story that has been repeated throughout history, about people who are obsessed with power. He revealed a fact. You know, you have a way of making people go crazy. She asked back, do I? Sirius reached out and stroked her hair. His cheeks flushed red again. How much do you think I am infatuated with you? Suddenly, Jia realized something. I never realized before, but... A small, narrow space, 2 adults, clothes soaking wet. Thinking of that, Jia immediately blushed shyly. This is very easy to lead to scandal. Of course, I know the Crown Prince is not someone who creates scandals. Her eyes started to observe Sirius in front of her again, but when I look at that face, not showing a hint of desire, for some reason, it makes me feel. Suddenly, Jia pouted, looking uncomfortable. A soft sound was made, attracting Sirius's attention. It was Jia taking off her clothes. He stammered in confusion, "Bii." Jia had no intention of stopping. Have I done something wrong, Your Highness? Sirius stammered even more, that is. She kept taking off her clothes while he kept blushing red, stop immediately. Finally, Jia dropped her clothes to the ground, causing Sirius to turn completely red, HNGH. He closed his eyes tightly, his face redder than a tomato. Quickly put your clothes back on. She was very satisfied and amused by that expression. Haha, that is the cutest expression I have ever seen. Jia approached and reached out to touch Sirius. Maybe I should tease him a little more. She touched his cheek, enticingly asking, aren't you going to open your eyes? Sirius stammered and trembled, "Bii, if you do this here." Jia was very satisfied with that expression. At this rate, his face will explode. Finally, she said something that allowed him to peek open one eye. Alright, teasing ends here. Jia sat properly in front, giving a faint smile. Sirius stared at her blankly. So it was just a joke, she asked back. That is right, not happy. He reached out and stroked his head, sighing, if you teased me 2 more times, I am afraid I would not live to see tomorrow. She replied, I know. Jia's clothes were spread out on the ground to dry. She also reminded Sirius, Your Highness, you should also dry your clothes. He did not reply but kept staring at her, making her confused. Your Highness. Sirius then asked, you know I am a man, right? Jia replied immediately, of course I know. He asked, yet you still dared to provoke me. She asked back, if I provoke you, will you give in? He reached out and wiped his lips. Can't you see, I have been completely taken over by you. Jia really was not sure. Sirius's hand started to move. How can I make you understand my heart? Jia innocently asked. How would I know your highness's heart? He moved closer to her. I can't just take it out and show you, right? Really, what should I do? Jia tried to change the subject. Shouldn't your highness dry his clothes before thinking about that? Sirius reached out and lifted her chin. You always try to slip away, do not you? His finger touched her lips, keeping just enough distance to make me go crazy. She thought, your highness's hand. Jia suddenly realized something unusual. No, his whole body is too hot. She intended to remind Sirius, your highness, your body. He immediately cut her off, sis. His whole face flushed red. His hand cupped her face, begging, call me sis. Jia widened her eyes in surprise. His body temperature is terribly high. It must be because of the shock of falling off the horse and also being rained on for too long. She reached out and took Sirius's wrist. He kept acting normal, so I did not realize how bad his condition was. She finally spoke up, your highness's hand is burning hot, and your whole body too. Sirius interrupted Jia's words. Call my name, Bii. This made her angry and she shouted, is calling your name so important now? Sirius froze after being shouted at by her. Jia frowned, her anger flaring up. You are like this, and you say you are not in pain. Are you going to endure until you collapse? Sirius frowned, his whole face filled with a pitiful look. You still won't call my name. He looked sullen and childish. Jia was both helpless and puzzled. What is wrong? Is your name cursed or something? That face like a lost child. Sirius suddenly rushed forward and hugged Jia when she called his other name. Sis, that is enough. She was shocked and speechless when he hugged her. Sirius slowly spoke. No one has ever called me by that name. Jia listened to him confide. Sis, it is the nickname my mother gave me, but no one uses it. The more Sirius spoke, the tighter he hugged her. I want to hear that name from your lips. His nickname was spoken again, sis. Jia blushed slightly. I did not know your highness had such an intimate name. In her past life, no one called him that. Her hand gently placed on his back. Even Miss Dacia, the duke's daughter, the person he once loved, only called him by his real name. How should I understand this? Jia hugged Sirius back, enjoying the feeling. Does this mean that his love for me now is even greater than the feelings he once had for the duke's daughter? And then she confirmed herself. This time, I have a feeling I will never lose him again. She softly called his name, sis. He hurriedly said, stay like this a little longer, BII. Jia worried, your body is too hot, we have to do something. Sirius did not care at all. It is okay. She angrily called out, sis. He closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. It is okay, this injury is not life-threatening. She was surprised. You call that okay? Sirius opened his eyes, his cheeks becoming more and more flushed. Do you know how happy I am right now? Then he buried his head in Jia's neck. Every time my name comes out of your lips, a tickling feeling in my heart, how should I explain it? Jia had an unspeakable emotion in her heart. He is always strong, but seeing him sick like this makes me worried. Yet, a strange warmth rises in my heart. I should not feel like this. She gently pushed Sirius away, expressing her feelings. If that is what you want, then I will call your name forever, but please, take care of your body first. I am very worried. He seemed surprised. You said you were worried about me, Jia did not deny it. That is right, is there something wrong? Sirius lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. Me, Jia looked at him, puzzled. His temperature is rising again, his face. She reached out, your temperature is rising again. He widened his eyes, his face red from the temperature. Sirius grabbed Jia's wrist. Finally, he said what he was thinking. I thought you hated me. Jia was surprised. What? He continued to explain. I thought that no matter what happened to me, you would not care. She pressed again, what did you just say? Sirius brought her hand up close to his lips. Even if your concern is just basic courtesy, I still like seeing you worry about me. Jia turned her head away shyly. I do not hate you. He asked in surprise again, what? She repeated everything she had just said. I do not hate you, sis. I never hated you from the beginning. He still wanted to say something, but Jia interrupted, causing Sirius to widen his eyes in surprise. So if you dare to die now, I will never forgive you. She seemed to understand what he wanted to say. You want to ask, do not you, that if I do not hate you, then why did I refuse? Her expression was now only flutter, shyness, and embarrassment with flushed red cheeks, but right now, I can't say it. If I confess now, then my flushed face and pounding heart. Sirius smiled gently. I can't die yet. He spoke his intention. I still have to take revenge on the Empress for putting you in danger. Jia hurriedly asked back, revenge on the Empress. The two remembered what happened in the afternoon when the horse Jia was riding suddenly went crazy. Sirius revealed, the horse going crazy was not an accident. That is right, the reins were cut. She did not hide it. I know. Sirius apologized. I am sorry, it was my oversight. I guessed the Empress would find a way to harm you, but I did not think she would display such blatant malice. He recalled the moment he saw someone shooting poison darts from afar. During the break, I could not find you, so I went looking. That is when I saw someone shooting poison darts at your horse. And his face was very familiar, but I could not stop him in time. He speculated that the person was related to the Empress. He is the Empress's person. Jia then replied, I doubt it was her. Sirius asked curiously, why do you think so? She gave her speculation. The Empress would not use such a crude method, you should know that. He also gradually agreed. That is right, that kind of thing is too vulgar compared to what she has done before. But he is definitely her person. Jia concluded, then he must be someone else who can control her subordinates. Sirius hurriedly asked, do you have any guesses as to who? She started to speculate. The most likely is. An image of Ben appeared, metaphorically suggesting her speculation, the great prince's concubine. Sirius frowned slightly, trying to remember. His concubine, but he has several consorts. Jia said bluntly, I am talking about the one he brought in recently. His expression tightened slightly. Ah, the woman who came from a family famous for having healthy children, right? Sirius turned his face away, sighing. That is right, she is the type who would definitely do these things. Jia was stunned. Did something happen to her? He glanced at her. Then his eyes moved away as if avoiding something. No. Jia naturally did not believe it. She stared at Sirius, full of suspicion. He smiled brightly. Don't look at me with that look, it is nothing serious. He wondered, but why do you think it is her? She did not hide it. She caused trouble first, so I just stepped on her pride a little. Hearing this, he froze. What? Jia explained briefly. To put it simply, for the next year, she won't appear in high society. Sirius made a hypothetical scene. If she were there, it would have been an interesting performance. What a pity. She revealed, that scene was not pleasant at all. Then she spoke her thoughts. But I think you are trying to avoid the main topic. He pretended to be innocent. He replied naively, I do not understand what you are talking about. The two were silent. Jia stared at Sirius. His face was flushed. He is pretending like nothing's wrong. His condition is clearly getting worse. In this silent but warm atmosphere, her thoughts continued to work. I know why he is hiding his injury in front of me. Because I am the only person he can rely on, so he is trying to appear strong. Jia frowned, dissatisfied. I appreciate that he does not want me to worry, but I do not like that he keeps carrying everything alone like that. She clenched her fist tightly. Just like Cease is always a support for me, I want to become a support for him too. Jia suddenly demanded, take off your clothes. This startled Sirius. What? She gave her reason. Wearing wet clothes will only make your condition worse. She roughly grabbed his shirt. Take it off. Sirius shyly stammered, stopping Jia. Wait, BII, but she did not care and still focused on her goal. They will tear if we keep doing this. Should I just tear your clothes for you? His face flushed red, his eyes shyly looking at her. Do I really have to? I am so embarrassed. Jia frowned seriously. It is better than getting sicker. I understand. Sirius became dejected. So you really do not see me as a man? She asked helplessly. Is that important now? He replied without hesitation. Of course it is important. Sirius reached out and twisted a lock of Jia's hair in his hand, smiling softly. I want to be the only man in your eyes, Bii. Jia secretly thought to herself, nothing will change if we keep avoiding this. She asked seriously, then what do I have to do for you to voluntarily take off your clothes? Sirius smiled naively. Let us see, maybe if you agree to marry me, then I will consider it. Jia gave her answer right away, okay. He could not believe it and asked her again, what? Jia, with a serious face, clearly said what she thought. I said I would marry you, cease, so now, as promised, take off your clothes. The shirt was quickly taken off. Sirius protested, but not significantly. Wait a moment. He reached out and stroked his hair, smiling helplessly. Well, that is an awakening. Jia asked a question, do you like? Sirius admitted, it is stimulating. Jia replied, I am glad you think so. Her hand gently moved on his chest, being strong is good. Jia gave a word of advice. But now you should focus on recovering first. Sirius closed his eyes, revealing his desire. I just want to show you the best side of me. Jia immediately denied, foolish pride won't help you get better. He opened his eyes, staring at her blankly while she put her cloak on him. Pride. Her expression did not change as Jia asked, or should I call it recklessness? Sirius said sadly, that is harsh. Outside, it was raining heavily. She gave a reminder. Then get better soon, and I will judge you more fairly. He laughed loudly. Haha, I will. Jia looked outside, clearly showing her worry. Currently, we are just stalling for time. The rescue team will probably find us soon. Sirius's hand gently placed on her hand, comforting her. I left a sign outside. When the sun rises, they will come. Don't worry too much, Bii. Jia was slightly surprised, even though he is so exhausted, and then she replied, I am not too worried. In contrast to her, Sirius could still smile brightly. Maybe you are not worried, but I am. Just imagining the scene of the Marquis swinging his sword like a grim reaper looking for you makes my heart want to jump out. That won't happen. He made a comment. Your indifference is charming, but sometimes it is also cruel. Jia was confused. What do you mean? With a face flushed from fever and Sirius's eyes both gentle and helpless directed at Jia, the Marquis and I both live in your volatility. Marquis Eliant was soaked in the rain at night. He leaned against a large tree in the forest, softly calling Jia's name, Bayan. Marquis Eliant shed tears. Where are you? One by one, pieces of memory suddenly appeared, also on a rainy day. A picture of Marquis Eliant earlier standing in the rain, behind him was Ran. He was silent, not saying a word. His hand clenched tightly. Marquis Eliant's expression was always indifferent. Returning to the present, he painfully buried his face in his hands. I have never been good at expressing my feelings to my daughter. Marquis Eliant reproached himself, why do I always only realize the value of a person after I have lost them? Suddenly, a guard hurriedly ran over. Your lordship. He reported to him, and this made him widen his eyes in surprise. We found the sign left by His Highness the Crown Prince. It was raining heavily. Marquis Eliant silently sent a message to Jia. Bayan, wherever you are, please be safe. He hurriedly ran in the rain, swearing to himself, I will definitely find you, at any cost.